Section 0 of You Can't Win. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Paul Welford. You Can't Win, by Jack Black. Foreword. The revelations of a thief or of a prostitute are rightly suspected by the normal citizen of having been dressed for publicity, either sensational or sentimental or both. An unstable emotionalism in the subject, perhaps psychopathic, induces a melodramatic and unreal treatment of past experience. The tale is told not as it happened, but rather as the subject likes in reverie to think it happened, or as he believes the reader would like to have had it happen. There is nothing of that sort in Jack Black's story of his life as a professional thief. The honesty of the confession is self-evident. With a few lapses into the conventional, the expected, he displays the rare literary power of letting the facts speak for themselves, without any window dressing, either lachrymose or hilarious. He has an instinct for realities. Indeed, it is that mental grip, enabling him to perceive and apply realities, that obviously brought him out in the end, so that he could break the shackles of his criminal habits and reinstate himself completely in accord with society. It was almost purely a mental feat. At the end, to be sure, he dwells upon the helpfulness of kind friends, especially of Mr. Ulder, of the square deal he got from Judge Dunn, and recognises fully the impulse of gratitude to a friend who helped him escape from prison by cutting out the hop, the hardest single bond he had to break. Those were emotional responses, but if it had not been for his own good mind, which he had slowly disciplined by reason, that resolve to go straight would have been but another feeble human aspiration for amendment with which the human hell is paved. The chief interest I find in Black's rapid survey of his life as a thief is this progress of mental awakening and a corresponding growth of character as a man, without which all the help of kind and enlightened friends would have availed naught. It is what Black did for himself, what he was, that counted most. Jack Black was an experimental psychologist. He discovered slowly and painfully, as most do, the psychological character of himself and of the world in which he was placed. Thus he explored the law of habit and the purely mental quality of self-control long before he attempted to apply his knowledge to his own case. Any habit, he maintains, apropos of the opium habit, can be broken, provided the victim wants sufficiently to change, and he notes the power of substitution, welcoming even his worries as a distraction, mentally, from the obsession of opium. His emphasis on the necessity of a subjective desire for change is an unerring diagnosis of self. He wanted another kind of life, enough to make it come true. That is the great distinction of Jack Black as a professional lawbreaker in person. His case is so common in our restless, mobile civilization that it may be called typical or standard. An active, intelligent, likeable boy with no stable ties, he had ventured on the open road almost by accident. The wide world, tempting him on, took what he wanted, learned the habits and the resources of vagrancy, of criminality, of vice. But he did not sink to the dregs per formula. He went to the top of his society. Stirred by emulation with the only companions he had, hobos, thieves, gamblers, yeggs, he distinguished himself not only by success in individual exploits, but by a superiority of character that would not break, snitch, or play the other fellow's game, and by loyalty to his mates. Then came, as he was emerging from youth, the chance that landed him in a well-run Canadian prison and fertilized the seed of intellectual interest by giving him access to a good library. For the first time he discovered consciously his own mind, the interest of it, and from this period it is evident that the habit of reading, of thinking, gained on him until with relentless logic his mind, thus freed and fed, convinced him that his boy's life of defiance and lawlessness was wrong. After he was convinced, it took years to free himself from all the implications of 20 years of crime, but once convinced with a mind of that quality, the result was inevitable. Strange irony that the mental life so essential to Black's salvation should have been further fostered by the gift of a library which A. Brueff gave to the prison where he and Black happened to be fellow prisoners. Rueff had taken the money which he bestowed in this form on his fellow criminals from the public of San Francisco. Mr. Fremont Older, as a powerful newspaper editor, was largely responsible for putting Rueff into the prison and later in freeing him, where Rueff was indirectly an instrument in freeing Jack Black from his bonds. There was an aspect of the Canadian prison experience less commendable than its order, and its providing the prisoners with a good library, its wholesome and on the whole human management so glaringly in contrast with the American prisons pictured in this story, and that was flogging. In these days of a return to medieval punishments for criminals, advocated by many leading citizens, it is well to realise how devastating to Black were his two experiences of brutal force, flogging in Canada, the straitjacket in Folsom. They made him, and many others, inhuman wild beasts, ready for murder or suicide. They left Black not cowed, but mutinous, hating and hateful. The experience was wholly bad and futile, except possibly as a test of his own growing self-control. It does not need Jack Black's corroborative evidence to know that brutality does not pay, even when applied to the dangerous and to the outcast. In spite of the talk about reviving the whipping post, we know that the use of physical brutality, floggings, straitjackets, and third-degree methods will disappear. They are failures in getting results from human beings. It is only a crude society, as ours still is largely, that would tolerate what goes on often in our larger prisons, where the application of justice is left to a class little removed from the criminals on whom they operate. To maim and mutilate human beings, to terrify and brutalize them in order to correct them is so obviously foolish and wicked that it hardly needs statement. In some cases, like Black's, the victim is not broken but tempered and hardened in will, in evil. And that brings me to the most depressing fact in criminology that the present book illustrates. The criminal is almost always of an inferior mentality. It is only a superior mentality such as Black's that can survive and ultimately win freedom. Probably Jack Black would admit that among his wide acquaintance in the criminal class, only a few, a very few, had the mental quality, the character, to break their chains. The mass were condemned to remain criminals because of defective mentality. That suggests inevitably the confused subject of eugenics and birth control. In society's relation to the criminal class, which it so much fears and detests, but before which it so often seems at the present moment hopeless, like an ignorant, half-well-meaning parent angry over a troublesome child whose troublesomeness is in large part the fruit of the parent's own defective character. Many of these aberrant specimens might be deflected from crime by feeding their minds. Few ever can do it for themselves as Black almost wholly did it for himself. Does modern life offer youth sufficient mental stimulus? The motor car, the movie, bootleg liquor, and sex. These are the raw stimuli with which youth try to infuse some colour and movement into the tyrannous drabness of a standardised industrial life. In drawing his moral at the end, Black forgets, as the middle-aged are wont to forget, the glamour and the lure of the hangout and the open road, which in his boyhood seemed to be the only way out of a cheerless drudgery. There are, of course, many other ways which Black discovered later himself, and that is why I think this story is so well worthwhile reading and pondering upon. Besides, it is entertaining, because unvarnished and unpretentious. Robert Herrick. End of section 0.
Section 1 of You Can't Win. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lori Banza. You Can't Win by Jack Black. Chapter 1. I am now librarian of the San Francisco Call. Do I look like one? I turn my chair so I can look in the mirror. I don't see the face of a librarian. There is no smooth, high, white forehead. I do not see the calm, placid, composed countenance of the student. The forehead I see is high enough, but it is lined with furrows that look like knife scars. There are 2 vertical furrows between my eyes that make me appear to be wearing a continual scowl. My eyes are wide enough apart and not small, but they are hard, cold, calculating. They are blue. but of that shade of blue farthest removed from the violet. My nose is not long, not sharp. Nevertheless, it is an inquisitive nose. My mouth is large. One corner of it is higher than the other, and I appear to be continually sneering. I do not scowl. I do not sneer. Yet there is something in my face that causes a man or woman to hesitate before asking to be directed to Dr. Gordon's church. I can't remember a time that any woman, young or old, ever stopped me on the street and asked to be directed. Once in a great while, a drunk will roll over to where I am standing and ask how he can get to Twynton Mission. If I gaze into the mirror long enough and think hard enough, I can conjure up another face. The old one seems to dissolve, and in its place I see the face of a schoolboy, a bright, shining, innocent face. I see a mop of white hair, a pair of blue eyes, and an inquisitive nose. I see myself standing on the broad steps of the Sisters' Convent School. At the age of 14, after 3 years, board and tuition, I am leaving to go home to my father and then to another school for big boys. My teacher, a sweet, gentle sister, a Madonna, is holding my hand. She is crying. I must hurry away or I will be crying too. The Mother Superior says goodbye. Her thin lips are pressed so tightly together that I can barely see the line where they meet. She is looking into my eyes intently, and I am wondering what she is going to say to me when the crunching of gravel warns us that the old coach is ready and I must be off. The mother takes my teacher gently by the hand. I see them go through the wide door and disappear silently down the long, dark hall. All the boys in the school, and there were 50 of them, lined up and gave me a noisy send-off. The old coachman clucked to his horses, and I was off for the train and the world. Any reader with a spoonful of imagination can picture me going home, then to other schools in turn, then to some sort of an office job, advancement here and there, always leading a well-ordered, quiet, studious life, until he finally places me in the respectable and responsible position of librarian of a metropolitan newspaper. That's the way it should have been, but wasn't. The course I followed from that convent school to this library desk, if charted on a piece of paper, would look like the zigzag line that statisticians use to note the rise and fall of temperature or rainfall or fluctuations of business. Every turn I made was a sharp one, a sudden one. In years I cannot remember making one easy, graceful, rounded turn. It has often been a question with me just how much the best of it a boy has, who has his mother with him until his feet are well planted under him, who has a home and its influences until he gathers some kind of a working philosophy that helps him to face the world. There is no substitute for the home and the mother. It may not mean much to the average chap to have a friend say, "John, I want you to meet my mother." To me, it means more than I can put on paper. It seems to explain to me why the man who so proudly says, "This is my mother," is so many things that I am not and never can be. The insurance people have not yet got to the stage of insuring a man against a lifetime of failure, but if they ever do, I imagine the chap who can guarantee them that he will keep his mother with him until he is 20 will have a shade the best of it when he pays his premium. I am not lugging in the fact that I was left motherless at the age of 10 to alibi myself away from anything. Nevertheless, I think a fellow has the right to ask himself if things might not have been different. My mother died before I got very well acquainted with her. I doubt if any child gives its parents much thought before the age of 12 or 13. I probably thought that my mother was a person put into the world to scrub my face and neck and to be screamed and kicked at, to put scratchy flannel rags around my neck with smelly grease on them when I had the croup, and to stand by the bed and keep me in it when I had the measles. I can remember distinctly how angry I became when she brought me a nice new toothbrush and showed me what to do with it. This was the greatest indignity of all, the last straw. I threw the thing away and refused to use it, told her up and down that I was no girl and wouldn't have any girl things. She did not get angry and scold. She just went on with her work, smiling. She may have been pleased with my manly outburst. I don't know. I don't remember that I was shocked or pained when she was buried. I cried because it was expected of me. Mother's relatives, a couple of sisters, whom I never saw before or since, were crying. I saw tears in my father's eyes, so I tried to cry, and did. I know my father realized what we had lost, and his grief was genuine, but I could not feel it then. A few days later, Father sold our little cottage home and furnishings, and we moved into the only hotel in the little town. Schools were few and far between for poor children then. I played around the hotel all day, running wild till Father came home from work. He would have his dinner, read a paper, and then put me to bed. After that, he would read a book for an hour and go to bed himself. We lived this way for almost a year. Some nights he would put down his book and look at me strangely for minutes at a time. I was a problem, undoubtedly, and he was trying to decide what to do with me. A 10-year-old boy without a mother is a fit problem for any father's mind, and my father was a thoughtful man. Looking back at it, it seems to me that I was blown here and there like a dead leaf whipped about by the autumn winds till at last it finds lodgment in some cozy fence corner. When I left school at 14, I was as unsophisticated as a boy could be. I knew no more of the world and its strange way than the gentle, saintly woman who taught me my prayers in the convent. Before my 20th birthday, I was in the dock of a criminal court, on trial for burglary. I was acquitted, but that is another story. In 6 years I had deserted my father and home, gone on the road. I had become a snapper-up of small things, a tapper of tills, a street-door sneak thief, a prowler of cheap lodging-houses, and at last a promising burglar in a small way. At 25 I was an expert house burglar, a nighttime prowler, carefully choosing only the best homes of the wealthy, careless, insured people. I made them in the small hours of the night, always under arms. At 30, I was a respected member of the Yegg Brotherhood, a thief of which little is known. He is silent, secretive, wary, forever traveling, always a night worker. He shuns the bright lights, seldom straying far from his kind, never coming to the surface. Circulating through space with his always ready automatic, the Yegg rules the underworld of criminals. At 40, I found myself a solitary, capable journeyman highwayman, an escaped convict, a fugitive, with a background of 25 years in the underworld. A bleak background, crowded with robberies, burglaries, and thefts too numerous to recall, all manner of crimes against property, arrests, trials, acquittals, convictions, escapes, penitentiaries. I see in the background 4 of them: county jails, workhouses, city prisons, mounted police barracks, dungeons, solitary confinement, bread and water, hanging up, brutal floggings, and the murderous straitjacket. I see hop joints, wine dumps, thieves' resorts, and beggars' hangouts. Crime followed by swift retribution in one form or another. I had very few glasses of wine as I traveled this route. I rarely saw a woman smile and seldom heard a song. In those 25 years I took all these things, and I am going to write about them, and I am going to write about them as I took them, with a smile. End of chapter 1. Section 2 of You Can't Win. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You Can't Win by Jack Black. Chapter 2. I was a problem to my father, running loose about the hotel, and finally he took me to a Catholic school 100 miles away. On that short trip my father and I got to be good friends, and I think I was closer to him that day than on any other of our lives. Father left that evening and told me to be good, mind the sisters, and study hard. I fell into my groove in the school with other boys of my age. Our days were passed pleasantly with our small studies, many prayers, and daily attendance at Mass. The food was coarse but wholesome. I never went home at vacation time. I spent those days in exploring nearby orchards, gardens, and fields, picking up fruit, vegetables, and berries, and other things that helped to take the edge off a small boy's appetite. I spent much time about the barns and stables with Thomas, the coachman. I was an expert listener, a rare talent, inherited from my father, no doubt. Thomas was a ready talker. This is a combination that never fails to make firm and lasting friendships, and we became friends. He was a veteran of our Civil War, had been on the losing side, and came out of it full of hatred, lead, and rheumatism. His heroes were not Lee or Stonewall Jackson, but Quantrell, the guerrilla, Jesse and Frank James, Cole and Bob Younger. I never tired of listening to his war stories, and often found myself piecing them together in the schoolroom when I should have been active with my studies. I believe I was the only boy at the school who never went away on holidays and vacations to visit parents or relatives. The Sister Superior, probably realizing my life was a bit too drab, often gave me the privilege of going to the village for mail and papers. This was a rare treat and much sought by all the boys. It meant a long walk, a stroll down the village street, a chance to see people, maybe to buy a fat sandwich, a bag of peanuts, or a bottle of pop. No small things in a boy's life. It also meant authority and responsibility, good things for a boy. I looked forward to these journeys. I always had a little small silver for spending from my father. The time passed quickly and pleasantly enough. I learned many prayers, practiced for singing in the church choir, and became an altar boy serving the priest at Mass. I liked learning the prayers and the Latin responses to the priest, but did not make much headway with my other studies. I liked the dear, simple old priest to whom I made my first confession, and at times thought I would like some day to be a priest myself. Between my admiration for old Thomas the coachman, with his stormy stories of the war, and my love for the quiet old priest, my mind was always pulling me this way and that, whether I should become a priest or a soldier like Tommy, limping around with his short leg and his rheumatism. One day, when I was waiting for the mail, I heard a nice old lady ask the postmaster whose boy I was. He said, "That's one of the boys from the convent. You can tell them a block away. They are all perfect little gentlemen. They say, 'Please' and 'Thank you.' I do not know how the sisters do it, but they can surely bring boys up. I wish I could do it with mine." When I returned with the mail, I told the superior what I heard the postmaster say about her and her boys. She seemed very much pleased, smiled, and said, "Boys are good when they are taught to say their prayers and to fear God." Shortly after, I was appointed mailman. I went to the village every day after school. When the weather was fine, I walked. If it was bad, I rode in or on the coach with Tommy. This was the first and only appointment of my life. I did not think it over then, but I know now I was not given it because I said please or my prayers. I got it because I had told the superior the nice things the postmaster said. Please is a good word in its place, but it does not get one appointed to anything. It has a proper place in a small boy's vocabulary, and it is also much used by a certain class of prisoners and supplicants who are always pleasing somebody and are never pleasant to anybody. Your capable beggar on the street does not say, please. He rips off his spiel in such exact and precise language that he gets your dime without it. You so admire his art that you do not miss the please. His is an art. He omits the please because he knows you do not use it except when you want the mustard. Looking back, it seems to me that our life in the convent was not properly balanced. We had none of the rough, boisterous times so dear to the small boy. No swimming, baseball, football. We were a little too cloistered, too quiet, too subdued. There was no wrestling, no boxing, no running and jumping, and squabbling and shuffling and shouldering about. Of course, I learned all those later, but I learned them quickly, too quickly, all in a bunch. That put me out of balance again. Those exercises should have been mixed in with my studies and prayers. One stormy day I came out of the post office and, as usual, handed up the paper to Tommy, whose habit it was to glance at the headlines and return it to me. This day, however, he found something that interested him. He put the horse's lines between his legs and crossed his knees on them. I sat beside him on the box and shivered in the wind. He read on, column after column, then turned to an inner page, fighting the paper in the wind. At last, and it seemed an hour, he folded it up carefully and returned it to me. "Good news today, Tommy?" "No, boy, no good news. Bad news. Awful news. Terrible news." He spoke in an odd voice, a voice that carried reverence. "Terrible news. Jesse James has been murdered in cold blood, and by a traitor." He fell silent and spoke to me no more that day. Later he told me many things about Jesse James. He worshipped him, and like many other good people of Missouri, firmly believed that neither of the James boys ever fired a shot except in defense of their rights. I delivered the mail and hastened to tell the other boys that Jesse James was dead, murdered. Many of the older boys knew all about him. He was their hero, too, and the things they told me made me decide to get the paper and read his story myself. The next day, strangely enough, I passed the superior's office when she was out to lunch. The paper was folded neatly, lying on some older papers on the corner of her neat desk. I walked in and took it. I put it away carefully, but many days passed before I got to the reading of it. I was so occupied with my duties as altar boy and so busy with preparing for my first communion and learning new prayers that the James boys and all other worldly things had no place in my mind. Those were intense days. I lived in another world. At last I found time to read my paper. On my way for the mail, I slowly dug out the story of Jesse James' life and death, word by word. How I studied the picture of this bearded and bepistoled hero, and the sketches of his shooting and the house in which it was done. Then came the story of his bereaved mother. How my boyish sympathy went out to her as she wept for her loss and told the story of the lifelong persecution of her boys, Jesse and Frank, and how she feared that the hunted fugitive, Frank James, would also be dealt with in the same traitorous fashion. How I loathed the traitor, Bob Ford, one of the James boys' gang, who shot Jesse when his back was turned for a reward. How I rejoiced to read that Ford was almost lynched by friends and admirers of Jesse, and had to be locked in the strongest jail in the state to protect him from a mobbing. I finished the story entirely and wholly in sympathy with the James boys and all other hunted, outlawed, and outraged men. When I had done with the paper, I passed it along to the other boys, who read it and handed it about till it was finally captured by the superior. It was limp and ragged from usage. The superior promptly traced it back to me. When asked where I got it, I told her I had taken it from her desk. I was lectured severely on the wrong of taking things without asking for them. I told her I did not ask for it because I was afraid she might refuse me. She said nothing and did not offer to give me any, from which I understood that we were not to have papers. I was also relieved of my job as mailman. I was no longer to be trusted. My teacher heard of my disgrace. She took me into her study, and we talked the thing over. The loss of my job was nothing. I would be going home soon anyway. I must not feel bad about the lecture. I had done nothing wrong. I would have returned the paper, only the other boys wanted to read it. I discovered that she looked at it the same way I did. She asked me if I wanted more papers. I was on fire for papers and told her so. She promised to get me one every day, and did. When I read it, I returned it to her. The James boy story ran on for days, and I followed it word for word, sympathizing with the hunted fugitive, Frank, wishing I were old enough and strong enough to find him and help him escape his pursuers and avenge his brother's death. When that story was over, I turned to other crime stories and read nothing else in the papers. Burglaries, robberies, murders. I devoured them all, always in sympathy with the adventurous and chance-taking criminals. I reconstructed their crimes in my boyish mind and often pictured myself taking part in them. I neglected my studies and prayers to rove about in fancy with such heroes as Jimmy Hope, Max Shinburn, and Piano Charlie, famous gopher men who tunneled under banks like gophers and carried away their plunder after months of dangerous endeavor. Looking back now, I can plainly see the influence the James boys and similar characters had in turning my thoughts to adventure and later to crime. End of chapter 2.
Section 3 of You Can't Win. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Freya. You Can't Win by Jack Black. Chapter 3. At last the day came for me to go home, for I had passed my 14th birthday and was too old to stay at the sister school. I wanted to kiss my favorite teacher goodbye, but didn't quite dare do it. So I rode down to the station with Tommy, who bought me a 50-cent knife out of his salary, only $12 a month, and went away to join my father. Father took me back to the same hotel, to the same room. He had occupied it during the 3 years I had been away, and the only change was that he put a small bed in it for me. Everything was new and strange to me. Men coming and going all day, eating and drinking. Everything was noise and bustle, and it took me a few days to get used to this new life. I found lots of papers lying around, some cheap novels, police gazettes, etc., and I read them all, everything I could get hold of. I saw my father only at night, and occasionally we would take a walk then for an hour. One evening as we were returning from our walk, we came upon a man whose team of horses was stalled in a mud hole. He was beating the horses and cursing them with the most fearful oaths. I stopped still in my tracks and began praying for him. Father looked back, saw me standing still, and said, "What are you doing, John? Listening to that mule skinner swear?" I finished my prayer and caught up with him. "You will learn to swear soon enough, John, without stopping to listen to these teamsters," he said a little severely. In self-defense, I told him I was not listening to the man, but praying for him. "The sisters taught us to do that," I said. "They taught us to pray for all sinners." Father wore a long beard, the custom of his day. When he was very thoughtful or vexed with some problem, he had a habit of twisting up the end of his beard into a pigtail. He would then put the pigtail between his teeth and chew on it. After I explained what I had been doing, he looked at me strangely, twisted up his beard, put the end in his mouth, and began chewing. He took my hand, something he never did before, and we walked home in silence. He went straight upstairs, and I found some fresh papers, which I read downstairs. When I went up to go to bed, he was sitting in his chair, staring at the wall and still chewing his beard. My coming aroused him. He said, "Good night, John," and we went to bed. The next evening he came in as usual. He read his paper, and I read whatever came to my hand. When we went upstairs, he said, "John, the sisters taught you many prayers, did they?" "Yes, sir, all the prayers. I know them all," I said proudly. "How about reading?" he asked. I read him a piece from a newspaper fairly well. "And writing, John?" "Yes, I know you learned to write and spell. Your letters to me were very good. How's your arithmetic, John? How many are 8 times 9, John?" I was stuck. I hesitated and blushed. He saw my confusion and gave me an easier one. 7 times 6, John. I was stuck again and got more confused. "Start at the beginning, John. Maybe you can get it that way." I started at 7 times 1, got as far as 7 times 4, and fell down. This was torture. I think he saw it, too, for he said, "Oh, well, John, that will come to you later. Don't worry about it. Just keep on trying." He was as sharp at mathematics, and I think my failure to learn multiplication hurt him more than if he had caught me spelling bird with a U, or sugar with 2 G's. After a month of idleness, it was decided that I should go to the district school, which had been built in our town while I was at the sisters. I got a new set of books and started bravely off. We had a woman teacher, very strict, but fair to us all. I learned rapidly everything but arithmetic, which did not seem to agree with me, nor does it yet, for that matter. I also learned to play ball, football, marbles, and I must admit, hooky, the most fascinating of all small boy games, soon crowded the prayers into the background of my mind, but not entirely out of it. I said them no more at night and morning, nor any other time, but I still remember them, and I believe now, after 40 prayerless years, I could muster a passable prayer if the occasion required it, and there were not so many people about who could do it so much better. After school, having no chores to do, I loitered around the hotel office. One day I found a dime novel entitled The James Boys. I seized upon it and devoured it. After that, I was always on the lookout for dime novels. I found a place where they were sold. I would buy one and trade with some other boy when it was read. If I could not trade it, I took it back to the store, and the woman gave me a 5-cent one for it. The nickel one was just as thrilling but shorter. I read them all. Old Sleuth, Cap Collier, Frank Reed, Kit Carson. Father saw me with them but never bothered me. One day he brought me one of Fenimore Cooper's Leatherstocking Tales. I read it and was cured of the 5 and 10-cent novels. Between going to school and to the depot in the evening to see the train come in, and hanging around the hotel bar watching the town's celebrated ones, especially the bad men who had killed or shot somebody somewhere sometime, I put in fairly busy days. The time flew. I got to be quite looked up to by the other boys of my age. I lived at the hotel, had nobody to boss me around, didn't have to run errands and chop kindling and go after the groceries and carry milk. When a new boy showed up, I was the one to show him around. I remember distinctly now that in less than a year after I left the sisters, I was going down the street with a new boy when we came upon one of the town drunkards and bad men. I pointed him out with pride. "See that old fellow? That's old Beverly Shannon. He's been out to Leadville. He killed a man out there and nearly got hung. You ought to hear him swear when he gets drunk and falls down, and nobody will help him up." There was admiration in my voice. Our town was full of bad men. All had been in the war on one side or the other. Everybody had a pistol or two, and a shotgun or a rifle. Everybody knew how to use them. No small boy's outfit was complete without a pistol. Usually it was a rusty old horse pistol, a cap and ball affair, some old relic of the Civil War. By a great stroke of fortune, I got 2 of them. I was helping an old lady to move some things out of her cellar when we ran across them in a trunk. "Lord, Lord," she said, "are those awful things here yet? I thought they had been thrown away years ago. Johnny, take them out and bury them somewhere. Throw them away so I will never see them again." These 2 old pistols made me feel important, established. I began to look about me. It was time I began to be somebody. My latest hero was the man that kept the bar in the hotel. He owned the building, leased the hotel, and ran the bar himself. He was a fat man, and he wore a fancy striped vest with a heavy gold watch chain across it, and a $20 gold piece dangled from the chain for a charm. He had been out to California. It was the only $20 piece in the town. He was a small politician, a town fixer. When anybody got into any trouble and had to go before the justice of the peace, he went down to the hotel and saw Cy near. Cy would say, "Leave it to me, that's all, leave it to me." When it was all over, the fellow would come down to Cy's and order drinks for everybody in sight, several times. Then he would say, "What do I owe you, Cy?" "Owe me? Owe me for what?" "Why, you know, Cy, for fixing up that little trouble." "Oh, that's what you mean. Say, you don't owe me a thin dime, not a greasy nickel." Cy would wave a fat arm in the air. "I don't take money for helping my friends. I sell liquor, good liquor. That's my business." The chap would buy a few more rounds of drinks, thank Cy again, and start for the door. Cy would shout, "Hey, George, I forgot to tell you. I'm raffling off a hoss and buggy, and you'd better take a half-dozen tickets. You stand to win a good rig." Around election time, Cy would round up all the fellows he could, remind them that he had befriended them, and say, "What do we care who's President of the United States? What we want is a decent justice of the peace and town marshal." I decided to pattern my life after Cy's. He was a popular, successful man. I began swinging my arms about, talking in a loud, hoarse voice, wearing my hat on the back of my head. Cy smoked big cigars. I tried one, and gave up the notion of smoking, at least for a while. It was not long till my fancy for the saloon-keeper changed. One evening when the train came in, a single traveler got off. He was a tall, lean man who walked like a soldier, erect and with a confident step. He had a short, stubby gray mustache. He wore a gray suit, a gray hat, and held a pair of gloves in his hand. He walked quickly toward the front of the train and waited by the baggage car till the trunk was tossed out. An expressman nearby was told to take the trunk over to the hotel. I followed the gray man to the hotel. Presently the trunk was left in front, and I went to inspect it. It was a leather trunk with brass fittings, plastered over with stickers from many hotels and steamship lines. It was scratched and battered and travel-stained. The thing fascinated me. I stood around and felt it, read the stickers, some of them from foreign parts of the world, and wondered what kind of man he could be that possessed such a wonderful trunk. I was restless and disturbed when the porter took it upstairs out of my sight. It had roused strange thoughts and longings in my mind that I did not understand then. I know now that it suggested travel, adventure by land and sea, the world. I now pulled my hat down from the back of my head and wore it properly. I straightened up, kept my hands out of my pockets, walked with a quick step, and assumed a confident, positive manner. I even began to think about a mustache, bristly, cut down like the gray man's. I must have a gray suit, gray hat, gloves, and a leather trunk. A big problem for a boy with no income. I determined to earn some money and looked about for after-school work. After my father, I thought the saloon man, Cy, was the wisest man in our town. For some reason which I never could figure out, I did not submit the matter to my father, but went to the saloon man. Maybe it was because he was easier to talk to. We went over the situation carefully. There was no job in sight that either of us could think of. At last, Si said, "Well, if you're so crazy about a job, I'll make one for you." Si was a bachelor and lived in a single room in the hotel. He opened and closed his bar, did all the work, was always drinking, but no one ever saw him drunk. "You can come in here in the morning before school and clean the place up. Sweeping out ain't no man's job anyway, and I'm tired of it. You can wash up the glasses and dust up around the bar. In the afternoon when you come home from school, you can be around in case there's any errands. At night, you can look after the pool table, collect for the games, and see that they don't steal the balls. You can serve the drinks when there's a card game, and bring a new deck when some sore loser tears the old one up." I was so grateful to Si that I gave him my very best thank you. Here was a chance to get on in life, to have my own money and be independent and mix around with men, to learn something of the world. I was so taken with this notion that I hunted up the broom, which was worn down to the strings, and began sweeping out the bar-room. There were no customers in the place. Si stood by, his hat on one side of his head, a big cigar in the opposite side of his mouth, hands in his pockets, and eyed me thoughtfully. When I had the place about half swept out, Si came over and took the broom out of my hands. He turned it about, examined it carefully. "Johnny, I think you're on the square with me, and I'm going to be on the up and up with you. You go to the store and get yourself a new broom." I did that and swept the place all over again. Having started to work without my father's permission, I decided to say nothing till I got well settled in my job. I had a feeling that he might veto the whole thing if I told him at the start, but if I waited a while and had a few dollars saved up, he might let me continue. Father knew Si very well. On rare occasions he went into the bar and had a drink and a talk with him. I worked faithfully early and late. At the end of the week, in the afternoon when there was no customer about, Si mysteriously beckoned me into his office, a small closet of a room at one end of the bar. It was simply furnished, a table, a chair, a large spittoon, one picture on the wall opposite the desk, a picture of the mighty John L. Sullivan in fighting pose. Si seated himself at the table, put on a pair of glasses, and drew out a small notebook. He looked carefully about the room. Seeing the door of his office open, he told me to close it. To me, Si had always been much of a mystery. He had been out west to Leadville, Deadwood, and San Francisco. He owned the latest pattern of repeating rifle and a couple of .45s. He played poker. I thought I was now to be initiated into some of the secret activities of his life. Maybe he would ask me to do something dangerous. Well, whatever it was, I would do it. He wrote something in the notebook, then took $3 silver out of his pocket and put them in my hand carefully without clinking them. "Johnny, this is payday." I went back to work happy. Payday, $3 of my own money. I would have a gray suit, gray hat, gloves, and leather trunk in no time. I would soon be a tall, handsome, distinguished-looking gentleman on Si's money. I jingled my $3 loudly, and could hardly wait for my father to come home so I could tell him about my working and ask him to mind my money for me. The possession of $3 changed me at once. I became independent, confident, secure. When Father came in, I went to him without a single misgiving, feeling sure he would approve. I had my money in my hand, and my spirit was high. I told him I had been working for Mr. Near all week, that I had $3 in wages and wanted him to take care of them for me. He took the money and put it in his pocket, saying, "All right, let me know when you want it." And you don't mind my working for Si? No, I don't mind. Si told me all about it. You'll have to learn to work sometime, and you'll have to learn lots of other things. So you may as well start at Si's. He turned to his paper, and I thought the thing was settled. But as I went out of the room, I saw him twisting up the end of his long beard. The schoolwork was no trouble for me. I put in a year, and vacation time came along almost before I knew it. I was saving all the money I earned as assistant to Si, and was looking forward to earning more during vacation. I brought home to my father a report from the school which seemed to show that I had made good progress. He glanced at the card and threw it to one side. "I suppose you have the multiplication table this time, John?" "Oh, yes, I learned it at last." "How many are 8 times 9, John?" 72, sir." "Good. 7 times 6, 42, sir." "Correct, John." He did not seem to be much interested in my correct and prompt answers, kept on looking at his paper. Finally he looked up at me and said, "And 8 times 13, John." I was stuck again. This one froze me stiff. I got mad, red in the face. I took pencil and paper out of my pockets, figured it out, and give him the result. It seemed that he was taking advantage of me. Nobody at school had ever asked me that question. I felt wronged. I thought of my money and my 2 big horse pistols. If I was to be treated in this way, I would take my money and pistols and go away where I could get a square deal. And if I did not get a square deal, I'd take it. Father looked at the paper I gave him. "Why, you have it right, John. That's good, very good." He was stroking his beard thoughtfully, and I couldn't tell whether he was smiling or making a face. Vacation was almost over. I needed new books for the coming season, and spoke to Father about them one night. "Never mind them now. We will see about them later. We're going away, going to Kansas City. I've been promoted after all these years." "But I will lose my job," I demurred. "I'll get you another job. Don't worry. Do you want a regular job working all day, or would you like to go to school some more?" I decided to have an all-day job and let the school go. "All right," he said. "We'll see about it." My father made no fuss about leaving the small town where he had spent 10 years of his life. He had no close friends or cronies. After my mother died, he seldom spoke to anyone but me, and I think he was glad to go away. He was a cold, hard, silent Scotch-Irishman. He took no part in social doings, never went to church, belonged to no clubs, nor was he enough interested in politics to become a citizen and exercise the high privilege of voting on Election Day. My goodbyes did not take much time. Si was sorry to have me go. He laboriously wrote me a fine letter of recommendation, which he gave me along with a large worn silver watch that wound with a key. It weighed almost a pound, and I was proportionately proud of it. My boyfriends envied me in going away to a big city and impressed upon me the necessity for taking my pistols with me. Unnecessary advice. I had no intention of leaving them behind. At last of all, I hunted up old Beverly Shannon, the bad man. He was a hook-nosed old man with hard eyes and a long chin whisker dripping tobacco juice. He had worn the Northern Blue and drew a small pension for a bad leg. Times when he was half drunk, limping around town in search of more drinks, someone would say, "Look out, Bev, you're limping on the wrong leg." This always brought a string of eloquent curses from him, and warning that they had better be careful. "I hain't stopped killing just 'cause Abe Lincoln says the war's over." In those days all roads led to the harness shop, and there old Bev was always to be found when sober, outside the shop on a bench under a tree. There he met all the drowsy farmers and entertained them with war stories and tales of his wanderings out west. He was always invited to drink with them, His pension kept him in food. His life held no serious problem. I found him on his bench, sober and sorry for it. He passed the time of day with me, and I told him I was going away and had come to say goodbye. Going to the city, huh? Well, don't let 'em rub it into you. You ain't a very strong boy. He was a foxy old man. He leered at me out of his cunning eyes. Have you got any shooting irons? Long John Silver, the pirate, could not have done any better in the way of complimenting a boy. I was fairly hooked. I assured him that I was well heeled, having 2 pistols. That's good. You'll get along all right. Now run along. I've got to get me a farmer. I ain't had my whiskey yet. I hastily dug up enough silver out of my small pocket money for a couple of drinks and gave it to him. As I went away, I thought he looked like an old spider watching his web for a fly. End of Chapter 3. Section 4 of You Can't Win. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Freya. You Can't Win by Jack Black. Chapter 4. In his new position, Father was forced to travel much, often leaving me to my own devices for weeks and sometimes months. I was put up at a small boarding house kept by a widow who had 2 children. She was overworked, sickly, and cranky. She had 6 boarders. Before he left, Father gave me the money I had saved up and told me to look about for a job. There was nobody at the hotel that interested me. The widow was always whining, and I kept away from her. Her children were too small for company, and I saw nothing of the other boarders except at meal times, when they ate much and talked little. The widow gave me a trunk full of books she had taken for a board bill. Among them I found a battered old volume of Dumas's The Count of Monte Cristo, on which I put in many nights. This sharpened my appetite for reading, and I went around second-hand bookstores and got hold of the D'Artagnan tales and devoured them. Then Les Miserables, and on to the master, Dickens. The book so fired me with a desire for travel, adventure, romance, that I was miserable most of the time. As my money dwindled, I resolved to find a job. I'd ask the landlady for advice. I found her out in front, scrubbing the steps, red in the face and vicious-looking. I told her I was thinking of going to work. "Well, it's about time you thought of that," she snapped. "Laying round here reading and eating up your father's money. You can get a job just like I did when my husband run off and left me with 2 brats on my hands. I just started out and asked for it at every place I come to, till I got it, that's all. And you can do it too, if you got the gizzard." I left her and started my search. If there was a job in the city, I determined to get it. I went through block after block, store after store, hour after hour. I got mostly no's, but some answered pleasantly, taking my name and address. I kept going until one morning I stopped in front of a cigar store, a dead-looking place, no customers. A man was reading a paper spread out on the counter. I went in and put my question to him. When he stood up, I saw he was very tall and very thin. He looked sick. I had never seen an eye like his. It attracted me strangely. I could not have described it then, but I can now. It was a larcenous eye. He was very nice, asking many questions. How old was I? Did I ever work before? Where? I handed him Cy's letter. He read it and asked me more questions. I've never answered so many questions since, except in a police station. At last he quit. and snapping himself together like a man coming out of a trance, he rapped his knuckles on the counter. "I'll tell you what I'll do with you, kid. You come down here at 9 o'clock every morning, open this joint up, and stay here till 1 o'clock. Then I come on, and you go off till 6 in the evening. At 6 you come on and stay till 10, and call it a day. You can go to work right now. The sooner the better. In a week you will know the prices of the different things as well as I do, and I can leave you by yourself. Your wages will be $3 a week, and all the cigars you can smoke." "But I don't smoke." "Well, that's your bad luck, kid, not mine. What do you say? Want to chance the job?" I got right in behind the counter, and he showed me the different cigars, cigarettes, and tobaccos, and told me their prices. In a week I knew all about the store, and had learned to serve the few customers that came in, and to make change properly. I further learned that the store was but a front, or blind, for a poker game and dice games in the back room, and that I was part of the front. My business was to sweep the place out in the morning, stand behind the counter in case anyone wanted a cigar, and to keep an eye out for the new coppers on the beat in the evening. The job was interesting. I soon came to know the poker players, crap shooters, and dice sharks who brought their victims into the back room to clean them. I often spent my afternoons in the back room watching the games and learning the life. When there was no game, the sharks sat around practicing their tricks and bewailing their bad luck. Sometimes a poker player would show me how to shuffle up a hand, or cut the cards at a given place, or go out with a hand. The dice shakers and crap shooters showed me their favorite shots. I was an apt scholar, absorbing everything like a young sponge. Tex, my boss, if he had any other name I never heard it, admonished me never to gamble. "Lay away from it, kid. It's a tough racket. Look at me and my gatherings of 40 years. I ain't got a white quarter to my name. If it was raining soup, I couldn't buy myself a tin spoon, and I've got a string of debts longer than a widow's clothesline." Next door to the cigar store there was a small milk depot kept by a man and his wife. I used to go in every day for a glass of milk, and got acquainted with him. He delivered milk around his roots, and the wife minded the shop. He was forever complaining about not being able to collect his money from them women. Them women were women who kept parlor houses in the Tenderloin district, a few blocks from his milk store. They were good pay, but he could not get away from his work at the right hour to find them. One day he told me he would pay me well if I would take the bills and go to the places and stay till I got the money. Here was a chance to earn more money, and I grabbed it. I went in and asked Tex, my boss, when would be the best time to call at those places to collect the milk bills. If Tex had not gathered much of worldly goods in his 40 years, he had at least learned something of the habits of them women. "I'll tell you," he said, "if you go in the morning, you'll find them asleep. In the afternoon, they're out riding or shopping. And at night, they will be either too busy or too drunk. Take my advice and go about 5 o'clock in the evening, and you will catch them at dinner or breakfast or whatever they call it." I followed Tex's advice that evening and collected 3 bills out of 5. The milkman was pleased with my enterprise and gave me $1. Thereafter, I collected his bills in the Tenderloin. I visited certain places weekly and was paid promptly. The women I met were nice to me, and I saw nothing of the other side of their lives. I worked faithfully at my 2 jobs, saved my money, and began looking in the store windows for my gray suit and gray hat. My work kept me so busy that I did not read much. Thoughts of travel and adventure were in the back of my mind, but that could wait. I was young. I must have money first. My 2 old rusty pistols, almost forgotten now, lay neglected in the bottom of my little valise. Tex had a run of luck and raised me to $4 a week. I collected more bills for the milkman. Some of them he called bad bills. I kept after them persistently and nearly always got the money. The more hopeless the bill, the greater my commission was. I enjoyed going after them. The Tenderloin women were sure pay, and poor families were good, always had the money ready. I called on a tough saloon man in a dingy little dive about 10 times to collect a $2 bill. One day when I called, he was serving several men at his bar, and when he saw me, he said, "No use coming in here with that bill, kid. I ain't going to pay it. If your boss comes up here, I'll bust him in the nose. His milk is no good, and he's no good." "Mister," I said, "I know he's no good, but I have to work, and I want to keep my job. If you knew just how hard my boss is, you would feel sorry for me instead of being angry. He's so hard and no good that he told me that if I did not collect your bill of $2 today, I need not come to work tomorrow, and that's why I'm here." The customers looked at me. I stood my ground. "Hell," said the man, "I didn't think he was that bad. Here, take the lousy money." I hurried back to the milkman. "Here's Mr. Finnecane's $2. How on earth did you ever collect it?" "Oh, he just got tired and paid me, that's all." "Well, I'll make you a present of them," said he, handing me the money. "You certainly earned them." The following week I called at Madam Kate Singleton's with my bill. The colored maid who opened the door showed me a seat in the hall and told me to wait. The madam was dressing. I sat there a few minutes, and there was a ring at the door. The maid opened it, and an excited little man brushed in, followed by 2 big men who were not a bit excited. As the door was closing, I got a glimpse of a policeman in uniform on the steps. One of the 2 men spoke to the maid, who went upstairs, and in a minute the madam came down. She waved the men into a room off the hall and closed the door. I listened, but they talked too low for me to hear what they were saying. Presently the madam opened the door and called out, "Oh, girls, come downstairs, every one of you." Half a dozen girls appeared as if by magic. They were all brought into the room, and the door closed again. Nobody paid any attention to me. Now I heard loud voices in the room, but so many were talking at once that I could make nothing of it. Then one of the big men came out, went to the front door, opened it, and said to the policeman, "Send Mike around to the back. Tell him to let nobody out. I'll phone for the wagon. We'll have to take them all to the station. They won't talk." He disappeared into the room. I got up and opened the front door. "Where are you going?" said the policeman. "I'm going out, if you please." "Get back in here, if you please," he snarled, "and stay there." While the officers were waiting for the wagon, one of the big men went upstairs and brought down 2 guests. They were about half awake and looked as if they had been on a drunk. They sat down beside me on the settee. One of them fell into a sound sleep, and the other sat with his elbows on his knees and his hands on the sides of his head. Neither of them spoke. In a few minutes the wagon arrived. The girls were all ordered to go out and get in it, which they did. Then the 2 men and I were ordered to do the same. The madam and one of the big men got into a hack that appeared to be waiting and drove away. The excited little man who had caused all the trouble got into the wagon with the other big man and sat beside him. When I was being put in the wagon, I protested and tried to explain, but the detectives roughly ordered me to shut up. The harness cop, who had been at the front door, went back to his beat. I did not see anything of Mike, who had been ordered to stay at the back door. The girls laughed and joked on the way to the station and shouted "Rubberneck" at everybody that looked in at the back of the open wagon. The police station was one corner of Market Square, one of the busiest corners in the city. Hundreds of people were there daily, selling their produce. Their time was about evenly divided between serving their customers and watching the patrol wagon spewing its loads of humanity into the city prison. It seemed to me they were all there as we were unloaded and hurried through a solid lane of them into the police station. Madam Singleton was there before us, and with her was a tall, sharp-looking man, gray and about 50. I never found out who he was, but he looked like a lawyer. The madam, the tall man, and the two big men, who were plainclothes detectives, went to one side, talking earnestly for a minute or two. The rest of us just stood there and waited. One of the detectives went into an office off the big room we were in, and came out at once with a man in uniform he called Captain. The captain was a big, red-faced, gray-haired, good-natured Irishman. "Well, what's this all about?" he said, smiling. The detective stepped over to the small, nervous man and said to the captain, "Captain, this man complains that one of the girls in Kate Singleton's place took $100, two $50 bills, from him sometime last night or this morning. We went down to her place and saw the girl. She denies that she took it. We searched her room and couldn't find it. The balance of them don't know anything, so they say. He wants them all searched. We couldn't do it there, so we pinched everybody in the house, and here they are, 10 of them, 7 women and 3 men." The captain took the little man in hand. "Who are you?" The little man hesitated. "Come on, out with it. If you want any help here, you've got to come clean." The little man gave him a name. I could not hear it. "Where are you from?" "Emporia, Kansas is my town." "What do you do for a living?" "I'm a hog raiser." "When did you come to the city?" "Yesterday morning." "What did you come for?" "Oh, just to look around." The captain smiled. "How much money did you have when you got off the train here yesterday morning?" "I had $200 in paper money and some small change." "How much have you spent since you arrived here?" "I spent $25 for a suit of clothes and $15 for an overcoat. I paid $1 for a room, and I spent about $5 around town." "Is that all? Are you sure now? Think again." "Yes, that's all," said the hog man. "You're a liar," Madam Singleton said in a cold, level voice. "You gave Julia $10. Now, Kate," said the captain, "don't get excited. I'll take care of this thing all right." Then to the hog man, "Guess you forgot about that $10, eh?" "Yes, I forgot that," he said meekly. "All right, now, how much have you in your pockets?" He took out some bills and counted them. $45 is all I have." The captain counted them and returned them. "That's correct. Now, which girl took your money?" The man pointed out the youngest girl of the bunch. She was about 20 or 22, a plump girl with a boyish face and lots of black hair. She was pleasant-looking but not pretty, and she did not look as worn and tired as the others. She looked straight at him but never opened her mouth. The lawyer-looking man said to her, "Julia, did you take that man's money?" "No," she answered. "Take all these women in and have the matron search them. Madam Singleton, you have no objection to being searched, have you?" Smiled the captain. "None at all, Captain. Only make it short and sweet. I am losing time and money here." They all trooped off to a room down the hall. An officer came out from behind the desk and searched me and the 2 drunks. We had no $50 bills, so he told us to sit on the bench in front of his desk. The lawyer, or bondsman, or fixer, or whatever he was, paced up and down the room nervously. The captain had gone back to his office. In a few minutes, a big, mannish-looking woman with red hands and a tough walk came along. "Well, what did you find?" said the lawyer. "Nothing. They didn't have $100 among them." The lawyer then hunted up the detective and the hog man. The detective got the captain. The matron made her report, and the officer searched me, and the other two did the same. The captain turned to the hog man. "All these people have been searched, and your money has not been found. What do you want to do now?" "I want that girl locked up. I know she got my money. I know I had two $50 bills rolled up with my other bills when I went into that house. And when I got to my room, I looked at my money, and they were gone." "How long was it before you got to your room after you left Madam Singleton's?" asked the lawyer. "Oh, I walked around for an hour or two." "Oh, you did, eh? Why, you probably had your pocket picked on the street." The big captain roared out a laugh and said to the lawyer, "It must have been an Emporia, Kansas pickpocket. No Missouri dip would take his role. Extract two $50 bills and put the rest back in his pocket." The lawyer appeared to get angry. "You've searched everybody but me." He turned to the hog man fiercely. "Do you want me searched?" "No, I don't." "Well, I want you searched. You are just the kind of yap that gets up in the middle of the night and hides his money so carefully that he has to have the policeman find it for him in the morning. Go ahead and search him," he said to the detective. "All right, go ahead," said the hog man. The detective went through his trousers carefully, placing everything on a counter, then through his vest, then into his inner coat pocket. No money. Then, as an afterthought, just to make a good job of it, he felt in the coat pockets. In the first one was a bag of tobacco, and as he pulled a handkerchief from the last coat pocket, 2 bills fluttered to the floor. The lawyer stooped, picked up the 2 bills, looked at them, and handed them to the captain. The hog man's eyes bulged till they looked ready to fall out of his head. He was making a dry noise down in his throat that sounded like the quack of a duck. The captain handed him the bills. "Is this your money?" he scowled. After inspecting the bills and recovering his voice, the hog man said, "Yes, I think it is." The lawyer plucked him by the lapel with one hand and shook the other in his face. "You dirty little swine, get your property off that counter. Get out of here and back to your hog pastures before I have you locked up." The dazed and thoroughly crushed victim hastily gathered up his things and went out with them in his hands. I was pop-eyed with amazement at this swift, smashing reversal of the situation. The 2 drunks beside me were but mildly interested. Nobody, from the captain down to Julia, the accused, seemed surprised. I could not understand why the whole crowd did not fall on the hog man and tear him to pieces. The captain disappeared into his office. The detective walked out to the sidewalk. The lawyer turned to Kate and the girls, bowing. "Madam and ladies, shall we depart?" "It's about time," said the madam in a positive voice. "I'm hungry enough to eat a raw dog." They all moved out into the street. I was left on the bench with the 2 drunks. The detective strolled back in. The desk man pointed to us. "What will I do with this outfit, Hayes?" Hayes appeared to be disgusted. "Charge him with drunk." "The kid's not drunk." "Vag him, then." "What were you doing in that joint anyway?" to me. "I went in there to collect a milk bill, sir, and was waiting for the money when all this happened." "Where's the bill?" I produced it. "Do you work for this man?" he asked after inspecting it. "Yes, sir." "Why in hell didn't you say so at the start?" "I tried to, sir, but everybody told me to shut up. The policeman would not let me go out." He turned to the drunks and asked them if they had $10 to put up for bail to appear in the morning. They had, and the desk man took them into another room. I saw them no more. When he came back, Hayes said, "Take the kid upstairs, lock him up with George. I'll find out about him." The women were gone, the drunks were out, and I was the only one detained. It looked all wrong to me. The sergeant took me down to the end of the hall and opened an iron door. It was as if he had opened the door to hell. My blood stopped circulating. We stepped inside, and he locked the door behind us. Never since, except perhaps in the half-dreams of opium, have I been so frozen with horror. We were standing on a balcony overlooking the half-basement that served as the city prison. In front of us was a latticework iron door that opened on an iron stairway leading down into the cell house. The cells were built around the four sides of a cement-floored square and opened into it. It was supper time, and pandemonium was on. The sergeant rapped on the iron door with his heavy keys, trying to attract the attention of someone below. Failing to make himself heard, he told me to stay there till he could get a trusty to take me upstairs. He went out the way we came in and left me locked in between the two doors on the balcony. The cells below had all been thrown open, and there were about 50 prisoners in the open space. They seemed to be about equally divided between Negroes and whites of all ages. The air choked me. It was putrid, heavy, and thick with the stench of foul food, foul clothes, foul bodies, and foul sewers. In the farthest corner of the square, a gigantic black was standing guard over a huge smoking cauldron. He was shirtless and barefoot. A leather belt supported his overalls, his only clothing. Sweat glistened on his broad back and chest. He was armed with a long-handled ladle which he dished out the stew with, or beat back the stronger and more venturesome prisoners who crowded too closely around the cauldron. I saw no jailers or guards. There was no pretense at order. The younger and stronger men shoved and elbowed their way to the big stew pot, snarling and snapping at each other like a pack of starved dogs. Old men and young boys stood around waiting meekly for the strong to be fed first. The big Negro wielded his ladle, filling the tin pans nearest him. Bread was being served from a large box in another spot, but there appeared to be plenty of it, and there was no scramble there. Several new-looking prisoners walked about, making no effort to get food. They were fresh fish, new arrivals, who had not yet acquired the chuck horrors, that awful animal craving for food that comes after missing half a dozen meals. At last the weaker ones were served. The cursing, shouting, and fighting were stilled. The big Negro wheeled his stew pot away, and the empty bread box disappeared. Some of the prisoners went into their cells to eat. Some sat down outside on the floor, while others ate standing. Some had spoons. Others ate with their fingers, sopping at the bottom of the pan with a piece of bread. The meal was quickly over. The tin pans, unwashed, were thrown into the cells. The young Negroes began singing and buck-dancing. White men who had been tearing at each other 10 minutes before around the big pot were now laughing and talking in a friendly fashion, and everybody lit up a smoke. The air was so filled with tobacco smoke and steam from the stew that I could barely distinguish forms below. It was growing dark, and gas jets were lighted but gave no light. I heard a rattling of keys. Somewhere someone shouted, "Inside!" The shadowy forms shuffled into their cells, and there came the tremendous din of iron doors being slammed shut. The prison was locked up for the night. I do not know how long I had been standing there, not more than 15 minutes, but it seemed a lifetime. A trusty prisoner appeared at my side. "Come on, you." I followed him up a short stairway, where he opened a door, and we went into a short hall with cells on either side. It was directly above the city prison. As we passed down the hall, I heard women's voices. One of them shouted, "Fresh fish, girls." Faces appeared at the barred doors. A colored girl, as we passed her cell, said, "Hello, boy. What you all been doing?" At the end of the hall, the trustee stopped at a large room with a barred door. I could look inside. The room was well lighted. Newspapers were lying about. I saw 2 clean-looking cots, a table on which were books and a box of cigars, and a couple of chairs. A man was pacing up and down the room, smoking. He wore a comfortable-looking pair of slippers and was in his shirt sleeves. He paid no attention to us till the trustee said, "George, the skipper sent up some company for you." He turned sharply and came to the door. He was a fine-looking man, about 40 years of age, well-groomed, fresh-shaven. He was tall. His hair was gray. His face was pleasant to look at. He might have been a doctor or lawyer. I found myself wondering what he could have done to get locked in a jail. He looked at me carefully for a minute. When he spoke, his voice was surprisingly pleasant. There was a suggestion of the South in his drawl. "I don't want to hurt your feelings, kid, but if you are lousy, don't come in here, that's all." The trustee assured George that I was not lousy, that there was no charge against me, and I would be out in an hour or two. I was locked in. I had no jail manners then, so I just stood at the door with my hat on, intending to wait till someone came to let me go. All prisoners do that the first time. Presently my companion told me to take my hat off and sit down, and try to be comfortable. "You may get out in an hour, and you may not. You never can tell. You are beginning young. How old are you? 16? What are you pinched for?" I told him all about it. "That's everyday business here," he said. "Usually the sucker is a married man and can't squawk. But when he does squawk, like this one, the only thing to do is to blow back his money. Either the lawyer or one of the girls eased it into his coat pocket. That's better than returning it to him and admitted that they tried to rob him. The whole thing was a stand-in from the captain down. Everybody's satisfied. The sucker has his money, the girls are all out. Kate will charge Julia $50 for the lawyer's fee, and that ends it. You appear to be the only real sucker in the bunch. By God, those coppers are fierce. They'll leave you here till you rot. I've always said a copper is a copper till you cut his head off." He got a tin cup and scraped it across the bars of the door. The trustee bounced in. "Go down and get the desk sergeant." I never saw a prisoner get quicker action. The sergeant came at once. "It's a rotten shame to keep this kid locked up, Sam. Did you hear his story? Go down and get Hayes and tell him to let him go home. Send a messenger to his boss. I've got plenty of money down there. Charge it to me." The sergeant went out, promising to look into it right away. Our cell, it was more like a room, was in a small corridor set apart for the women prisoners' quarters. Down the hall I could hear them calling to each other and chatting back and forth from their cells. Somewhere a colored woman was singing a mournful dirge about that bad Stackalee. The verses were endless. The point of the song seemed to be that the Negro bully, Stackalee, had been killed with a big .44 gun over a damned old Stetson hat. In the most harrowing tones at the end of every verse, the singer moaned the sad refrain, "That bad Stackalee." Later I came to know that this song is a favorite among Negroes when in great trouble, such as being locked in jail, being double-crossed by a friend, or parting with their money in a dice game. At such times 30 or 40 verses of Stackalee invariably restores the laughing good humor and childlike confidence of the wronged one. We heard a rattling of keys and a door opening. George put the side of his face against the cell door so he could see down the hall. "Get your hat, kid. Here they are." The detective came up with my 2 bosses, the milkman and Tex, the gambler. The trustee opened the door. "Out you go," said the detective, "and the next time you get jammed up, say something before you get thrown in. Holler before you're hurt. That's my motto." I said good-bye to my benefactor, George, and thanked him awkwardly. When I met him years after and had a chance to return his kindness, I learned he was a most distinguished criminal, a man who had stolen fortunes and spent them, who had killed a crooked pal and served many prison sentences. "Forget it, kid, and don't let them scare you out of your job. You go right back next week and collect your bills." Tex and the milkman escorted me to the cigar store. The evening games had not started when we went into the back room, so I told my story again. The milkman sympathized and promised to raise my commission on the bills. Tex was relieved to learn that I had not mentioned his store to the police. Collection day came around again, and I made my rounds without incident till I got to Madam Singleton's, the last place. A colored maid, the only person that escaped arrest the week before, opened the door. When she saw me, she screamed at the top of her voice, "Oh, Miss Kate, here's the poor milk boy." "Bring him right up here, Joe, this minute." The maid led me upstairs, then down a hall and into the madam's room. She was in the midst of dressing for the evening, but when I appeared in the door, she stopped, kicked a bunch of clothes to one side, came over, putting her arm around me, and led me into the room. "Well, you poor boy," she patted my back. "We are ashamed to face you after going off and forgetting you in jail. Julia thought of you about 9 o'clock that night, and I sent down word right away about you. They said you were out and gone home. We never expected to see you again. You must have dinner with us. It's ready now, and Julia wants to apologize to you. Not that it was her fault." She added quickly, "It was something that couldn't be helped. Those men from the country are always, misplacing their money. We are continually having trouble with them." She was so charming and friendly and natural, so different from the crabby widow at my boarding house, the only woman I had any contact with, that I found myself wondering if George had not been too severe in judging them. She went on with her dressing, and I looked about the room curiously. I had a dim recollection of my mother's room, a plain bed, a bureau, a big rocking chair, and a rag carpet. I had looked into the widow's room at the boarding house, too. That was plainer than my mother's. It had a cheap single bed, a packing case covered with a sheet, and a cracked mirror propped against the wall served as a bureau. There was a hard-looking chair at the head of the bed. There was no carpet on the widow's floor. Madam Singleton's room had carpets an inch thick, and the biggest, softest bed, and the fattest pillows you could imagine. Her bureau was half as large as the bed, but seemed too small for the things piled on it: boxes, bottles, brushes, combs, pieces of jewelry, and 100 other articles I had never seen and could not guess the use of. Mirrors were everywhere. From where I sat I could see my face, my profile, or my back. A huge trunk, as big as a bungalow, it looked, was in a corner. Its top was thrown back and the tray was on the floor. It was piled high with letters and cards and photos of men. The trunk was overflowing with stockings, garters, ribbons, feathers, and soft, silky-looking garments. My eyes strayed into the open door of a closet. It was full of coats and cloaks, long and short, some of fur of different colors, and others of expensive cloth. Wide-rimmed and feathered hats hung everywhere, and the carpet was half covered with shoes, slippers, sandals, gloves, and silk dresses. Over everything hung the odor of perfume. Years after, I heard Madam Singleton described as a very beautiful woman. When she turned from her mirror, I thought she looked as a queen ought to look. Tall, straight, dark-haired, with big, brave black eyes, warm, full of color, glowing, a dominating woman. I heard a small bell tinkling downstairs. "That means dinner, young man. Come with me." End of chapter 4. Section 5 of You Can't Win. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You Can't Win by Jack Black. Chapter 5. "Give me a name, any name you like," said the madam as we went downstairs. "I want you to meet my girls. They'll all be glad to see you again." I had but one name then, so I gave her that, and was introduced to the girls who were waiting in the dining room, the same 6 girls that had been arrested. If they noticed my embarrassment, they did not show it. 2 or 3 of them nodded, looked at me half curiously, half amused. The others, excepting Julia, did not even glance at me. She came over to where I stood, put her arms about my neck, and kissed me. "Oh, you poor kid. I never felt so sorry for anything in my life." I was seated between the madam and Julia. The dinner was a marvel. Fried chicken, hot biscuits, green vegetables. Beer was served, but I did not like it, and the maid got me milk. The madam and Julia were the only ones that ate heartily. The others picked at their food, yawned, and looked at each other with low-lidded, feline, calculating glances, seldom speaking. They looked and acted tired, worn, old, frustrated, disappointed. A big dark woman opposite me got a bottle from the sideboard and poured herself a drink of something. "My dear, be careful," said the madam. "Why didn't you say that a year ago, Miss Kate?" She took a piece of chicken in her fingers and went into a room across the hall, where she played Annie Rooney on the piano and sang with her mouth full of food. 2 others got up and went out. A blonde girl pushed her hair back, lighted a cigarette, and began doing her fingernails. The maid came and whispered to another, who jumped up quickly and disappeared. Julia had finished the chicken and was crunching the bones between her strong white teeth. The last of the tired-looking girls stood up, put her foot on a chair, and ran her arm elbow-deep into her stocking. She came up with a small roll of bills which she threw across the table to the madam sullenly. "Thank the Lord that's over," she said, and went out. The madam counted the money carefully, bent over, and put both her arms under the table. When she straightened up, the money had disappeared. Julia chattered away and ate everything in sight. She wanted to know if I had ever lived in the country, if I could ride a horse, if I had ever caught a fish, if I could shoot off a revolver. The dinner was over, and I was thinking about my milk bill. After this wonderful hour, I hesitated about presenting it to the madam. She may have seen what was in my mind, for she said, "Julia, you have talked so much to this boy that he has forgotten what he came here for." "I'm not done talking yet, Miss Kate. You know Sunday is my day out, and I've made up my mind to have a horseback ride in the country. I've been wanting to do that ever since I came here, and here is my chance. The kid here can ride, and I'll take him with me, if you'll go," turning to me. I hesitated. "Oh, come on. I'll pay for the horses and everything, and see that you get back before dark," she laughed. "All right, I'll go," I said. Julia looked at the madam. "Oh, I have no objection, Julia. You'll be out of mischief for one day, and you're just a couple of kids anyway." She took my bill, gave me the money, and went out. Julia was hopping around like a sparrow. "Let's see," she said. "You be here Sunday morning at, 10 o'clock. No, not here. That's no good. Be at the drugstore down on the corner at 10. I'll meet you there." I promised to be there and departed. On my way home, I passed the police station and pictured in my mind the inferno inside, the big Negro swinging his ladle above the snarling, cursing horde of half-starved prisoners in the stinking bowels of the city prison. At Madam Singleton's, my boyish mind had not grasped a greater tragedy. Fresh air, light, meat, drink, and music, that was all I saw there then. But the tired women were prisoners more hopeless than the savage men fighting for food in the jail. The bodily comforts they had at Madam Singleton's but served to tighten their shackles. Lifetimers of society, they were slowly sinking without a straw to grasp at. The time flew till Sunday. I looked over my clothes and wished I had my gray suit and gray hat. I had saved my money, but had not enough yet to buy them. I was apprehensive about meeting Julia. I could picture her coming into the drugstore for me in a dashing big hat, rustling silk dress, expensive shoes, all powdered, perfumed, and painted as she was in Madame Singleton's, and me with my pants too short, my coat sleeves way up my wrists, and my shirt open at the collar. I wanted to go, but at times my heart failed me, and when I went to bed the Saturday night before, I was still undecided, hesitating. Sunday morning I got up early, determined to face the thing. I also settled another matter that had disturbed my mind of late. I got a shave. I walked around till I found an idle barber in his empty shop. He fixed me up with as much ceremony as if I had been an old customer. At 10 I was at the drugstore, and Julia was inside waiting. I had to look twice to be sure of her. She wore a faded blue tailored suit, a wide-rimmed straw sailor hat with a ribbon, and a pair of worn but substantial shoes. No powder or paint, nothing to remind me of Madame Singleton's. "Don't pay any attention to my clothes," she saw me looking at them. "These are the ones I had on when I went there. I have lots of others, but Miss Kate won't let me wear them when I go out unless I am with her. I owe her so much money she is afraid I'll run away. All the girls owe her. They are always in debt to her. That's the way she keeps them there." We hunted up a livery stable nearby. A big, good-natured fat man was in charge, and we told him we wanted some gentle saddle horses. He looked at Julia. She had a cocky air and acted more like a boy than a girl. "Do you want to ride straddle-leg, gal? If you do, I've got some of them bloomer things." Julia did not blush or stammer. "No, I don't want to ride straddle. What do you think I am, anyway?" She was angry. "You get me a riding habit and a side saddle, and mind your own business." He went after the horses. "We'll go down to the river, get the ferry, and go over into the woods. I hope we find some place to eat over there. I am hungry already," she said. I had been too occupied to think of breakfast, and was hungry too, and suggested that we go across the street and get a bite. When we came back, the horses were ready. The fat man boosted Julia up into her saddle, and we dashed off like Indians. Our way to the river led past Miss Kate's. When we were in front of it, Julia pulled up her horse, and we stopped. "They are all dead to the world in there, except Jo, the colored girl. They won't get up till 4 this afternoon. God, what a place! How I hate to go back there." The treacherous April showers came on us when we got into the country and drove us into a deserted cabin on an abandoned weed-grown farm. I built a fire in the old fireplace. We found a couple of homemade three-legged stools in a corner, and in a box nailed to the wall there was the greasiest pack of cards I ever saw. We got a board that we put on the stools, making a table, and played casino. The roof leaked in 100 places. The cabin was full of smoke. The rain beat in from all sides, and Julia won every game. She chattered away through it all, and hoped there would be a regular cyclone. Discouraged, I threw the cards in the fire. We were half wet and watery-eyed from the smoke. The horses pawed restlessly in the leaky shed behind the cabin. Julia laughed at me and accused me of being a bad loser. I couldn't think of anything else, so I said, "Oh, I'm half-starved and there's nothing to eat within miles of here." She was just a healthy young animal, always hungry like myself, and the thought of food, especially when it was far away, started her to raving. Nothing would do, but we must head for home. The afternoon was half gone, the rain let up, and the sun shone again. I stamped and beat out the fire. Julia climbed upon a tree stump in front of the cabin. where she got into her riding habit. I brought her horse around, and she leaped to the saddle like an acrobat. The horses, homeward bound, needed no urging. We let them go as fast as they liked, and in the evening pulled up safely in front of the livery stable, where Julia insisted on paying the bill. The fat man reached for the money I proffered, but she snatched it out of my hand and made him take hers. "This is on me," she said, returning my money. "And so is the dinner. Come on, let's find a good place to eat." The fat man looked at me slyly, starting to say something, but changed his mind. He was afraid of Julia. Any place is a good place to eat when one is young and hungry, and not burdened with money. We wasted no time looking, but went into the first restaurant we came to. Neither did we haggle over the menu card. Julia found chicken, and there we stopped. She never seemed to get enough of it. The dinner was a long time coming. She popped her head out of the box every minute looking for the busy waiter. "I wonder what's happened to him. He has either dropped dead or the police came and arrested him," she was saying when he appeared. We fell on the dinner and devoured it like a couple of hired men. She had the waiter bring a cigar. I managed it fairly well. Her chatter ceased. She sat quietly, elbows on the table, her face covered with her hands, strong-looking, large, capable hands, but white and shapely. I smoked and wondered about her. What a partner she would make for me if she were not a girl. She pushed her chair back, rested her hands in her lap, and looked up at her bedraggled straw hat on a hook. I thought she was ready to go, and I got up to get it. "Don't touch it. I despise it," she burst out. "I hate these shoes." She put her foot up. "And this dress and every stitch of clothes on my back. Do you know why? Because every one of them means a different man. Do you want me to tell you about it? What a tough time I've had. But you wouldn't understand it. You're only a kid, like I was a couple of years ago." "Tell me anyway, Julia." Her story, new to me then, was as old as man's duplicity and women's inherent desire to be loved and protected. Betrayed and deserted, fearing to face her family, she stole enough of her father's money to take her to the city and into a hospital where her baby was born. "And," she continued, "I was glad when it died. It was a girl. When I was well enough to leave the hospital, they couldn't find my clothes. Cheap as they were, somebody had taken them. A man can go out into the street without a hat and coat, kid, but just let a woman try it, even if she has the nerve, and watch what happens to her. I had no money. The doctor gave me this dress. That is, he sold it to me, and I paid for it the first time he got drunk. One of the interns traded me these shoes. He was just a dirty little beast and didn't wait to get drunk. Then the hospital cook got me that hat and some cheap stockings and underclothes. He happened to be a white man," she said bitterly. "I suppose I would have taken them just the same if he had been a Negro or a Chinaman. After the drunken doctor, I thought of nothing but suicide anyway. But I had to have enough clothes to get through the street and down to the bridge where I could jump into the river. The cook told me he would get me a job in a restaurant downtown, and that stopped me from going to the river. He gave me money for a couple of nights' lodging and something to eat, and told me where to go for a room. He came that night to my room. When he left in the morning, his last words were, 'I'll go right out now and get you the job.' I waited all day, but he never came back. He was a liar. I never saw him again. When the third night came, my money was gone. I was starving and the rent was due. I wanted to go down to the river then, but was so hungry I couldn't bring myself to do it." She had talked furiously, with a storm of bitter words. Now she stopped and smiled. "Yes, this appetite of mine saved my life. I'll never die hungry if I can help it. Anyway," she resumed, "this is the long and the short of it. About 9 o'clock that night, the woman of the place came up and wanted the rent. I told her I was broke. and asked her to stand me off for a few days till I could get a job or give me something to do so I could earn the rent. What do you think she did, kid? The big man-eater. She took me by the arm, dragged me out into the hall, and pushed me downstairs. She went back and got my hat, that straw hat hanging up there, and threw it out on the sidewalk after me. A policeman was standing there and saw her do it. He came up and asked me what the trouble was about. Here is where I may get help, I thought. So I told him I had just left the hospital, that my money was all spent, and that I had been put out of my room. He asked how old I was. I told him I was 18. That's 2 years ago. I'm 20 now. He asked if I'd lived here in the city. I told him I lived in the country, but was going to stay in the city and work. He wrote something on a card and gave it to me, saying, "I'll get a hack driver to take you to a hotel. When you get there, give that card to the landlady." The driver took me a few blocks to a place where he stopped, let me out, and helped me up the steps. He rang the bell and went away. I gave the card to a colored girl who opened the door. She came back in a minute and asked me to come in, and, she finished wearily, "I've been in Miss Kate's ever since, kid." Miss Kate took me in and dressed me up. She charged me double for my clothes. I pay her, she pays the milliner. It's the same with all her girls. No girl ever goes into her place unless she is broke and ragged and sick and hungry. I've been there 2 years, and if I stay there 20 years, I will still be in debt to her. The longer I stay, the more I owe. Everybody charges us double for what we buy. We have to go to a certain drugstore where we get robbed. On her days off, Miss Kate takes us around to her friends in the saloons and restaurants, and they rob us. We go out with her because we can wear our best clothes and look good, and she shows us off to her customers. Once in a while, a girl gets so discouraged that she runs out into the street in her wrapper, but she don't get out of the block. Some other landlady's door is open, and she goes in hoping to get fairer treatment and a chance to save part of the money she earns. But it's the same old thing. What the madam don't get goes to the doctors, druggists, hack drivers, and messengers. All we get is enough to eat, enough to wear, and plenty to drink if we're foolish enough to go that route. God only knows what becomes of these girls when they get too old and ugly. They go down and down from one place to another till they finally land in the street, old, worn out, dissipated, and diseased. No man will have them. I guess they go to the river or to the hospital. Bad as Miss Kate's is, it is better than having to trade yourself for a few shabby rags like I did. Miss Kate won't let drunken men come in and beat us and abuse us. The men we meet don't lie to us or deceive us like they do out in the world. They come in and look us over just like the butcher used to look at my father's fat hogs in the fall. We know what they come for. They know we know. So there's no lying and deception and promising you a job. Of course, they will steal your money out of the bureau drawers or your hairbrush or a pair of garters or silk stockings, but you soon learn to protect yourself. Sometimes when they get drunk, they give you a few dollars for yourself or lose it on the floor and you put your foot on it. Sometimes a girl gets so in debt that she steals a few dollars from the men to spend decently when she can get out by herself. "Julia," I asked, "did you take the hogman's money?" "No," she snapped, bristling. She lied bravely, and I knew it, and respected her for it somehow. It was one of those lies you know to be a lie, and yet believe. The beauty of her lie was that she just let it go with that plain, short no. She did not go into any long explanations or excuses, or blame it on anybody else. It was a perfect lie, any way you look at it. She lied to me and made me like it. My mind was much disturbed by this terrible story, so new to me, and 100 plans came into it for helping her, but she seemed so independent, confident, and resourceful that I hesitated. She struck the table with her fist. "If I ever put my foot out of that place again, I'll stay out. I was foolish to go out today. It's so much harder to go back now, after all the fun we've had. If I had a change of clothes, I would stay away and try to get a job and start over again. I've got to get out of there while I'm young and strong enough to work." "Don't go back, Julia," I advised. "Take my money, get a room and a few clothes. I'll help you find a job. I know how. I have $40 saved up. You take that, and we'll earn more. It's at my room. You wait here till I get it." "Sit down," she said. "Sit down. Why, you poor kid, I wouldn't take your money on a bet. I'd rot in Miss Kate's first. Don't you know you are the only human being I've met since I left home that hasn't tried to do me some kind of dirt? I'm going to start saving every nickel this week, and if I can find some way to get a few clothes out of there, I'll kiss Miss Kate's good-bye forever." Here was a chance for adventure. "I'll take your clothes out of there, Julia." I could see myself going into Miss Kate's with my 2 rusty pistols and demanding Julia's clothes. I could see the madam blustering and protesting, the girls all gathered around, myself standing there adamant. "No excuses, madam, if you please. I want Julia's clothes and Julia." Nothing to it. Simple. "How are you going to do it?" Julia asked. "If you went in there and tried to take them, they would throw you out." "Well, how can I do it? Any way you say." She thought for a long time before she answered. "I could tie them in a sheet and throw them out the window into the alley, kid, to you." This wasn't heroic enough to suit me, but it sounded practical. I wanted to help her, so I consented. "And how are you going to get away if I get your clothes?" She thought again. "This week, kid, you hunt up some hack driver you can trust and tell him what you want to do. You can have him in the alley with his hack. I'll throw the clothes out. You put them in the hack. Then I'll come downstairs, go out through the kitchen, and over the back fence into the alley. Nobody will pay any attention to me going out in my parlor wrapper without a hat. Next Saturday when you come with your bill, I'll see you in the hall and tell you what night to come and what time." Julia was herself again, all animation, chattering like a sparrow. "It can't fail, kid. I can feel myself out of there already. All you have to do is get a hack driver, a big, tough one, that won't get scared and run away. That's all settled, and it's time for me to get back to Miss Kate's. It's not so hard to go now." Again she insisted on paying the bill. I said good night in front of the restaurant. She shook hands with me heartily, boyishly. Her hand was hard, firm, and her grip something to inspire confidence. "Saturday," she said, darting away. I went home with my chest out, my shoulders up in the air, and my head high. I thought of all my heroes. No, I wouldn't trade places with any of them. Here was real work to do. I must find a hack driver, a big, tough one. Cocky McAllister was tough enough, a lean, hungry pirate with a balky eye who cruised about my neighborhood with his spavined horses and rickety hack. I told him what I wanted. "Never let it be said I refuse to help any young feller get himself a girl and get up in the world," he declared. "Say when. I'll be on the spot, and it won't cost you a dime, either." Julia was waiting Saturday when I got to Madam Kate's. "Did you get a driver, kid?" "Yes." "Be in the alley tomorrow night at 8. I promised to be there. That night I found Cocky and readied him up for Sunday evening. He showed up on the minute, and we were in the alley by Madam Kate's early. Julia was waiting at the window, and out came the bundle. I threw it into the hack. A minute later, Cocky snatched her off the fence, leaving part of her wrapper behind. More of it was streaming out of the hack door as I slammed it and we drove away. She wiped the powder and rouge off her face. "No more of that stuff," she said. On the way back to my neighborhood, she spotted a housekeeping room sign in the window of a dingy-looking house. She stopped the hack and put some money in my hand. "Dash up there, kid, and hire a room, anything that's vacant." I secured a room quickly enough, came down and got her. Cocky followed with the bundle of clothes. I lit the gas. Cocky threw the clothes on the bed. "This is the dirtiest room I ever saw," said Julia, "but it's better than Miss Kate's, and it's home to me. Good night and many thanks. I'll see you later, kid." Back at the cigar store, I treated Cocky to a good smoke. "Kid," he said, leering at me admiringly, "you've got a gold mine. That dame's a money-getter. She's young and healthy and good for years. Listen, you put her right out on the street. Make her walk the blocks. She's working for you then, and not the landladies and landlords. Keep her away from the other women. They'll wise her up and you'll lose her, or put her against Hop, and you'll have a bum on your hands. That's all now. Are you going to start her in tonight? The sooner the better." "No, Mac." I was anxious to get away from him. "She's tired and nervous. I think I'll let her rest tonight." The police got Cocky that night. I never saw him again. He never learned of my treason in allowing Julia to stay off the streets. She came in to the cigar store a few days later, beaming, happy. "I've got a job, kid, at the Comique jerking beer. Not so good, but better than Miss Kate's. It will do till I get a better one. Come down and watch me work." The Comique was an old-time collar-and-elbow variety show long since supplanted by the modern vaudeville showhouse. A dozen girls sold drinks to the patrons on commission. A girl could live on her commissions, but few of them did. I think Julia managed to do it. I went down to see her and found her bouncing with energy. "I've made $3 already tonight, kid, and it's all mine." I waited till she was ready to go home and walked with her. She had cleaned up the room till it looked halfway decent. "You don't have to go. The place is as much yours as mine," she said when I was leaving. I didn't think about her being a girl. I went home because it was my habit. If she had been a boy, I would have done the same. I was busy all the time learning to gamble at Texas, collecting bills for the milkman and taking Julia home after work. There was no mention of her the next time I went to Madame Singleton's. She was forgotten, and they never suspected me. I was saving my money, hoping someday to get my gray suit, hat, and trunk. I told Julia of my ambition to have the suit and leather trunk. "I'll buy them for you, kid, as soon as I get a few things myself." "Never mind that, Julia. I'll pay for them," I said, thinking of Cocky McAllister. I hung around the Comique every night, waiting for Julia. She knew all the actors and told me about them. The handsome young man who came out in a green suit did a clog dance and sang, "'Tis a handful of earth," so feelingly worked daytimes in a nearby chop house. The two girls with skirts almost to their knees that did the buck and wing dance sold beer in the boxes. The comedians that beat and pummeled each other about the stage starved around between engagements at the local theaters. The strong man, my favorite, turned out to be the bartender upstairs. He also served as bouncer. Julia was ambitious to make more money, and every night practiced dancing in hopes that she could sometime do a turn at the theater. I served as her audience, sat around till the small hours, and often fell asleep in a chair or on the bed. One night we hurried home ahead of the storm, and I was on the bed asleep before she had her supper cooked. She woke me up, tugging at me. "Get up, you poor kid. Take your clothes off and go to bed if you're that dead for sleep." She helped me take off my shoes, and I was soon asleep again. She went to bed without waking me, but as I tossed about in the night, I knew she was there and was glad. Once my body touched hers, it was hot and sticky. I pulled the sheet down between us and turned away. The next morning, as we were walking to the restaurant for breakfast, a heavy hand fell on my shoulder. I turned to face my father. My father's hand was heavy on my shoulder as he pushed me into a doorway. He looked sad and his stern voice shook. "John, do you know what you are? You are a pimp." Julia never stopped, never looked back, just kept going, which was the right thing. She probably thought I had been taken by the police. No good in her getting arrested, too. Although for years I kept a sharp eye out, I never saw her again. That is, to know her. Of course, the gray-haired old lady that sat next to me in the car this morning might have been Julia. But anyway, if she is alive and this meets her eye, I want her to know I never doubted for a minute that she stayed away from the life she left behind at Madam Singleton's. Later, when I went to her room, it was vacant. The man in charge told me a strange, bearded man with a policeman called on her. My father, no doubt, after which she packed up and left without a word. I called at the theater and inquired, but they had forgotten her. End of Chapter 5. Section 6 of You Can't Win. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Freya. You Can't Win by Jack Black. Chapter 6. As we walked to our boarding house, I told my father the whole story of my job in the cigar store, my collecting for the milkman, my arrest, and our rescue of Julia. He listened without comment, and when I was done, said, "Well, John, you'll be what you'll be, and I cannot help or hinder you. Go back to your job in the morning if you like." Those were his last words to me. They were kind, and I have always remembered them and their ring of fatality. I never saw him again. I learned later that he lived out his life orderly and died decently. He went away the next day, and when he returned I was far away, westbound, in search of adventure. I was tired of Tex and his tribe and their smoky back room and cheap cheating. I was sick of the sight of the crabby widow at the boarding house. It was springtime. Sundown found me miles away on a country road, walking westward. Yes, I was going in the right direction. There was the sun going down a way off in front of me. Darkness was coming on, but it did not strike me as unusual that I had no supper or no room for the night. I came to a bridge and stopped when I heard voices below. I looked over the side and a voice came up. "Come on down, kid. Don't be leery. We're only a couple of harmless bindle stiffs." I picked my way down to the level place beside the small creek where they were. One of them was unrolling a bindle of blankets. The other was washing a large tin can in the creek. "Throw out your feet, kid, and get some wood before it gets too dark. We'll have a fire and a can of Java anyway." Wood was plentiful. I soon returned with an armful. The other bum came up with a can from the creek and began breaking up some twigs to start the fire. He barely looked at me. "Take a look around the jungle, kid, and see if you can find a pan," he ordered. "What in hell do you want a pan for?" asked the one that sent me after the wood. "Are you going to fry some water?" The other was on his hands and knees blowing up the weak fire. He stood up and looked at the speaker with a most superior air. "Not so fast, brother, not so fast. I've got a gump in my bindle." He unrolled his blankets and produced a live chicken, big and fat. The other bum was humbled. "A gump," he muttered, "and me carrying a frying pan with me for the last week." He dived into his bindle and got the pan. The owner of the chicken took the pan and held it between his eye and the fire, looking for holes in it. "It'll do," he said. "More wood, kid," they both ordered. We were 3 strangers well met under the bridge. One had a chicken, one coffee, and a stale loaf of bread. I had nimble legs and gathered the firewood. The gump was picked, cleaned, unjointed, and put in the pan with neatness and dispatch that would have done credit to any chef. The coffee boiled fragrantly in the tin can. The owner of the stale loaf hacked it into 3 equal parts with his strong pocket knife, while the chicken man deftly turned sections of the bird with a sharp-pointed stick. "This is a pretty snide jungle," he said. "No cans. Throw your feet, kid, and get some cans for the jabba." I scurried around and was lucky to find 1 small can in the dark. The cook inspected it. "Go down and wash it. Bring it back half full of water, and I'll boil it out." I washed the can and brought it back. The chicken and coffee were cooked and cooling near the fire. The cook scalded out the small can and filled it with coffee. He held out the pan of chicken to the other bum, and then to me, helping himself to a piece last. The small can of coffee was now cool enough to drink, and was handed around in the same order. The first bum took several swallows and passed it to me. I handed it to the cook without drinking any. He looked at me for the first time. "Say, brat, listen. If you was some kind of rank dingbat, you wouldn't have been invited down here. Don't think because you couldn't hustle a can that you ain't entitled to your coffee." "You're right at that, Jack," said the bum that furnished the coffee. "Go ahead, kid." I drank my coffee and passed the can along. We ate in silence. The chicken and bread soon disappeared. My companions lit up their pipes and smoked while we finished the coffee. I was learning fast. I took the frying pan, filled it with water, and put it on the fire, without waiting for orders. When the water boiled, I washed it at the creek, scrubbed it with sand, and returned it to the owner. "Where are you from, kid?" "The city," I answered. "How long you been on the road?" "This is my first day." "Got any people?" "No, they're all dead." "Where you going?" "Oh, just west, anywhere, everywhere." "Got any pennies?" "No pennies. I got a couple of dollars." I looked from one to the other. "Do you want any of it, either of you?" "No," from both of them. "But," said the cook, "if we was in the city, I'd take 50 cents of it, purty pronto, and get myself a 4-bit Mickey." "A what?" I asked, mystified. "A 4-bit Mickey, a 50-cent bottle of alcohol. Dr. Hall, White Line," he translated in disgust. "If you're going west, you better learn to talk west." "Yes," said the other, "and pennies don't mean pennies. It means money on the road." They didn't talk much between themselves. They had probably compared notes before I arrived at the bridge. They were both past 50, wore clean overalls, substantial shoes, and clean-looking blue shirts. A month later, I could have classified them correctly as professional bums, too old to ride the trains, satisfied to throw their feet along the star routes or country roads, where food was seldom refused, and to sleep in their bindles or blankets under the stars. It was time to flop. They took off their shoes and coats. The shoes were neatly placed together on a level spot. The coat was folded and placed on top of them, making a fair pillow, and at the same time protecting them from theft. Each of them threw me a piece of blanket. I made a pillow of my coat and shoes, rolled up in the blankets, and was soon asleep. A farmer's team crossing the bridge woke us at daylight. I got up at once, cold and sore from the hard ground, and made a fire. The other 2 crawled out of their blankets and went down to the creek to wash. I followed them. They both had soap wrapped in paper. One of them gave me his piece. I washed and returned it. He placed it on a rock till it was dry, then wrapped it up and put it in his coat pocket. They also had pocket combs and small round mirrors. We went back to the fire and discussed breakfast. "Nothing but Java," said the bum that had the coffee. "I'll go to the farmhouse," I volunteered, "and buy something." "Nix, nix," said one. "Buy nothing," said the other. "It's you kind of cats that make it tough on us buying chuck. They begin to expect money. You go up to that house," pointing to a place on a small rise, about 15 minutes' walk, "and tell the woman you and 2 other kids run away from home in the city 3 days ago, and you ain't had nothing but a head of cabbage that fell off a farmer's wagon between yous since you left. Tell her you're on your way back home and the other 2 kids are down by the bridge so hungry they can't walk. On your way up there, get a phony name and street number ready in case she asks you questions. She'll give you a sit-down for yourself, chances are, but bring back a lump for us. You're a decent-looking kid. She might get worked up about your troubles and ask a lot of damn fool questions. Cut her off. Tell her you're ashamed to be setting there wasting time and the other boys starving under the bridge." Before I got to the house, a couple of dogs dashed out, barking savagely. A healthy, matronly woman came out and quieted them, looking at me inquiringly. I told her myself and 2 boyfriends, runaways from home, were hungry and I wanted some food, that I would be glad to pay her for anything she could spare, and if she would wrap it up, I would hurry down to the bridge with it, where my chums were waiting. "Yes," she said kindly. "Come in. I haven't much here, but maybe I can find enough." She gave me a seat outside near the kitchen door, where I waited and made friends with the dogs. In no time she came out with a large parcel and refused the money I offered. I thanked her and went down to the bridge with my lump. The bums had coffee boiling. We found enough tin cans to drink from and opened the parcel. It contained cold fried chicken, cold biscuits, and half a pie. "You're a good connector, kid. Sure you didn't pay for this?" one of them said. "No, I didn't have to answer any questions. It was easy except for the dogs." "Don't let dogs worry you, kid. They're cowards. Ought to know. I've been battling them 20 years. They'll bite you if you turn your back or run away, or if there's a pack of 'em, they'll pull you down. If you get up against a hostile dog, rush him, and he'll weaken. I never got bit but once, and that was in the town of Pueblo. I was just after getting a 6 months floater out of Denver, and went down to Pueblo to do a little DDing with lavender for myself. I got myself a bunch of lavender and a ducat." The other bum laughed, his mouth full of chicken. "You're talking Chinook to that kid. What does he know about the DD and lavender and ducats?" "You're right," I said. "I don't know what he's talking about." I was anxious to learn, but didn't like to ask questions. "Well, it's this way," he went on. "I was dummying up, you see. Imitating a deaf and dumb man. DDing, see? You surely know what lavender is, stuff women put on clothes. You put about a spoonful in a small envelope. You've got a pocketful of envelopes ready when you go out to make your plunge. Then you get your ducat, see? That's the main thing. I got a bartender to write it for me on the back of a lawyer's card. When the woman opens the door, you slip her your ducat, and she reads, 'I am deaf and dumb. I got hurt by a streetcar and just came out of the county hospital. I'm trying to get $7 to pay my fare home to Cheyenne. Please take a parcel of lavender and give what you can.' Sometimes they take your lavender and sometimes they don't, but they generally give up something. And they can't ask you a lot of questions. And if a copper grabs you, you've got an out. You ain't exactly begging. As I was saying about dogs, I was battering the privates, see? Private houses. A woman had just slipped me a dime and was standing in the front door watching to see that I got off the premises. I'm about halfway to the gate when I heard a dog snarling and coming up behind me. I'm DD, see, and don't want to round on that damn dog and give myself a bawl out in front of the woman. So I stand my ground, figuring she'll stop him. The next thing I know, he's got half my pants leg ripped off and a chunk out of one of my shins. Anyway, I run him under the house. The woman took me in and fixed me up with arnica and a bandage. Then she gets me a good suit of her old man's clothes, gives me $2, and holds the dog under the house till I get out the front gate. That's dogs for you, he finished, and women. I had a question, but the other bum asked it for me. What do you do if you bump into a natural dummy when you're DDing? Well, said the dog expert, I never bumped into one, but if I did, I suppose I'd do what everybody else does. When they're wrong and get caught at it, I'd get mad and cuss hell out of 'em. Breakfast over, the bums shaved. Both had razors. All bums carry razors for shaving, fighting, or cutting through a sleeper's clothing to get into his pocket. One of them had a big silk handkerchief that he stropped his razor on. The other used his belt. They heated water in a tin can, lathered their hands, and rubbed it on their faces. One used his mirror, the other used none. After shaving, they dried their blades carefully and secreted them about their persons. Blankets were rolled up, and the bums were ready to take the road. The DD man was going into the city for a few days. So long! He scrambled up the bank to the road. The other was traveling in my direction and volunteered to direct me to a junction where I could make a westbound train. You're welcome to travel with me, kid, if you want to jungle up for a month or two, my companion said. The fruit will be getting ripe soon, and there'll be green corn and new spuds, and the gumps are fat already. I promised myself some famous mulligans around these parts. Many boys would have jumped at this chance, but I declined. Maybe it was a dislike for begging or ambition, or my imagination pulling me westward. I don't know, but it wasn't the hardships, I'm sure. At the junction, we parted. So long, kid. May see you out west next fall when I make the poultice route. What's that? I asked. That's southern Utah, kid, the land of milk and honey. You're always sure of a big pan of milk and a fresh loaf of home bread. The poultice route, see? So long. A long, heavy westbound freight train was slowly pulling out when I got to the railroad yards. A car of lumber, clean and white, piled halfway to the roof, the door invitingly open, came along. Nimbly I swung up and in. Inside the car I looked about for a place to secrete myself. The lumber was about 6 feet shorter than the car, which left a large space at one end. I dropped down into it, took off my coat, and stretched out on the floor, feeling sure of a long ride. No brakeman would crawl over the pile of lumber even if he knew there was a hiding place at one end. Along in the afternoon, after one of the many stops, I heard a scrambling above, and a young fellow about my own age dropped lightly down beside me. I had been in the car so long that the half-light was enough. I saw he was ragged and frightfully dirty, road dirt, coal smoke, cinders, ashes, grease. His coat, too large for the thin frame, was full of holes, and its lining hung in tatters. His trousers were greasy and full of hot cinder holes. His calico shirt was open in front. His skin was dirty. He was sharp-eyed and thin-faced. He eyed me wolfishly. "How long you been here?" "All day." "Where you heading for?" "Denver." "Got a smoke?" "No." He dug his dirty newspaper out of his back pocket, neatly tore a piece off the border, tearing it downward with the grain, till he had a piece the size of a cigarette paper. A search of his coat pocket yielded a cigar snipe, which he crushed in his hand and then rolled up in the paper he had held in his mouth. "Got a match?" "No." He looked at me in disgust, dug up one of his own, and lit up. The smell of his cigarette was fierce. He now took off his shoes. One of them was laced with dirty white string. He had no socks. His feet were grimy and smelled. His coat came off next. With it and his shoes he made a pillow and stretched out on the floor. "Won't the brakeman smell that smoke?" I asked. "To hell with him and you." And he spoke no more. Finishing his smoke, he adjusted his pillow and went to sleep. I rolled my coat up, made a pillow, and dozed. I was afraid he would steal my shoes, so I left them on. Something woke me in the evening. I think it was the lumber shifting. The train was on a downgrade, the car creaking and rocking. We were in the front end. Suddenly my companion jumped to his feet. He looked scared, started to crawl up on top of the lumber. He was too late. There was a grinding noise and a crash. About 4 feet of the top of the lumber slid forward against the front end of the car, and he was crushed, flattened between them. I was a prisoner below, unhurt. This shifting of the lumber cut off the light from the open side door, but its weight against the end of the car opened up some cracks, and I was soon able to see about me dimly. The boy had died instantly. His body from the waist up was flattened between the lumber and front end of the car. His legs dangled below, down where I was imprisoned, with each movement of the car like the legs of a scarecrow in the wind. I can't remember that I was shocked or frightened, but I do know that as soon as I found I was imprisoned in that car, I got hungry. I hadn't eaten since morning and was hungry before the thing happened. But then I knew I could get out and eat at any stop. Now I couldn't, and my hunger became unbearable. The place I was in was large as ever, except in height. The shifting of the lumber had reduced that to about 3 feet. I couldn't stand up. I was in no danger. The lumber could not shift at the bottom. The weight of that above was too heavy. I had a strong pocket knife and went to work on the side of the car near the end. The boarding was thin, weather-rotten, and old. In a couple of hours I had cut almost through one end of 3 boards. My hands were blistered. I sat down and waited till I heard the whistle blow for a town. As the train went into the yards, I kicked the boards loose at the top where they were cut, and pulled them away from below where they were nailed. This gave me a hole large enough to crawl out of, which I did, feet first, pulling my coat after, when she stopped. Up on the main street, I learned I was in Dodge City, Kansas, a town at that time largely given over to gambling, fighting, and whiskey drinking. I wasn't interested in any of those amusements then. I got something to eat and went to a cheap room for the night. Tired out, I slept till noon the next day. Then I went down to the yards to look for another train out. Near the depot, I met a character who looked like a bum. He gave me a sharp look. "Going down in the yards, young feller?" "Yes, why?" "Better wait till night if you want to make a train. The railroad bull is hostile. They found a bum dead in a car lumber this morning, and they had to tear the end of the car off to get his body out. He must have been an awful gay cat to get into the end of a carload of plain lumber. It's suicide." I went back uptown and into a lunch counter. The waiter was idle and talkative. "Traveling?" he asked. "Yes." "Which way?" "Denver." "Beating it?" "Yes." "Listen here. It'll take you 3 or 4 days to make Denver that way. You'll ruin your clothes and maybe get grabbed off a train and handed 30 days at Colorado Springs. Big chain gang there. They're cleaning up the streets. If you can dig up $5, I'll give you a card to a porter on the Overland tonight. Give him the 5 and he'll do the rest." "Thanks. I'll try it." I met the train and the porter who took the card and my $5, stowed me away in the linen closet and locked the door. I was almost suffocated. Once in the night he opened the closet. "How you making out, buddy?" "All right," I said, and the door was locked again. Next morning he gave me a piece of steak between slices of bread and a bottle of coffee. After that I felt better and dozed in a cramped sitting position in a corner. That afternoon at Denver I was released, happy, hungry, cramped, and tired. I rented a cheap room for a week, went to a barber shop and had a bath. I thought 25 cents for a bath a rank waste of money and decided to find a swimming hole. In a few days I found one. There was a sort of camp for bums on the riverbank under some trees. They had their fires there and cans for boiling coffee. They used to lie around washing and boiling their clothes and swimming. They stole chickens around the neighborhood and anything else they could get. One afternoon I was in swimming when suddenly there was an alarm, and everybody ran. I didn't pay any attention to it at first. Then I got out of the water and ran for my clothes. I had just about got them on when the police arrived and grabbed me. They put me into the patrol wagon. I was the only one they got. Later they picked up 1 or 2 others around in the woods and took us all down to the jail. I was scared half to death. They put us all in one big room with a lot of other bums they'd picked up. The police had had a general order to clean up the town. In the morning they took us all up to court. It was the first time I had been in court. We were all charged with vagrancy. When my name was called, I protested. I said, "Judge, you can't call me a vagrant. I have $20 down in the jail office." He looked at me as coldly and impersonally as if I had been a dish of parsnips. 15 days on the chain gang. Next case. End of chapter 6. Section 7. Of You Can't Win. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Freya. You Can't Win by Jack Black. Chapter 7. I was taken downstairs and locked in a cell. I saw no more of the bullpen where I spent the night. My cellmate was a handsome, smiling young fellow, about 22 or 23. He looked like a country boy, rugged, red-cheeked, blue-eyed, sandy-haired. He seemed to be well acquainted in the jail. Someone sang out, "Who's the fresh fish, Smiler?" "Another vague," he answered. 15 days. I told him about my case at once. I felt outraged. "Forget it, kid. Your 15 days will be in before your name's dry on the commitment. They won't put you on the gang. You'll get a trusty job. I'm just finishing 10 days, haven't been out of this cell, going out this afternoon and out of this man's town, too." He smiled. "Let's eat. You've got money in the office. I'll send for a messenger." "All right," I said. "Do it." A trustee took my name and our orders. Smiler ordered tobacco and papers also. A messenger came in an hour with 2 meals and the makings of smokes. I signed my name on the check, and he was paid at the office. After we ate, Smiler sang songs, danced, or stood at the door waiting to be released. "I'm going west, kid. Hope I see you on the road so I can return that feed," he said, when the trustee came to release him. I liked the Smiler and wished I could be with him. In the morning, coffee and stale bread were served in the cells. 15 minutes later, there was a banging of doors. Someone shouted, "Chain gang!" My door was opened. "Outside, kid," said a trustee. I followed other prisoners down the corridor to a big open room where they washed up in running water at a sink and dried themselves with handkerchiefs. The trustee came with my hat. "You won't need your coat, kid. I'll look out for it." An officer opened a door to the street and stood inside. Another was outside. The chain gang filed out and climbed into an open wagon with seats on each side facing each other. A crowd of curious men and boys stood around the wagon. When my turn came, instead of getting into the wagon, I dashed down the street instinctively, like a wild animal. The guards didn't chase me for fear the others would escape. The crowd shouted and cheered me on. I was free. There was nothing in my room. I didn't go near it. I had no money, and hunger seized me at once. I walked out of town, walked all day until dark, when I found myself exhausted at a bum's camp 20 miles away, on the outskirts of a small town. Confidently, I walked up to the fire. I was one of them. I had escaped. I was hungry. I was ready for anything. I belonged around the fire. I heard an exclamation. A form rose up from the fireside and grabbed me with both hands. It was Smiler. "That's doing time, kid. What? Did you beat it? Where's your coat?" "Yes, my coat's in the jail." "Take a rest for an hour, and we'll go up to the burg. I'll get you one." On our way into the town, he explained, "There'll be a train through here about 10 o'clock, kid. I'll kick in the first private house that looks good. We'll surely find a coat and maybe a few dollars and something to eat if we have time." He looked about sharply at the houses. Across the street we heard a door slam. A woman and a man came out the front gate. The cottage was dark. We walked around the block and back to the cottage. Smiler walked confidently in the front gate. I followed. He rang the doorbell. No answer. We went around to the back where he found a kitchen window open, climbed through, and unlocked the door for me. "Look around for some chuck, kid, and stay right there till I come back." He disappeared. In a minute or two I could see about me and explored the pantry. I found bread and meat and tied them in a cloth. Smiler returned from the front carrying a bundle of clothes, and we went out. I found a coat that fitted passably. We left the balance and departed unseen. The train was pulling in, and we made a run to the water tank where it had to stop, and by the time we found a car we could get into, it was pulling out. The lunch was spread out on a paper and quickly disappeared. Smiler had some cheap jewelry, an old silver watch, and a few dollars in cash. He divided the money, and after inspecting the other plunder, threw it out the car door. "That junk would get us 5 years, kid, if we got grabbed with it, and it ain't worth $2. This adventure fascinated me. I gave no thought to the burglary. It seemed right that I should have a coat and food. My money was behind in the jail. I couldn't buy them. I had stolen them. Somehow I felt satisfied, as if I had got even with somebody. "How do you like this racket, kid?" Smiler asked as we rolled up our coats for pillows. "It's great. How long have you been doing it?" "Oh, a couple of years, ever since the coppers run me out of my hometown, Detroit. That was a snide little caper we cut back there, and I wouldn't have touched it only you had to have a coat. How would you like to be a prowler, kid?" I liked him, always smiling, for his ready help when I needed it, and his companionable ways. I think I would like it. It's exciting. "All right, kid. When we get to Salt Lake, I'll show you the real thing." "Good," I said. "How long will it take us to make Salt Lake?" "About a week at this rate." "Let's ride the passenger trains," I said, anxious to take my first lessons in burglary. "We'll get a passenger train out of Cheyenne, kid, if we can duck Jeff Carr," said Smiler. "Never heard of him? He's a railroad bull, and he's bum simple. Simple-minded on the subject of killing bums. If you run, he'll shoot you. If you stand, he'll get you 6 months, and he'd rather have you run." I learned all about Carr later, and his feud with the bums. They made many efforts to kill him, but never succeeded. He was later put in charge of the railroad's train robber detail, but he never killed any train robbers, and the bums rambled through Cheyenne in peace. We got a train out without falling foul of the murderous car and rode the baggage into a division point where there was a 20-minute stop for dinner. Looking around for a place to get coffee, we passed a jewelry store. The jeweler was working at his bench in front. When we got to the alley, Smiler said, "We'll make that tray of watches in the window, kid. You get a handful of rocks, go round the back, and throw them against the jeweler's door till he opens it. When he does, I'll make the front. Don't throw them too hard and scare him. Easy, just enough to make him curious." I followed instructions and was preparing to throw the fourth rock when the door opened. The jeweler stepped out and took a good look around. I walked down the alley to the street and soon caught up with Smiler, who was stepping away briskly. "We've got to plant this junk, kid. We can't take chances lugging it around." We were in the yards now, and Smiler was looking at the cars curiously as we passed between them. He stopped beside a car of coal and looked at the card tacked on it. "Build to Butte, Montana," he said. "This'll do." He tried the watches, which he took from his coat pocket, in a big handkerchief. We climbed up on the car, and the parcel was planted in one corner, and plenty of coal put back on top of it. On the ground again, Smiler tore off a corner of the destination card. "Don't forget that, kid. In case anything happens to me, you'll know this car." This was all accomplished in less than 20 minutes, and we had plenty of time to catch our passenger train, which we did, leaving our plunder behind, but sure to follow. "He may not miss that junk till he goes to close up, kid, or he may have missed it already. Anyway, we'll sure be stuck up and frisked at Evanston. All we have to do is tell the truth, say we rode this rattler out of Cheyenne and never left the yards at Rock Springs, and they won't hold us. They can't figure that we could touch that joint and go out on the same train. We'll stop at Evanston anyway and wait for our coal car. Then, instead of going to Salt Lake, we'll ride the freight over the cutoff to Pocatello, and I'll get the coin on that junk in an hour from Mary." "Who's Mary?" I asked. "Wait till you see her, tomorrow. She'll buy anything from a barrel of whiskey to a baby carriage." It was a warm night, and riding the front end of the baggage was pleasant enough. "If bulls grab us off, kid, you say nothing. I'll talk and tell them who we are and where we're going. You listen, that's all." "Say," he said suddenly, "take off that coat and let me look at it." He went over it closely by the light from the engine. It was tailor-made, and he found the owner's name on a piece of white cloth sewed in the inside pocket. He ripped it out, and I put the coat on. "You never can be too careful, kid. We ought to have looked at that before. If Jeff Carr had picked us up at Cheyenne, you might have been charged with that lousy burglary by now." How could a boy help admiring such wisdom? I was flattered to be taken up by one so experienced, so confident and active about his work, and withal so carefree, happy, and smiling. We were not molested at Evanston, where we got off and waited for our freight train. It came along next day, and that night we dropped off it at Pocatello, Idaho. Pocatello at that time was just a small railroad town, a famous stopping-off place for the bums bound east, west, north, and south. There was a grand jungle by a small clean river where they boiled up their vermin clothes, or rags as they are always called, cooked their mulligans, or, if enough bums got together, held a convention. These conventions, like many others, were merely an excuse for a big drunk. Sometimes they would end in a killing, or some drunken bum would fall in the fire and get burned to death, after which they would silently steal away. Oftener, the convention lasted till there was no more money for alcohol, the bums' favorite drink. The bums then began pestering the natives and begging and stealing till the whole town got sore. The town marshal would then appear with a posse armed with saps, which is short for saplings, young trees. He stood guard with a shotgun while the posse fell upon the convention and sapped up on those therein assembled and ran them down the railroad track and out of town. We found our junk without trouble and hastened to Mary's. If I knew more of composition and writing and talking, I might do justice to Mary, the fence, and friend of bums and thieves. It's an injustice to the memory of Mary, or as she was lovingly called by the bums, Salt Chunk Mary, to try to crowd her into a few paragraphs or even a chapter. She should have a book. "Did you eat yet?" was the first thing you heard after entering her house. "I have a pot of beans on the stove and a fine chunk of salt pork in them." She invariably produced the beans and the fine chunk of salt pork, and always ate as heartily of them as any of her famished guests. Her principal business was selling wine, women, and song to the railroad men and gamblers. She ruled her half-dozen girls with a heavy hand. Her house on the outskirts of the town was a dingy, old 2-story frame building, with a couple of rooms added to one side of it, where she lived and received her friends from the road. Smiler knew her, and we were welcome. The feed of beans and salt pork was spread for us. She locked the door, and while we ate, this most unusual woman estimated the value of our loot, spread out on one end of the oilcloth-covered kitchen table where we sat. Salt Chunk Mary put no acids on the watches, nor pried into the works. She hefted the yellow ones with a practised hand, and glanced but once at the white ones. I surveyed her as I ate. She was about 40 years of age, hard-faced and heavy-handed. Her hair was the color of the sunburned brick, and her small blue eyes glinted like ice under a March sun. She could say no quicker than any woman I ever knew, and none of them ever meant yes. She went into the adjoining room and returned with a roll of bills. $400, Smiler." "Good, give us small bills, Mary." He divided the money equally between us, and we got up to go. "Let's go in and buy a few bottles of beer for the girls, kid, just by the way of no harm." "No, don't drag that kid in there. And there's something else. Listen," said this plain, blunt woman to Smiler. "I guess that kid is all right, or he wouldn't be with you. If I'm grabbed with this junk, I'll rot in jail before I put a finger on you. And if either of you gets grabbed," she was looking at me, "and thinks he can get a light jolt by turning me in, he's wrong. I'll throw it in the river, and he can rot in jail." We got a room to rest up, and before going to sleep decided that Salt Lake was too small for us. San Francisco was better. Smiler had never been there and was as anxious to see it as I. Buying tickets was throwing money away, so we beat it down to Ogden and over the Southern Pacific, riding the front end of passenger trains at night, making long jumps, avoiding bums' camps, paying for our meals and stealing nothing. We got into Sacramento without mishap, rested up a couple of days, and journeyed along toward the city. We got ditched off our train at Port Acosta and crawled into a hay car for the night. There were a couple of bums in the car already, and more came in later and flopped. Early next morning we were aroused by a pounding on the side of the car. "Come on out of there," shouted a man with his head in the door. "Yez all are pinched." We hit the ground, 8 of us in all, young and old, large and small. 2 men were outside carrying shortened billiard cues. "March," one of them ordered. One of the bums started to march, and the rest followed. He seemed to know just what to do and where to go. A short walk across the tracks brought us up in front of a big barn-like house with a hotel sign and broad steps in front. The bum led us straight up the steps and into a bar room, where he stood up against the wall opposite the bar. We did the same. A stout, grayish, red-faced man with a very positive air was busy serving drinks. He paused and spoke to one of our captors. "What have you there, Mike?" "8 bums, Judge." He served another round of drinks and turned to us again. "Are you guilty or not guilty?" The big bum that let us in immediately answered, "We're all guilty, Judge, and hungry." The judge, and he was no less person than Judge Casey, famous and celebrated in song and story for his speedy trials and the human quality of his justice, waved a short, hairy, muscular arm toward the dining room. "Feed 'em first, Mike." We followed our leader into the dining room and all sat at one big table where we had a substantial breakfast. When the last bum had his fill, we marched back to the bar room and lined up against the wall again. "All ready, Judge," said Mike. The judge stopped dealing drinks and pronounced sentence. His voice sounded tired, weary. There was a note of kindness in it. "Oh, well, Mike, lave the big bums take 10 days, and the little bums 5. He turned to his work. The big bum now led us out and to a nearby boxcar that served as a calaboose. One side door was nailed up, and both end doors fastened outside. We crawled in, and the other side door was shut and padlocked on the outside. Smiler sat down in the car and laughed. "What's next, I wonder, kid?" Someone answered out of the darkness. "They'll hook this boxcar on the first freight and haul us over to Martinez, the county seat, and slough us in the county jail." I had told Smiler about cutting myself out of the car when my companion was killed. "Better get busy with your shiv, kid." I started cutting the side opposite the boarding house. The bum that pleaded guilty for us all saw what I was doing and protested. "Hey, kid, lay off of that. You want to get us all 6 months destroying railroad property?" Smiler was on him like a tiger and cuffed him round till he whined, "Go over in that corner and lie down, you greasy big gay cat, or I'll cut your tail off." The bum sat down and stayed quiet. In an hour we kicked the boards out. "You first, kid." I dropped out and Smiler followed. As we dodged across the yards, I looked back. 2 more bums had wriggled out. The other 4 elected to stay in the car, too lazy to run away. We hid all day under a warehouse and at dark rode a freight into Oakland, where we got the ferry. We bought new clothes, rented a room, and got cleaned up. San Francisco fascinated us. We spent days on the waterfront watching the ships and sailors, or at the Cliff House, where I first saw the ocean, and in the park. Our nights were spent about the coast, Broadway and Pacific Street, at Bottle Koenig's or Bella Union, or downtown at Pete Dorsey's and other dance halls. Gambling was open everywhere. We experimented and lost. We wasted our money around the shows, dance halls, and hop joints, which were open and unmolested by the police. In a month, we were almost broke and ready for the road. Salt Lake was decided upon, where Smiler had something special in view. An uneventful week on the road put us into Salt Lake City. Then swiftly came the tragic night that separated us forever. I to jail, and the kindly, lovable Smiler to his grave. End of Chapter 7. Section 8 of You Can't Win. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tom Freya. You Can't Win by Jack Black. Chapter 8. There was a legend on the road that the Mormon Tabernacle in Salt Lake City was a veritable storehouse of gold, silver, and precious stones, and it was this that lured Smiler back to that city. At that time, a high adobe wall surrounded the block on which stood the tabernacle, and the then unfinished Mormon temple. We looked it over for several days and nights, but could get nothing tangible to work on. Sunday we attended services, and the plate was to be seen, silver and gold. More than we could carry away if we got it. At last we decided to go over the wall and give the place a good recognizance. If it looked feasible, we could get a couple of other idle burglars and give it a thorough looting. On top of the wall we pulled up our light ladder and placed it inside. Smiler went down first. I barely had my feet off the ladder when a dozen men rose up out of the shrubbery, armed with shotguns, and surrounded us. We stood still by the wall. One of them spoke sternly, evenly. "Go back, over that wall." Little we knew the Mormons. We went up the ladder, pulled it up, and went down and away. When Smiler's good humor returned, he held up his hand. "Kid, I'll never try to rob another Mormon. I'll go to work first." The next day we went into a small gambling house, where we hung out to read the papers. We sat at a table near the big safe in the corner of the room. A man in overalls was taking the lock apart. The place had changed hands a few days before, and the new proprietors were having the numbers of the combination changed. When the mechanic finished his work, he wrote some numbers on 2 slips of paper. These he threw on the floor beside his tools and went back to the bar for a drink. Smiler stooped, picked up the slips, looked at them closely, and threw them back on the floor. "Outside," he said, "we've got the combination of that box, kid. Those 2 pieces of paper are for the new proprietors, their new combination. Neither one of us knew enough about safes to feel sure of opening one, even when we had the numbers. Smiler knew a chap doing time in the penitentiary who knew all about safes. The stir was only a mile out of the city, and we decided to go up and get some expert advice. Next day we visited the expert at the stir, who gladly gave us instructions and declared himself in with any money we got. That night Smiler opened the box as easily as if it belonged to him and locked it again. We got but a few $100s where we expected several thousands. The new owners had no bankroll, just opened up on a shoestring, hoping to get off lucky and win. The next morning they accused each other of the theft, almost fought with pistols, and dissolved the partnership, calling each other thieves. The money was split 3 ways. The expert at the stir took his bit with bad grace, intimating that we got more than we were dividing, and that we were thieves. As we were leaving, Smiler said, "Goodbye, Shorty. Everything's all right now, ain't it?" "Oh, sure," he crouched. "Everything's all right, just like Denmark. Kid, we'll go up to that joint and give them a chance to win their money back," said Smiler. "I feel lucky." We went up, but they were closed, and we had to go elsewhere to gamble. The habit had fastened on him. He became a fiend for gambling. When his money was gone, I let him play mine in, and he kept us broke. In a few days, the money from our last venture was gone, and we were sparring about for more. The oldest and commonest system of the house burglar, in locating money and jewelry, is to stand about theaters, cafes, and other better shops, watching their patrons and following them home if they displayed wealth. Smiler and I followed a woman and a man to their home one night from the theater. The woman wore enough diamonds to stun any thief or pawnbroker. They went into a well-kept 2-story house, back in a big yard full of trees and shrubs, only a dozen blocks from the main street. They let themselves in with a key and appeared to be the only occupants of the place. We looked the spot over for several days and evenings. There was a servant girl about the place, but no children and no dogs. This was good. Children, particularly young ones, often need attention in the night, which interferes with the prowler. Dogs, young or old, are the bane of the burglar's life. A dog inside a house where people are sleeping prohibits burglary, and the smaller he is, the louder he prohibits. So far as we could see, the place looked made to order for us. House burglars customarily work single-handed. Two men prowling about in a house in the dark are apt to get confused if anyone wakes up and shoot each other. It has happened. "I wish this stool-pigeon moon wasn't so bright tonight, kid," said Smiler as we waited in the shrubbery for our people to put out lights and retire. At 11 o'clock the house was in darkness. "About 3 hours more, kid, and we'll get busy." We had been in the yard since 9 o'clock, tense, watching, listening. 6 hours lying on the damp grass and wet from the heavy dew. And still the burglar wonders how he catches those terrible colds that hang on and finally develop into TB. It was agreed I should stay outside and lend a hand in case anything went wrong in the house with Smiler. Inside the house, inexperienced as I was, I would be in the way. Smiler looked at his watch for the 100th time. He removed his shoes, putting one in each hip pocket as far as it would go, buttoned his coat tightly and pulled his hat far down over his eyes. Always clean, handsome, smiling, he wasn't good to look at now. We stepped toward the house, keeping out of the moonlight when possible. On the rear porch, Smiler tried the door and windows. All fastened. He motioned me to stay where I was, and then disappeared around the side of the house, in search of an unlatched window. No burglar uses force till he is sure there is no window or door unfastened. He was gone so long that I was getting worried, when he silently appeared from the other side. He had gone around the house. I left the porch and joined him beside a window he had found unfastened. He pointed to some vines nearby, where I took my stand to wait till he rejoined me. I watched him intently, a pupil, apt at learning. The bottom of the window was about even with his shoulder. He stood with arms upraised, hands against the window sash, slowly, silently pushing it up. I listened, but he made no sound. The night was calm, still, dead. Then came a blinding flash of fire and the deadly roar of a rifle. Broken glass falling tinkled, and a woman shrieked once hysterically. My eyes had never left Smiler. He staggered back from the window, clutching his throat with both hands. His legs trembled like a spent fighter's as he sank slowly to his knees. For a moment I shrank with fear and shock, cold and helpless, into the vines beside the house. The flash and deafening explosion coming out of the still night, when my nerves were at their highest tension, petrified me on the spot. Then my legs ran away with me, and I found myself at the back gate to the alley, the way we came in, fumbling at the latch. My mind was clearing up now. The gate was open. I was wondering whether to run up or down the alley, into the city or out of it. I expected to hear more shots. Then I thought of Smiler and looked back. He was there in front of the window in the moonlight, on his hands and knees now, shaking his head from side to side slowly. There was no alarm yet. The night was calm and still again. There was the smell of burnt powder in the air. This was my first desperate experience. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to run on and save myself, and I wanted to help Smiler. Something, I don't know what it was, but I don't think it was courage or bravery, turned me around, and I ran back through the shrubbery to a spot opposite the window from which the shot had been fired. In the clear moonlight, I could see that it was raised 6 inches, and one of its lower panes was shattered. The house was still in darkness. There was no sound inside. I must have been in a panic still. No sane thinking human would have done what I did next. I ran out in front of the window to Smiler, and standing over him, put my arms under his, lifting him slowly to his feet. Blood was streaming out of his mouth. He slowly and weakly put one arm around my neck. I held it there, grasping the hand that hung limply over my shoulder, and with my other arm around his waist, slowly dragged him to the gate and out into the alley, where he collapsed. His dead weight was too much for me. I let his body slip gently to the ground. A twitching shudder ran through him. He straightened out on his back and threw his arms wide. He was dead. Still no sound came from the house. Next door, I now heard a window thrown up and voices calling. A light appeared. It seemed an age since the shot was fired, yet it wasn't 3 minutes. Smiler was beyond my help. I must be off. I was drenched with the blood that spurted from a wound in his neck. It was on my face and hands. My shirt front was saturated with it. My coat was dripping blood. I thought of our room downtown. No chance to make it in that condition. Smiler's watch chain glistened in the moonlight. I tore at his pockets and found his money. I went through them all, took everything, and ran for blocks and blocks through the alley toward the outskirts of the city. The dawn was coming fast. I must hide. I turned out of the alley into a street and walked on, wondering what to do, where to go. A for rent sign on a large, neglected-looking residence halted me. Not a soul was in sight on the street. I dodged into the yard, around to the back, and found the kitchen door unlocked. Inside, I went into what had been the dining room, and sat down on the floor, exhausted, nervous, and covered with blood. When it became light enough, I explored the old house, finding nothing but rags and old papers. There was no water in it, and washing was out of the question. I gathered up an armful of the rags and papers, making a pallet of them by a window upstairs in a front room, where I could look out on the street. I sat down on the pallet and began to think things over. It was the first good chance since I had left my father. I heartily wished myself back with him. If this was adventure, I wanted no more of it. I was done with it. It had brought me to this, tired, hungry, bloody, afraid to go to sleep, even if I could, lest I should be found and dragged off to jail and surely convicted. Smiler was dead. I had no ties to bind me to the road. Yes, I would get out of this mess somehow and go back to my father. I was sorry for poor Smiler and would have stayed with him on the road, but now it was different. I felt no remorse for any of the things we had done. I wasn't sorry. I didn't even think they were wrong. That phase of it never entered my mind. Then I fell to thinking of Smiler's tragic end, trying to puzzle it out, why the woman shrieked, why the house remained so dark and silent, and why I wasn't shot when I went to his assistance. There was no answer to it all. I felt easier in my mind now that I had decided to quit the road and go home, and longed for the night to come when I could leave my hiding place and wash the blood off my hands and face and get fresh clothes. As the day wore on, feeling more secure, I stretched out on my bed of rags and paper and tried to sleep. But it wouldn't come to me. Later in the afternoon I removed my coat and shoes and managed to doze fitfully till evening. When it was dark enough to walk through the streets safely, I left the house and made my way to a hot sulphur spring that gushed out of a hillside a mile away. There I stopped and scrubbed myself as best I could in the dark and without soap. My clothes were stiff with dried blood. I threw the shirt and underwear away, put my handkerchief about my neck, and, buttoning my coat, started off in search of a store where I could get a new outfit. Since the night Smiler stole the coat for me, we had never allowed ourselves to get flat broke. With all his passion for gambling, he would hold on to a few dollars. With the money I found on him and my own, I counted up $30. His watch wasn't worth $2, a cheap one he bought in San Francisco. I kept it as a memento. There was nothing else of value in his pockets. In a few minutes, I found one of the many little general stores that flourished in Salt Lake at that time, and purchased a suit, the cheapest one there, for $12, and a 50-cent shirt. I went back to the spring with my bundle, where I donned the cheap bull's wool suit and threw my good one away. Tired and hungry, I crawled aboard a streetcar city-bound from the Sulphur Springs. In the car, I looked closely at my hands and saw there was still some blood around my fingernails. There were dark spots on my shoes, too. Hungry as I was, I first went into a barber shop, had a bath, and scrubbed my shoes, then to a restaurant, and while eating, I decided to go to our room and have a good sleep and get a suit of underclothes and a few other things that I would need on my way home. I turned the whole thing over in my mind and was sure there was no danger in going to the room. I was sitting at the table nearest the kitchen finishing my meal when a policeman came in and sat opposite me. The waiter brought a steak, which was ready and waiting for him. "Did they identify the dead burglar yet?" the waiter asked. "No, not a thing on him." "How did it happen, anyway?" "Just like the morning paper says. The woman's husband was called away unexpectedly. The hired girl had the night out, and she was alone in the house, sleeplessly walking around the rooms when this bird appeared at the window. Scared half to death, she got her husband's rifle and fired at him. Then she fell in a faint. When she revived, the neighbors were called, and they got the police. The bird ran as far as the alley and dropped dead. The bullet cut an artery in his neck." From the restaurant, I went directly to our room and to bed, where I slept the sleep of exhaustion till some time next forenoon, when I was roused by heavy knocking at my door. When I opened it, 2 big red-faced men shouldered in, told me I was under arrest, and ordered me to put on my clothes. I washed and dressed. One of them put handcuffs on me and made me sit in a chair while they searched the room without finding anything that interested them. The other then produced a blood-stained piece of paper, and holding it out before my eyes, said, "Did you ever see that before?" I looked at it. It was the landlord's receipt for our room rent. They had found it in a corner of one of Smiler's pockets. Smiler had continually drummed it into me never to answer any questions in case we were arrested. "Just clam up, kid. Tell them you'd rather not say anything till you get a lawyer. They might slug you, but don't talk. That's your only salvation." I remembered his advice, and said to them as respectfully as I knew how, "You gentlemen have arrested me for something. I don't know what, but I would rather not make any statement till I can see an attorney and get his advice." The landlord now came into the room. "Was this young man in this room night before last?" "The bed wasn't slept in," he replied. "That's good. We'll lock him up. Maybe he'll talk then. You come along with us, too. We want you to identify the dead one." The city jail was but a few blocks away, and all 4 of us walked there together. They took me inside and unlocked the handcuffs. A man at the desk asked me my name and age. I was then taken out the back door and across a yard into the jail building and locked in a cell with a solid iron door in a remote corner of the building. They didn't threaten to beat me up and asked no more questions. A jailer came at noon with a trusty, who put a pan of very good stew, a tin cup of coffee, and half a loaf of bread in the cell. I said to the jailer, "Mister, could I see a lawyer?" He shut the door and locked it without answering me. The door wasn't opened again till midnight. I was lying awake on a bunk fighting bedbugs in the dark. It seemed they were trying to eat me alive. "Step out here, young man." I stepped out in my stocking feet. "Put your shoes on and come with us." They were the same two men that arrested me. They took me out and up the street to the next block, where we stopped at an undertaker's. They led me to the back room and up beside a table on which a figure was lying, covered by a long sheet-like white cloth. I stood there beside the table between the two officers for a moment. Then suddenly one of them snatched the sheet away from the upper part of the figure. The other man shook me violently and shouted, "Did you ever see that man before?" I knew Smiler was there before he snatched the sheet off. When we went into the undertaker's, I felt they were going to show me his body, but I couldn't understand why. I learned later that some people are unnerved at the sudden sight of a gruesome corpse, and weakening, talk. It hurt me to look at Smiler, his smile forever gone, changed to a hideous snarl-like grin and a gaping hole in his throat. I couldn't think of anything else, so I said, "I want to see an attorney, please." "You'll get a lawyer when we get done with you. You were with that fellow when he was shot, and we're going to charge you with an attempt to commit burglary if you don't tell us where you were night before last." I was locked up again. The following day, the two officers took me out to the booking desk, where I was formally charged, and on the morning of the third day, I went into the police court for my hearing. One of the shyster lawyers, or stir-steerers, as the bums call them, came over to me. "They tell me you want a lawyer," pointing to the officers. "Yes, I do." "Got any money or friends?" "I got $15 in the office and no friends." "Give me an order for the money, and I'll look after you," he said. I gave him the order. He spoke to the two officers for a minute, and then asked the judge for a continuance of 24 hours. This was granted, and I was led back to the bedbugs in the dark cell. The next day, when my case was called, the lawyer stood up and started talking. "Sit down," roared the judge. He obeyed. A woman wearing a thick veil was called. I could not distinguish her features. In a few words she told of shooting a man at her window. She saw but one man, the one she shot. She was excused and hastily left the courtroom. My landlord was called, and testified that I was the roommate of the dead burglar, that I was not in the room the night he was killed, and when I appeared the following night, I had on a different new suit. The officers testified that they arrested me in the room, and that I had refused to make any statement. The prosecutor stood up. "Officer, when you accused this defendant of being an accomplice of the dead man, did he deny it?" "No, sir, he did not." The prosecutor looked wise and sat down with a satisfied air, as if I had been found guilty. "Anything more?" asked the judge. The prosecutor got up again. "It's as plain as the nose on your face, Your Honor. The dead man and this chap went out to rob that house. When the other fellow was shot, this chap tried to help him away, but he was too far gone. Then what did he do? Your Honor," he said, ominously pointing a finger at me, "he robbed his dead companion. The dead man's pockets were turned inside out, but in his haste, this man overlooked this telltale blood-soaked receipt," and he waved it about with great effect. The judge frowned at me. The courtroom chair-warmers cranked necks in my direction. "What about that new suit he has on?" continued the prosecutor. "He either bought it or stole it since the shooting. Why? Because the suit he wore that night had blood on it. Blood, Your Honor, blood," he finished hoarsely. I looked down at my shoes, wondering if the wizard was going to point out the dark spots on them that I hadn't succeeded in scrubbing off entirely. "Anything for the defense?" inquired the judge. "We waive our defense," said the stir-steerer. We left the room, and luckily I never saw him. Defendant held to await the action of the grand jury. I was led away. It was a relief to get into the county jail, away from the bedbugs. It was clean. I was put in a cell with a fine old Mormon farmer, charged with polygamy, unlawful cohabitation, To use the legal phrase, he was well supplied with tobacco and food from friends outside, which he shared with me. We were confined to the cells all the time, and I made no acquaintances while there. I did not try. I was much discouraged at this turn of things against me, but was still hopeful of getting out and returning to my father. "You've been indicted by the grand jury," said the jailer one morning, some 3 weeks later, "and today you go up to the big house." Utah then was a territory, and all persons indicted were at once transferred to the custody of the United States Marshal, who, in addition to his other duties, acted as warden of the territorial penitentiary. An hour later I was taken out of my cell and turned over to a big, raw-boned man with a worn pistol swinging from a holster on his belt. "Young feller, I don't put irons on none of 'em," he said to me, tapping his gun. "If you want to run, that's your business." In an hour I was at the penitentiary, where I made friends and incurred obligations that turned my thoughts away from home and sent me back on the road. End of Section 8.
Section 9 of You Can't Win. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. You Can't Win by Jack Black. Chapter 9. To say I was shocked, stunned, or humiliated on entering the penitentiary would not be the truth. It would not be true in 9 cases out of 10. It would be true if a man were picked up on the street and taken directly to a penitentiary, but that isn't done. He is first thrown into a dirty, lousy, foul-smelling cell in some city prison, sometimes with an awful beating in the bargain, and after 2 or 3 days of that, nothing in the world can shock, stun, or humiliate him. He is actually happy to get removed to a county jail, where he can perhaps get rid of the vermin and wash his body. By the time he is tried, convicted, and sentenced, he has learned from other prisoners just what the penitentiary is like, and just what to do and what to expect. You start doing time the minute the handcuffs are on your wrists. The first day you are locked up is the hardest, and the last day is the easiest. There comes a feeling of helplessness when the prison gates swallow you up, cut you off from the sunshine and flowers out in the world. But that feeling soon wears away if you have guts. Some men despair. I am sure I did not. Inside the prison I was brought before a convict clerk, who took my name, age, and nativity. I lied about them all. I couldn't cheat the scales or a measuring machine, and they got my correct weight and height. I did screw my face up a little when I was photographed, and felt good about it. My clothes were not taken, nor was my hair cut. I had a bath, and was turned loose in the yard, where there were about 100 prisoners, some, like myself, in outside clothes awaiting trial, and others in convict stripes doing time. The penitentiary was small then. There was no work except farming and gardening, which was all done by cohabs, Mormons convicted of unlawful cohabitation, and a very decent lot of men they were, never complaining of persecution, always ready to help their fellow prisoners, and freely dividing the food, money, and tobacco with which they were well supplied by friends and relatives. The other prisoners played poker all day in the yard on blankets, and occasionally a game of baseball, when they could get up enough ambition. The food was fair. There was no discipline. Prisoners were expected to appear at their cells at evening to be locked in, and to stay in them till they were let out in the morning. They didn't always do that. In prison parlance, the place was a playhouse. The first man to speak to me in the yard was Shorty, the safe expert we had visited. He came directly up to me and put out his hand. "Kid, that was tough about Smiler. I wanted to see you both and apologize. I thought you put me in the hole for some coin, but I found out that the people lost just what you both said. I couldn't imagine a gambling house with a $600 bankroll." Shorty was one of the patricians of the prison, a box man doing time for bank burglary. "I'll put you in with the right people, kid. You're folks yourself, or you wouldn't have been with Smiler." I had no friends in the place, but the fact that I had been with Smiler, that I had kept my mouth shut, and that Shorty had come forward to help me, gave me a certain fixed status in the prison that nothing could shake but some act of my own. I was naturally pleased to find myself taken up by the best people, as Shorty and his friends called themselves, and accepted as one of them. Shorty now took me into the prison, where we found the head trustee, who was one of the best people himself, a thoroughgoing bum from the road. The term bum is not used here in any cheap or disparaging sense. In those days it meant any kind of a traveling thief. It has long since fallen into disuse. The yegg of today was the bum of 20 years ago. "This party," said Shorty, "is one of the Johnson family." The bums called themselves Johnsons, probably because they were so numerous. "He's good people, and I want to get him fixed up for a cell with the right folks. Why don't you go out and see George and his outfit? There's an empty bunk in their cell." We hunted up George and his outfit. They knew all about me, apparently, for George said, "Sure, put him in with us. If you don't, they'll only stick some gay cat in there, and we'd have to throw him out in the middle of the night." "What have they got on you, kid?" asked George. I sat down with them all and went over the whole thing from the shooting of Smiler to my arrival at the prison. "And you made no statement yet?" "No." "Not even to the shyster?" George inquired. "Not even to the shyster," I replied. George turned to the others. "He'll beat that case." "Sure he will," they all said. "Judge Powers can beat that case before lunch any day," said Shorty. "How's he going to get the judge to defend him? He hasn't a dime, and you're talking about the best lawyer in the state," George wanted to know. It was Shorty's time to get superior now. "Where did I get that $200 that's out in the office? Didn't him and Smiler bring it up here to me for my end of that chippy gambling house's bankroll? The judge will take this case for $100. It's only an hour's work for him." George smiled. "Shorty, I knew damn well you'd do that." And to me, "Kid, that's what comes of being on the square. If you'd burnt Shorty for his end of that coin, you'd have been here just the same, and you'd have gotten a beating instead of a lawyer and a lot of good advice from real people." My case was disposed of right there. I had an attorney. But the bums had already tried me, and I was found not guilty. All I had to do was wait for the day to come, and I would be free. I was very grateful to them all, and tried to tell them. "Aw, forget it," they said. "You can pay me the money when you get out and are lucky," said Shorty. "I'll send for Judge Powers in the morning." At supper time I fell in line with my new friends and ate at the same table, after which we marched to our cells and were locked in. These scheming yeggs had managed to get possession of the most desirable cell in the prison, probably by bribing the trustee prisoner, whose duty it was to look after the cell house. On each side of the cell was a framework ingeniously made of angle iron that contained 2 bunks, one above the other. The mattresses were filled with clean straw. The blankets were new and clean. George gave me a small feather pillow. In the center of our cell at the upper end was a table on which stood a fine Rochester oil lamp that gave plenty of light. Newspapers were produced, and the best people settled themselves for the evening. George, who by reason of his age and experience was captain of the outfit, explained to me that, being the last man in the cell, it was my duty to empty the slop bucket in the morning and sweep out. I must stop to describe briefly my 3 cellmates, all persistent and professional criminals, because of their influence on my afterlife. A name on a prison register doesn't usually mean anything. Although I knew George well later, I never learned from him his family name or birthplace. To ask about those things in the underworld is to invite suspicion. All criminals conceal them carefully and resent questions. George was known on the road and to the police as Foot-and-a-Half George, because of an injury to one of his feet that cost him a couple of toes and caused a slight limp. It happened in this way, as he told me one night when we were waiting to open up the powder house at a rock quarry and get a supply of fresh dynamite, caps, and fuse. I always crush into these powder shacks for my puff, for 2 reasons. First, it's always in good condition. Second, if you buy it, you gotta leave your mug with the storekeeper. He's always suspicious of anybody buying explosives, and is apt to remember you and cause trouble later in case of a pinch. I got this bum foot, he said, sticking it out, pointing to the shoe with its bent-up toe, through buying a roll of rotten fuse at an out-of-the-way general store in Montana. I was going against P.O.'s then. I always favored post offices because in the small country ones the postmaster has to furnish the box himself and gets the cheapest one he can find. He don't care because the government stands the loss if it's a plain burglary from the outside. Besides that, you're a cinch to get some coin and a bundle of stickers out of every P.O. You can peddle the stamps anywhere at 60 or 80%, and they can't be identified. Then again, if you do fall, the government don't hang a lot of prior convictions on you and bury you. The limit for a P.O. is 5 years, and you never get that if you use a little judgment. Yes, I'm strong for the government, mused the veteran reflectively. This caper I'm telling you about was a third-class P.O. outside of Butte, Montana. It was soft and good for a few $100s, so I decided to go against it alone. No use taking a bunch of thirsty bums along and stealing money for them to slop up in some saloon the next day. Anyway, I had a hole in the old box and a shot in it in half an hour. I strung the fuse to a window and touched it off from the outside. It spluttered along the floor and up to the door of the box, but nothing happened. After a few minutes I went back inside to put on a fresh piece of fuse. Just as I got in front of the box, there was a roar. The door came off and knocked me flat. The edge of it caught my foot on the floor and smashed all the toes. Did you get the coin? You're damn right I did. After my wind came back, I got the coin and stickers, limped outside where I had an old Swift tied to a hitching rack. I had no saddle, and it was a tough ride into Silver Bow Junction. But I got there before daylight and grabbed a rattler into Pocatello, where Salt Chunk Mary put me away, got a doctor, and got rid of my stickers. That's why I'm so particular about my fuse, he concluded. This grizzled old yegg was a byproduct of our Civil War. Apprenticed to a village blacksmith, he was drafted into the army, where he learned the disruptive force of powder and many other things useful to him in his profession of safe breaking. His rough war service, his knowledge of mechanics and explosives, combined to equip him for what he became, one of the pioneers of safe breaking. From black powder he turned to dynamite, and afterward was one of the first to thrash out the soup, a process used by the bums and yeggs for extracting the explosive oil, nitroglycerin, from sticks of Dan or dynamite. He boasted that he had never done a day's work outside of prison since he was mustered out of the army, except 1 year in a safe factory in the East, where he went deliberately and worked for starvation wages to learn something of the construction of a very much used make of safe and its lock. Fortified with this knowledge, he followed that particular make of safe to many parts of the world, and, as he said, knocked them open like ripe watermelons. George inherited a very ordinary set of features to start with. His war scars and rough bouts on the road and in prison hadn't served to add anything to them in the way of refinement. His head rose to a point from all four sides. The sanctimonious kid, one of my cellmates, once said of George, "If you were to put a dime on the top of George's head and start it sliding down the back, it would fall inside his shirt collar. If you started it down his forehead, it would wind up in his mouth. His lower jaw sticks out so far." His eyes were small and cunning. They looked as if they had been taken out, fried in oil, and put back. Dead, pale blue, and expressionless, they gave no hint of the cunning, always busy brain behind them. His nose wasn't worth looking at, just a small knob of soft red flesh, long since collapsed and hanging like a pendant from between his eyes. He was of medium height, broad, heavy, and rugged. With all his ill-favored appearance and his rolling, limping walk that seemed to start at his shoulders and work its way down into his legs, he had a heart of gold and oak, and knowing him, one readily forgave him ungovernable temper and violent outbursts of rage. He was square. His life was stormy, and his death sudden and violent as Smiler's. But that has another place in this story. The sanctimonious kid was, in point of years and experience, second to George, and naturally second in say in the cell. All matters of importance were submitted to George first, then to Sank, and lastly to Soldier Johnny, the third man. Nothing was submitted to me. I had no say about anything. All I had to do was to keep my mouth shut and listen all I wanted to. Sank had everything that George lacked. Tall, 6 feet, slender and soft-stepping, more active than most men half his size. You would not suspect him of 200 pounds, solid flesh and bone, straight without stiffness, natural like an Indian, dark hair, eyes and skin, handsome, intelligent. Years after, I saw him in the dock of a crowded courtroom in a big city. His head was the finest, his face the handsomest, and his poise the surest of any there, from the judge down to the alternate juror. His nose, eyes, and forehead might have been those of a minister or divinity student, but there was a hard look about his mouth and something in his jaw that suggested the butcher. He was educated and a constant reader. Whether it was his appearance or his careful manner of speech that got him his moniker, the sanctimonious kid, I never knew. He was serving a short sentence for house burglary, at which he was an expert. We traveled together for several years after he was released, and I found him one of the squarest and most resourceful thieves I ever knew. At last, after one of the cleverest prison escapes on record, he went to Australia, where he was hanged for the murder of a police constable. Soldier Johnny, who had served a term in the army, was the youngest of the three. He was an industrious and trustworthy yegg, who made his living serving as target or outside man for the yegg mobs that preyed on country banks. The target is the most reliable man in the mob. To him is given the job of sticking up the town bull, if he appears while the others are inside. He is the first one to get shot at, and the last. It's his job to carry the heavy artillery and stand off the natives while the others get the coin, and then to cover the getaway. He was born lucky. His face and figure were neutral. A hard man to pick up on his description. Medium size and weight. After one look at him, you couldn't say whether his hair was brown or black, whether his eyes were gray or blue. Quiet, unobtrusive, soft-spoken, a copper would hesitate before halting him on the street. Such were my companions, guides, friends, and philosophers day and night, till the day of my trial, which soon came. Shorty's letter to Judge Powers brought one of his office men out to see me the next day. who got the points in my case and went away with $100 of Shorty's money. I felt better after his visit. He was so fresh, vigorous, confident. "Nothing to it, young man," he said breezily. "I'll be in court when you appear to plead, and have a day set for your trial. That is, if they want to waste their time trying you." I went back into the prison yard with his card in my hand and gave it to Shorty. He passed it to George and then to Sank. "I know him," Sank said. "He's in Power's firm. Powers will tell him what to do. You're all right. True, he is but a second-class man, but that's not so bad. These second-class lawyers can skin a first-class bunco man any day in the week. I see no reason why he cannot skin a third-class judge in a territorial court." I soon saw that these three cellmates of mine practically controlled the inside of the prison. They had brains and character backed by courage and the valuable background of a reputation for doing things outside. I say they had character because, while they did wrong things, they always tried to do them in the right way and at the right time. The thief who goes out and steals money to pay back room rent rather than swindle his poor landlady has character. The one who runs away without paying her has no character. The thief who holds out a lady's watch on his pal to give to his girl has no character. In the underworld, one has good or bad character, as in any other layer of society. The thief who pays off borrowed money, debts, or grudges has a good character among his fellows, and the thief who does the reverse has a bad character. Thieves strive for good character and make as great sacrifices to keep it as men do anywhere else. A burglar can have friends, but he has to pay his room rent, or he will lose them, and they will despise him. Because of this quality, these three men had money in the prison office, sent them by friends at liberty. They had visitors frequently, who kept them well supplied with books and magazines. The evening mail brought newspapers from many cities. They kept well informed, particularly about criminal and legal doings. The papers were carefully read at night, and the next morning routed throughout the prison, till, torn and red ragged, they found their way into the hands of the lowliest, bindles stiff, in the farthest corner of the yard. There were fat times when we didn't go into the dining room for a week. A half-gallon bucket of milk was left at the cell every evening. Loaves of fresh hot bread were smuggled up from the bake shop, and juicy steaks from the guards' quarters. These creature comforts helped to take the curse off the place, and mitigate the prison pangs. Our light was put out, not when the 9 o'clock bell rang, but when George or Sank or Johnny felt like going to sleep. The guards looked the other way when they went by in their felt-soled shoes, on their night rounds through the prison. In the prison yard there was a deep well, from which water for bathing and other uses was pumped to a large tank on the prison roof. The pump was manned by 4 prisoners, who had to work in 1-hour shifts. A gang of 8 men were detailed each week for this work, which was not hard, nothing more than exercise, and no one ever complained. My name was called one Saturday evening, and I was instructed to report at the pump the following Monday morning. I thought nothing of it, and would have pumped cheerfully. But that night Soldier Johnny, who was something of a jail lawyer and agitator for his and his friends' rights, remarked that they were wrong in forcing me to work, because I had not been convicted of any crime, and that I ought to refuse to do it. The other 2 took the matter up, and it was argued pro and con. They were pretty technical about it, and the weight of opinion was that it would be establishing a dangerous precedent for an unconvicted man to do any work of any kind in the prison, and a test case should be made of it. I was willing enough, and looking back at it now, I believe I was glad of the chance to do something to raise myself in the estimation of these distinguished characters. Monday morning I refused to work, explaining to the officer in charge that I was not lazy, but felt they had no right to order me to work before I was convicted. He appeared surprised and took me to the office of the prison captain. He heard me out and, turning to the guard, said, "Throw this fresh kid in the cooler and leave him there till he gets ready to work." I was given an old pair of overalls and a cotton shirt to wear in the cooler, where my outside clothes would have been ruined. The cooler, or dark cell, was the same as other cells, except that there was nothing in it, and the door was solid, admitting no light. The floor and walls were of thin steel and very cold. I slept on the floor without any kind of bedding or cover. There was but one fixture in the cell, a sheet metal bucket smelling strongly of chloride of lime. My sentence carried the further punishment of bread and water, one thick slice a day and about a quart of water. A guard opened the cell in the afternoon the first day, and put in a quart tin cup of water, but no bread. As he was closing the cell, he said, not unkindly, "You're a damn fool, kid. You'd better weaken and promise to go on the pump. I'll tell the captain now if you want, and you won't have to freeze in here tonight." "No, I won't weaken," I declared. "All right, but if you change your mind, just rap on the door with that tin cup." My teeth were chattering before 9 o'clock that night, it was so cold. I could not sleep on the cold steel floor, and walked up and down in my stocking feet all night. The next morning it became warmer, and I slept in fits till noon, when the guard came with my bread and a fresh cup of water. The bread was about half eaten when something got between my teeth that made me stop chewing, hungry as I was. I examined it, lying on my belly at the bottom of the door, where there was a crack of light. It was a piece of chicken quill, about an inch long. I couldn't imagine how it got into the bread, and out of curiosity and having nothing else to do, I broke it apart. There was a tightly rolled piece of paper inside, on which was written, "Stick, will feed you tonight." There was no name, no explanation. I knew it was from my cellmates, and put in the balance of the day trying to figure out how they would manage to get food into that tight cell, in plain view of a guard, all day and night. The cell above me was part of the prison proper, and was occupied by 2 prisoners doing time. That afternoon I heard unusual noises in it, and they indicated that someone was moving out or in. Immediately after lock-up in the evening, there was another new noise. Prisoners in dungeons rely almost entirely on sounds to tell them what is going on about them. Every sound has its meaning. No sound escapes them, and any new or unusual sound must be thought out and classified at once. The sound that attracted my attention was a low grinding rasping that seemed to come from the floor of the cell above, which was the roof of my cell. One person above walked back and forth with his shoes on, making considerable noise, something very unusual. The rasping became more distinct, and after an hour's thought I concluded that somebody up above was boring a hole through the thin steel floor, and that the walking was to cover the noise of drilling, and to keep watch for the guard. Before 9 o'clock there was an inch hole in the floor, and strips of tender meat, long pieces of bread, toasted to hold them together, cigarettes and matches were being lowered into my cell. After them came a long thin piece of rubber hose, from which I sucked about a quart of strong coffee. I spent about 3 weeks in the cooler and never missed my evening meal. My cellmates bribed the night guard to give me a blanket at night, which he took away from me before he went off watch in the morning to protect himself. All in all, I didn't fare so badly, and was getting pretty well settled down to life in the dark cell, when they took me out one evening and sent me back to my cell with instructions to be ready in the morning to go to court. I found my clothes in good shape, and a clean shirt had been procured for me by my cellmates. They seemed to think they owed me an apology for not being able to get food into the dark cell until the second night, explaining in great detail how they had to get 2 gay cats moved out of the cell above me, and have 2 members of the Johnson family put in it, who would attend to the matter. I was instructed by them to ask for an immediate trial. The captain had declared that he would keep me in the cooler till I either got acquitted or went to work pumping. The next morning the man from Judge Power's office was in court and told me to plead not guilty. When this formality was done with, he asked for a trial on the earliest possible date, saying that it would not take more than 2 hours to try the case. 2 hours, said the judge, looking over his calendar. How would the day after tomorrow do? There was no objection from either side. The case was set for trial. I went back to the prison and into the cooler. That evening my rations came down as usual. The guard gave me my blanket, but I couldn't sleep. Everybody was confident I would be acquitted, but I was afraid. I remembered my experience in Denver when the judge gave me 15 days without a hearing, and at Port Costa when Casey gave us 10 days. I imagined the procedure would be about the same in this case, and was very uneasy. The next evening I was sent back to my cell. I found plenty to eat waiting me, and after a good supper my case was tried by my cellmate lawyers. They threshed it out from every conceivable angle, and declared that if I got convicted I would have to do it myself on the witness stand. They were so sure I wouldn't come back that George gave me a $10 bill. "Take that, kid. You'll need it. You can send it back when you feel able." I promised to write them, and we agreed on a fictitious name for me to use. They all shook hands, bade me good-bye, and sent me away in high hopes. Judge Powers himself was in court the next morning. A fine, tall, gray, elderly gentleman, he patted me on the back in a fatherly manner. "Young man, I am going to put you on the witness stand and ask you one question. Are you guilty or not guilty of this charge? You answer no, and don't answer any other questions from anybody unless I tell you to." The jury was drawn in 10 minutes. The witnesses that testified at the police court came on in the same order, and gave the same testimony. Judge Powers asked the veiled woman we were preparing to rob if she had seen me at her house on the night in question or on any other night. She answered that she saw but one man, the one she shot. The detectives confined themselves to the truth. Powers looked at his watch with the air of a busy man being detained over a trifling matter, and dismissed them without cross-examination. He waved the landlord off the stand without questioning him. When the prosecutor said, "That's our case, Your Honor," Powers looked at him and then to the jury. "Is that all?" he asked, frowning. I was put on the witness stand and answered no very positively to his question. The prosecutor hadn't anything to cross-examine me about. He started a few questions, but was stopped and gave up. My attorney made some motion and was overruled. He then offered to let the case go without argument from either side, but the prosecutor wanted to talk, and the judge told him to go ahead. He argued about the same as the prosecutor in the police court, waived the bloody room rent receipt, and harped about the change of clothes, and my absence from the room, and my refusal to make any statement. He ding-donged away till the judge ordered him to stop. Judge Powers went over the case in 5 minutes. The jury was instructed in 5 more, and went away to the jury room. I was nervous. I thought my attorney had not asked enough questions, hadn't argued enough. The judge went into his chambers. Judge Powers followed him in for a visit. A few courtroom hangers got up and went out. Nobody paid any attention to me. The bailiff who had me in charge strolled about the room, gossiping. There was no dock in the courtroom. I was sitting outside the railed-off enclosure at the attorney's table. The jury hadn't been out 15 minutes, but I was so nervous I couldn't sit still, and got up to stretch my legs. The bailiff was busy talking to a man who came in from the street. His back was turned to me as I walked a few steps up the aisle in the direction of the door, and then back. The next time I walked farther toward the door before turning, and still he never looked at me. The third time I went to the door and out, and oozed down the broad single flight of stairs into the main street. Dodging between two hacks at the curb, I crossed to the opposite side of the street, and looked back up the stairway to the courtroom. No alarm yet. Directly in front of me was a basement restaurant. I went downstairs, straight through the dining room to the kitchen, into the backyard, and then to the alley without being molested. When I got out of the alley, I turned every corner I came to for 15 minutes, and finished in the railroad yards instinctively. The whistles were blowing for 12 o'clock noon. I saw no signs of any outgoing trains, and decided to plant myself somewhere nearby till night, when I could get a train or walk out of town in safety. I found an old deserted barn and hid up in the loft, hungry and thirsty, till dark. A passenger train was due out on the Rio Grande at 8. With much caution, I made my way along between lines of boxcars, till I got near enough to the depot to get aboard the blind end of a baggage car. I held the train all night, carefully dodging about at every stop. At daylight, as the train slowed down for a stop, a man climbed up beside me. "You're arrested," he shouted, tapping a big gun in its holster. I was discouraged. After all my hiding and dodging and starving, I must now go back to Salt Lake. He took me off the train and held my arm as the train pulled out. I was scared and desperate. I could see the penitentiary opening up for me again, and the dungeon. As the last coach was even with us, I gave the constable, that's who he was, a vicious push, and he fell into a ditch beside the track. The train was moving fast now, but with a tremendous effort I clutched one of the handbars, and the momentum threw me up on the rear steps. Just as I landed, one of the trainmen opened the rear door and saw me. He had his mouth open to say something when he saw the constable crawling out of the ditch, firing his pistol in the air and making signs to him. He pulled the bell cord. As the train slowed down, 2 more trainmen appeared, and the 3 began kicking me. I jumped off and fell into the hands of the constable, who came up reinforced by some natives from the depot. They all fell on me and gave me an unmerciful skull-dragging. After they got done scruffing me around, 2 of them took me by each arm, and the constable fastened both hands in my coat collar from behind. The ones that couldn't find a place to lay hold on me surrounded us. A tribe of small boys appeared from nowhere, and I was dragged, pushed, and bumped across the fields to the village and thrown into the jail. When I was safely locked in, the constable mopped his forehead with his sleeve, and shaking his fist at me, said, "Sure as God made little apples, I'll see that you get 10 days." They all went away then, except the small boys. They lingered around all afternoon, peeping in at the windows. It was a mail-order jail, 2 steel cells on a concrete foundation. A cheap wooden shack had been built around the cells to keep the weather out. The door of the shack was always open, and there was plenty of light. The cell they put me in was clean, and there was a roll of new blankets in it. I was the only prisoner. I unrolled the blankets, and stretching out on the floor, tried to figure out what had happened. I couldn't understand the constable's threat to get me 10 days, and concluded he was so excited that he said 10 days when he meant 10 years. He turned out to be a very decent fellow. He was postmaster, section boss, and constable. He appeared at the jail in the evening with a big dishpan full of food, bread, meat, butter, a fruit jar full of fresh milk, and half a pie. He apologized for having lost his temper and treating me so roughly, asked me if I wanted tobacco, and made a special trip back to his house for some old magazines. I was surprised to learn that I had been arrested for trespass or stealing a ride. He explained that the bums had burned a string of boxcars farther up the road, and the company had sent out orders to arrest them on sight and give them 10 days. "It's a wonder somebody along the road didn't tell you about it," he said. "You're the first one I've seen for a month. The bums are all going over the Union Pacific now instead of the Rio Grande. It's too bad. You'll get 10 days sure in the morning. Company's orders. Good night." I put in most of the night trying to think up a talk for the judge next morning. After bringing my breakfast, the constable went after him, and about 9 o'clock they appeared, a few town loungers following them. They didn't even take me out of the cell for my trial. The judge asked my name, read the law from a code he brought along, listened patiently to my talk, and solemnly sentenced me to 10 days in the jail. I asked him to take my $10 bill and let me go, but he refused it. "Sorry, young man, can't do it. Company's orders. 10 days." One of the loungers threw me a Salt Lake newspaper. Another gave me a sack of tobacco, cigarette papers, and matches. When they had gone, I opened the paper and found the story of my escape from the courtroom. The reporter treated it humorously and made fun of everybody connected with my trial. I didn't know what he saw about it that was so funny till I got to the end of it, where he said the jury came in with their verdict of "not guilty" before I was out of the block. This took a big load off my mind. Nothing to fear now. I could go back to Salt Lake and wait for my friends to come out of prison. The sanctimonious kid had but 2 weeks more to do. Soldier Johnny but a month. George had almost a year yet to do. All thought of going home was gone. I owed money to Shorty and George. That must be paid. All worry was off my mind now, and I began planning to get some money when I got out. My head was full of schemes I had absorbed during my month in the penitentiary. George's tales of fat post offices and country general stores came back to me. Idle all day in my cell, my eyes and thoughts turned to the big general store directly across the street from the jail. The constable often talked to me in the evening while I ate supper. I learned from him that all the money in the town was in the big safe in the store, his post office money and stamps included. The store owner, as was often the case in small towns, did a banking business and had acquired about all the money in the place. It was a puzzle to me how to get out of the town when my time was up without spending my $10 for fare. This was not to be thought of. The constable solved it by volunteering to put me on a freight train that stopped there in the daytime, and fix it with the crew to let me ride back to Salt Lake, where I could start east over the Union Pacific. The morning my 10 days expired, I went over to the store, bought some tobacco, and waited around till time for the train. I got the make of the big safe, its location in the store, and any other information I could without asking questions, and decided to report the matter to my friends at Salt Lake. The constable fixed me for a ride as he promised, but instead of stopping at Salt Lake, I went on to Ogden and wrote a letter to Sank, telling him where I would be when he came out. I was careful with my $10 and had half of it when he appeared at Ogden. I at once told him of my 10-day sentence and about the fat general store. He had promised to wait for Soldier Johnny, who was due in 3 weeks, and offered to pay my expenses till then, when something might be done about my store. Johnny was discharged in due time and arrived at Ogden. He was pretty well supplied with money, and there was no rush about doing anything. We talked over the general store, but Johnny didn't like the looks of it. The night trains didn't stop at the town, and it was so far from Salt Lake that horses were out of the question. "No getaway," he said. "I can beat the box all right, but we can't get out of there if we do get the money." Sank agreed. During my 10-day stay in the town, I had turned over in my mind 100 plans, but only one of them seemed feasible, and I was almost afraid to broach that to them. At last, when I saw they were going to give it up as a bad job, I said to them, "Can't you both go over there, get yourselves 10 days like I did, make a key for the cell, and go out at night and get the box? You could plant the money and lock yourselves up again. Then, when your time is up, you can go away and come back for the coin when the thing cools off." They looked at me and laughed. An hour later, Sank said to Johnny, "Say, there might be something in that after all. We would have a perfect alibi." The bizarre appeal to Sank. After some discussion, they decided to look into it. End of section 9. Section 10 of You Can't Win. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. You Can't Win by Jack Black. Chapter 10. An apprentice to a mob of yeggs has to do the rough, unskilled work just as if he were learning a trade from any craftsman. I was sent out to get dynamite, caps, and fuse at a railroad construction camp, and returned with them safely. My next job was to go out and buy a number of twist drills. Johnny hired a horse, bought a couple of blankets and a pair of overalls, and set off to look over the general store. The dynamite and drills were to be left near the store, so they would be available in case they decided to crush into the jail and beat the box while serving their time. He returned in a week, very enthusiastic. The box looked good. There were guns and ammunition in the store. The jail was empty. There was a blacksmith's shop where other necessary tools could be had. The town was dead at night. He had fitted keys to the padlocks on both the jail cells. All this would have been my work if I had not been known in the town, and had planted his Dan caps and fuse safely near the jail. He had picked out another spot near the jail where the money was to be planted. Their plan was to buy tickets to the town nearest the one where I was arrested, on the same passenger train, then to get out and on the baggage, where the hostile constable would find them. I was given enough money to supply my wants till the business was over. They secreted the jail keys carefully in their shoes. The cautious Johnny had also planted in the empty jail files and blank keys to be used in case they lost those they were carrying. "The only danger is," said Sank, "that some other bums may be picked up and thrown into this jail with us." "In that case," Johnny replied, "we'll have to do our 10 days and crush right back in again, and stay there till we can get the jail all to ourselves." "Kid," said Sank as they were leaving, "watch the papers. If it goes all right, we'll be back in about 2 weeks. If it goes wrong, and you never can tell, you will know from the papers what happened. Then send somebody up to the Stir to see George, and he'll tell you what to do." 10 days later, the burglary was reported in the papers. $4,000 had been taken from the general store, and the manhunt was on. The burglars had worked quietly. The theft was not discovered till opening up time the next morning. The thieves were evidently experts, and left behind them the most complete set of safe-breaking tools seen in years, etc., etc. They had escaped by taking a handcar from the section house. It was found wrecked several miles down the railroad track. Johnny and Sank had strengthened their alibi and strangled any suspicion that might fall on them by taking the John O'Brien, the bum's term for handcar, so called because every other section boss in those days was named O'Brien, and started it down the railroad. There was a slight grade, and it traveled several miles before jumping the track into the ditch, where it was found wrecked, abandoned by the burglars. The hunt started from there. Blanket stiffs looking for work were brought in, questioned, locked up for a day or two, and let go. The trains were searched up and down the line. Bums were brought in, got their 10 days. But the burglars escaped, and in a week the hue and cry was over. It was almost 3 weeks before the burglars showed up at Ogden. They were nervous and irritable, complaining that the jail had got uncomfortably filled up the last few days they were there. They got lousy from the blanket stiffs. The constable was sore about the burglary, and wouldn't square them for a ride into Salt Lake, as he had done for me, and they had to pay their fare out of the town. Their money was almost gone, and there in that little burg was $4,000 that couldn't be touched for at least a month, and somebody was liable to steal it on them. I got nervous, too. We decided to go up to Pocatello and kill the month around Salt Chunk Mary's, where we would be safe and welcome, and where they could borrow enough money to live on until the time came to go after the 4,000. After a night's ride, we were welcomed by Mary, who spread the customary feed of beans and salt pork before us. She inquired anxiously about Foot-and-a-Half George. She seemed to know every bum on the road of any consequence. Johnny put in his time down in the jungle drinking with the bums. Sank and I either watched the fine 6-foot Indians that stalked about the town looking scornfully at their white inferiors, or the tin-horn gamblers who skinned the railroad men on paydays and each other afterward. Payday was coming on, and the town took on a busy aspect. Small-money gamblers appeared with their women companions. Brass peddlers, bums who sold imitation gold jewelry, principally rings, appeared on the streets with their 90 cents a dozen gold hoops made in Wichita, Kansas, and dropped them to the Indian squaws and railroad laborers for any price from $1 up. Other bums had bundles of pants and shoes planted in the jungle, the proceeds of a boxcar burglary on the Oregon Short Line. These articles were peddled openly about the railroad shops and to trainmen in the yards. A band of yeggs on their way to Great Falls and then to the Canadian side stopped off to thresh out their soup in the jungle. The Johnson family became so numerous that a convention must be held. In any well-ordered convention, all persons of suspicious or doubtful intentions are thrown out at the start. When a bum's convention is to be held, the jungle is first cleared of all outsiders, such as gay cats, dingbats, wangs, bindle stiffs, jungle buzzards, and scissorbills. Conventions are not so popular in these droughty days. Formerly, kegs of beer were rolled into the jungle, and the punks, young bums, were sent for Mickeys, bottles of alcohol. Mulligans of chicken or beef were put to cooking on big fires. There was a general boiling up of clothes, and there was shaving and sometimes hair-cutting. The yeggs threshed out their soup and prepared for the road. The brass peddlers compared notes and devised new stunts for dropping their wares. Traveling beggars, crippled in every conceivable manner, discussed the best spots for profitable begging. Beggars of this type are always welcomed at a convention or any other place where thieves or bums congregate. This may seem strange, but it's a fact. The underworld beggars are the most reliable and trustworthy, the most self-sacrificing, and the quickest to help of any class of people outside the pale of society. Crippled, wounded thieves, fugitives, and escaping prisoners, if they know what they are about, always turn to the beggars for aid, and are never refused. They are sheltered in the beggar's humble flop. His small plunge, money he begs, is divided with them, and he carries messages any distance to their friends and relatives. The beggar minds his own business, settles his own feuds, and I cannot recall ever seeing one of them in court testifying against anybody for anything. This convention at Pocatello ended in a most unusual way. Nobody was killed. None of them fell in the fire. There was no fighting. When their pennies were all slopped up and the food eaten, the bums folded their tents and stole silently away to their different activities. Sank and Johnny borrowed money from Mary, and we went back to Ogden, where they prepared for their journey, horseback, after our coin. "Are you both going?" I asked. "Yes," they answered without looking at each other. I wondered if each mistrusted the other, and if I would ever see either of them again, or any of the money. My fear of never seeing Sank or Johnny was groundless, and a wrong to them. They returned within a week to the cheap lodging house where we quartered at Ogden. The 4,000 was split in 3 equal parts. I was sent out with about $75 in silver coin to lay off for paper or gold. They looked at me curiously as I stowed away my bit. "Top dough for you, isn't it, kid?" said Sank. "Yes, 200 was the most I ever had. I didn't expect to get 1/3 of this money. I doubt if I earned it. I took no chances. You two did all the work." "We talked that over," he replied, "and decided you were entitled to an even cut. It was your caper. You located it. You had the nerve to propose what we first thought was a bughouse caper. We are clean so far as the coppers are concerned. If we ever do any time for this, we'll have to plead guilty to it. The constable of that town would be our best witness if we got picked up on it. He would never admit that we could screw Key out of his jail, beat that box, plant the coin, throw the jail screws in the creek, and go back and lock ourselves up. He might admit that it could happen to some other jail, but he will swear it couldn't be done to his, see? But here's the main reason we gave you an even cut of the coin. From the way you stepped in Smiler's case, and the way you took your jolt in the cooler at the big house, we know you are right. If anything had gone wrong with this caper, and we had to take a pinch, we figured you would have been a big help on the outside. That's why you are declared in and in with the works. And now that we can lay off for a while, where will we go?" Turning to Johnny. "First," said Johnny, "we'll go back to Pocatello and pay Mary. She told me she was going to Salt Lake soon to visit George at the big house. I want to send a few dollars to some people there. The kid here wants to pay the 100 to Shorty that went to Judge Powers, and the 10 George gave him. You'll probably want to send something too. We can give it all to Mary, and she'll deliver it. While we're there, I'll have her buy me a pair of smoke wagons. No telling how soon I'll be broke. And if I have a couple of guns, I won't be helpless. Then I'm going home for the winter, if nothing happens. When I got this last jolt, I wrote and told my people I was going to Alaska for 2 years, and they wouldn't hear from me till I got back. I go home now and then, when I have a decent piece of money. My old people are both living, and I've got 7 brothers and sisters. I bring them all something nice for presents, not that they need anything, but just to rub it into them. I am the youngest, and always had to take the leavings. The first lock I ever busted was on the pantry and the kitchen of my old New Hampshire home, so far away." "Where are you going, kid?" "I'd like to stay with you people, but if you're going to split out, I'll go to San Francisco for a while." "You can go with me," cut in Sank. "I'm going to San Francisco for the winter. No New Hampshire winter for me." I think the two of them were looking forward to a few months of quiet, peace, and maybe dissipation. My thoughts were running ahead to future burglaries. No thought of going home, even when Johnny was telling of his home life. When I was hiding in the empty house, covered with Smiler's blood, I wanted to go home because I was in a tough hole. Now I was safe, independent. The life fascinated me. No thought of home now. "What shall I do with the balance of the dynamite and drills?" I asked. "Somebody might step on the bundle and blow the house down. It's planted out in the back." "I'm going to meet George here in the spring when he gets out," said Sank. "It would save us the trouble of stealing more if we could plant it." He was thoughtful for a minute. "Kid, in the morning you go up to the bank and rent a safety box for a year. It's about $4. Arrange with them to let anyone into it that brings a key. Tell them there'll be nothing of value there, just papers, and that you may want to send someone else after them, and to let anyone open it who comes with the key. Better get 2 keys. After you get the box arranged for, come down, get the Dan and stems (drills) and put them safely away in the box. When you get the receipt for the box rent, tear it up, throw the pieces away, and bring me the keys. I'll plant them here in this joint somewhere, where I can find them when I return." Johnny laughed. "Sank, are you going to plant that stuff in the jug?" "Certainly. The bank will take good care of it, and it won't deteriorate. I'm not going to carry the box key around on my watch chain and put the receipt carefully away in my pocket. If I get snared by the bulls, they won't know I've got a safety box, unless I snitch on myself. And if I were going to stay in this town, my money would be in that box, too." When the bank opened next morning, I rented the box and was given 2 keys and a password, and was told that anybody bringing a key and the password would have access to the box. "Even if it's a Chinaman," said the attendant. The receipt was destroyed, and the stuff, in a neat parcel, put in the box. Sank took the keys, planted them somewhere about the premises, and buried the password in his fertile mind. "Go down to the depot, kid, and get 3 tickets to Pocatello. We'll all stay uptown till the train is ready to pull out. No good hanging around that depot. It's lousy with bulls." Johnny was a typical knight of the road. He believed that beds were for sick people in hospitals, that room rent was wild extravagance, and paying fare on the railroad nothing but ostentatious spending. He protested. "Sank, you're not going to start paying fare." "Yes, I am, and I'll buy you a ticket to California if you'll come. Just look at the pleasure you would have beating your way from there back to your hometown in New Hampshire." "That's the funny part of it," said Johnny. "My hometown is 20 miles off the railroad, and I always have to pay fare on the stage, going in and out." Back at Pocatello, we paid Mary the borrowed money, and spent some in her place for interest. She gladly undertook to deliver the money we wanted to go to our friends at the prison, and we gave it to her, capable woman that she was, feeling as sure they would get it as if we were doing it ourselves. Mary bought or sold anything crooked. Johnny paid her for a couple of guns, and gave her an address in Chicago to express them to. He could have bought them cheaper there, but in the matter of buying guns he was careful. Mary was square, and no matter what happened, she would not talk. "Be sure and get .38 caliber, Mary," he cautioned. "I won't have any off calibers or strange make of guns. I want the kind that everybody else has. I don't want to shoot anybody, but if I do, they won't dig a .41 caliber slug out of 'em and find a .41 caliber gun on me." We parted at Pocatello, agreeing to meet at Ogden in the spring. Johnny starting home, where he never arrived, and we to the coast. End of section 10.
Section 11 of You Can't Win. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Timbre Schaefer, You Can't Win by Jack Black, Chapter 11. We arrived in San Francisco safely and without incident. The first thing was to get rooms. My experience in the matter of Smiler inclined me toward a room by myself. Sank, always cautious, decided it would be safest to have separate rooms. I found a nice, quiet German hotel in the Mission where I located, and Sank found himself a place downtown. After getting settled, Sank took our paper money to a bank and got gold for it. At that time, storekeepers hesitated about taking paper. Many of them did not know good from bad paper. There was so little of it in circulation, and they had been loaded up with Confederate bills till they were suspicious of any paper, and sometimes called in a copper to inspect it, and the person who proffered it. We didn't want any of this thing, and got gold at once. "Now for another safety box," said Sank. "I would prefer the bank straight, but there's too many formalities about putting it in and getting it out, and besides that, you can do a lot of locating if you have a safety box. You can go in 2 or more times a day, and you will always see people going and coming to their boxes with money or jewelry. Many women have all their jewelry in safety boxes and only take it out when they want to display it at a theater or party. They lift it on the afternoon of the evening they want to wear it and put it back the next morning, but they have to keep it at home that night. Simplest thing in the world to tail them home from the bank. The safety box is also used, he continued to illuminate me, by racehorse men, gamblers, and the moneyed macro, and I don't mind telling you that I'd rather prowl one of them than any businessman. It's a joy to hear one of them squawk, and most of them would put the old index finger on you or me in a minute just by the way of alibi. There is one bad objection to a safety box for a thief. The coppers are beginning to get wise that they are the greatest receptacles of loot in the world. They are loaded with stolen money, jewelry, bonds, and the larger boxes are often used to store smuggled opium and other contraband drugs. The coppers hang around them, doing a little locating themselves, and if I were known in the town, I wouldn't think of having anything crooked in one of them. I will pay for the box and tell them I play poker and may want to get money before or after banking hours, and that you are to have access to it at any time. He got 2 keys and gave me one. You can carry the key with you if you want, kid. There's nothing crooked in the box yet, but if there is later on, and I hope there will be, you must plant it till you need it. And here goes the receipt, he said, tearing it to bits and giving them to the wind. Tomorrow, kid, while we have plenty of coin, I want you to get a couple of guns, 38s, and he named a certain standard make. No other kind, remember. You heard what Soldier Johnny said, and he knew what he was doing. I suppose you'll go to the first hardware store for them, eh? He said rather severely. Those were the good or bad old days when any wild-eyed maniac could rush into a hardware store or pawn shop with money enough and buy a gun, guaranteed to kill a man a block away. They would take the number of it, to be sure, in order to get witness fees if the gun worked properly. Today, it's a little more difficult to buy a gun in California. The better stores will not sell them unless the purchaser has a permit. The other stores, and they are quite numerous, take your money today for the gun, and tomorrow you go to the store and get it. Oh, I don't know, I might look around a bit, I said. How about getting them in a hock shop? That would be just the place, kid, if you were going to shoot a burglar or a stick-up man, but in this instance there's a difference. I've been carrying a gun around for 10 years. Every time I fired it, I was in the wrong, legally speaking, see? I've been lucky enough so far not to have killed anybody, and hope I never do, but you have to be careful just the same. The hardware store has the number of every gun. The hockshop man not only notes the number, but in most cases puts a mark on it for future reference. Your hockshop man, kid, is the hangman's handmaiden. You will get those guns in Chinatown at different places, one tomorrow morning and one in the evening. You have plenty of time, and the best way to spend it is in taking precautions against trouble. The Chinks are safe to do any kind of business with, buying or selling. They don't talk. I'll show you the kind of place to go this evening. The guns you will buy are probably stolen from some pig iron dump, hardware store, outside of the state, and come into the Chinks' hands by such devious routes that the numbers are long since lost track of. The guns and cartridges were duly bought and put away in the safety box with most of our money. The keys we planted about the places where we lived. Our clothes were few and in bad shape. Senk proposed going to a tailor. Yes, I said, here's where one of my ambitions comes to a head. I'm going to have a nice gray suit, gray hat, and a fine leather trunk. My mind going back to the gray man and his traveled trunk that I worshipped on the depot platform in my little town. It seemed an age since then. If you dress yourself that way, kid, we part. Where did you gather that insane notion? A gray suit, gray hat, leather trunk. I suppose you'd have stickers on the trunk so the coppers wouldn't have to ask you where you were from. I was silent, ashamed to tell him where I got the notion. It's just as I said about the guns. You might wear that rig if you were out hunting burglars, but you wouldn't get many. Even the dicks have too much sense to dress that way. Do you want everybody to look at you? Do you want everybody that looks at you to remember you? You do not. You want as few people to look at you as possible, and you want those few to forget you as soon as possible, he continued with emphasis. What you want is clothes that will not detain the eye for a second. Expensive as you like and well-fitting, but not loud or striking. You want clothes that a man or woman could not describe as blue, brown, or black 5 minutes after looking at you. You want neutral clothes. Be as positive yourself as you like, but no positive clothes. You've got to watch yourself, kid. You know that old maxim, eternal vigilance. You'll have enough trouble come to you naturally and unavoidably, accidents that you cannot foresee, without advertising for it with a loud suit of rags. 99 men out of 100 are picked up through some peculiarity of dress and identified by the same. You don't want any funny hats either, or loud ties. You know when you are doing things to people, you depend largely on the element of surprise. They do not look at you carefully and memorize your features. They get a fleeting, frightened glance and you are off. But a red tie, kid. A glance is enough, and no matter how surprised your party may be, he remembers your gray suit, gray hat, or red tie. The sanctimonious kid was a sober, careful character. He did not gamble and keep us broke, as poor Smiler had. We went along easily and got some good out of our money. I spent days along the waterfront and in the park and at the beach, and evenings at shows or in the dance halls, watching the sailors, whalers, miners, lumbermen spending their winter money in a night. The nightlife fascinated me. Grant Avenue, now filled with the best shops, was a part of the Tenderloin, and all the narrow streets or alleys off it were crowded with cribs and small saloons, with a dance floor in the back room. Many of them had only the short, swinging doors, and never closed from one year's end to another. The Tenderloin was saturated with opium. The fumes of it, streaming out of the Baltimore house at the corner of Bush and Grant, struck the nostrils blocks away. Every room in it was tenanted by hop smokers. The police did not molest them. The landlord asked only that they pay their rent promptly. If it was not paid on the hour, he took the door of the room off its hinges and put it behind the counter, leaving the occupants' things at the mercy of his fellow lodgers. DuPont Street, now Grant Avenue, began at Bush and carried the Tenderloin over into Chinatown, where old St. Mary's Church rose from the heart of it, brooding over it all. It was a colorful Tenderloin, loud, drunken, odorous, and stupid from hop. Its bad wine, ill woman, and worse song have gone to join the Indian, the buffalo, the roulette wheel, and the faro box. Deeply and securely dug in, it yielded slowly, inch by inch, and with scant grace, to the sledgehammer blows of the militant Father Caraher. I made a few acquaintances around the dance halls and found my way into the hop joints. Curiosity was my only excuse for my first smoke. It made me very sick, and although I became a smoker after, it was years before I touched the pipe again. Sank spent his time in his own way, and there were times when I wouldn't see him for a week. One night when he appeared at our eating place, he handed me a sheet of paper. "Here's some work for you, kid. There are the names and addresses of about 50 people here and in Oakland who carry burglary insurance. It cost me $100. The lawyer who got it for me probably gave the clerk who got it for him $10. It's cheap, though, at that, for it will save me a lot of footwork, guesswork, and uncertainty. A glance at that list tells you where they live, it tells you they have valuables because they are insured, and it tells me that they are careless because they are insured. It also tells me that in case of a showdown, they will give up their valuables without a murmur because they are insured. It further tells me that some of them are going to collect insurance shortly, providing you get out and do your part of it, and that's this. I want you to look over some of those shacks. Tomorrow you copy off about 3 names and plant that list somewhere around your hotel. Then go out and look over the places. Later I'll look at any you think are possible of approach. I want to know about dogs, kids, servants, sick people, everything. The house, the porch, the basement, the yard, the alley. You've read a lot of books about criminals, but forget it all. Don't scrape acquaintance with the nurse girl to ask questions. Don't ask a question in the neighborhood. Just walk by and look, or get a book or paper and read where you get a good view of the house and its occupants. Look at the porches especially. This is about the time of the year for a good supper sneak. It's dark when they are at dinner now. Take your time, and when you see one that looks tough, forget it. There ought to be a few soft ones on that list. One good one would do." There was nothing of the Bill Sykes about Sank. He ordered me to do things as a plumber would an apprentice. I took orders and obeyed them as any apprentice should, cheerfully. I worked faithfully day after day, reporting several places to Sank, who took a look at them and said, "Keep on going, kid." At last I found a house that seemed to interest him. He looked at it and told me to quit my search and turn my attention to the place for a few evenings. It was built to be burglarized. Big yard, trees, shrubs, house of about 10 rooms, 2 stories, porch in front and around one side. It was on a corner lot, and from the side street the family could be seen assembled at dinner. We looked at it together for several evenings, and Sank decided it would do. "Ordinarily," said he, "I would get this alone, but tomorrow night you will come along. That old porch may not bear my weight. If it won't, you will have to go up." The next evening, we were in the yard when they gathered round the dinner table. The upstairs was lighted as usual. Sank left me in the shrubbery and stepped to the side porch and upon the railing. When he grasped the upper part to lift himself, the whole structure groaned and creaked and rocked. He tried another place, and it was worse. He beckoned me. "Up you go, kid. It won't hold me. The front room's first, remember. Take your time. We have half an hour. I'll protect you." I went up with ease, and he back to the sheltering shrubs. The nearest window was unfastened. I doubt if one of them was locked. I was nervous. My heart was pounding with the suspense till I could hear it. Sank had instructed me well. I was fortunate enough to get the long end of what was there. It was on top of a dressing table. No money. The other rooms were bare of valuables. I was hanging from the top of the porch, feeling for a foothold on the railing, when a pair of arms encircled me, and, thinking it was Sank helping me down, I said softly, preparing to let go my handholds, "Have you got me?" The arms tightened around my waist like iron bands, pinning me to the porch post, helpless. "Yes, damn you, I've got you good," said a strange voice. "Oh, Clarence, come out here. I've got a burglar red-handed." Captured red-handed, as I was, my mind turned to Sank. I could not believe he had deserted me. Another man joined my captor in response to his call, and they began tugging and hauling me, trying to break my hold on the porch roof. I could see myself being beaten, mauled, despoiled of my loot, and thrown into the patrol wagon by the 2 outraged and angry citizens. Just when I was ready to let go all holds and fall into their arms, I felt the iron clasp of the one that had me around the body slacken slowly. One of them exclaimed, "Look out!" Then I heard Sank's voice. It was not clear and soft as usual. There seemed to be a slight impediment or obstruction in his speech, which was positive enough, but so different that I doubted for a minute if it was he. His precise and careful English was gone too. "Hey, you let go of that guy or I'll tear your heads off. Want to get yourselves plugged over a bunch of junk that's insured? Get inside and stay there or I'll smoke the both of yous off." My confidence came back, and I found a foothold on the porch rail. My captors were backing slowly, silently toward the door they came out of. Sank, a fearsome object, his coat collar up, hat down over his ears and eyes, stood in the shadow of a large bush 6 feet away, waving some shiny thing at them. "Don't try any funny business," he said to them as I jumped to the ground. "You might get us tomorrow, but not tonight. Phone your head off if you want, but don't poke it out of the house while we're in the block." "Did you connect, kid?" he asked when we were on the street. "Yes, a coat pocket full," I said, brushing the cobwebs and dust off my clothes. "But why did you tell them to phone?" "I'll explain all that to you later. You've got to outthink them. You have to have something besides guts at this racket. I sent them to the phone so they wouldn't follow us out. I couldn't have stood them off on the street with this bottle. I had to keep waving it about wildly for fear they would see it wasn't a gun. I found it right at my hand on the porch, and it served the purpose," he said, throwing it into a yard. I seldom carry a gun at this evening work, because I can flatten the average man with a punch. However, I think I shall put a small rod in my coat pocket hereafter." We walked away briskly without attracting attention. It was early evening, and there were people in every block. At a corner, I started to turn toward downtown. He stopped me. No, we must assume that they phoned because they did not follow us. That way you might meet the coppers on their way out." A short walk brought us to a car line. "Take this car, kid, and go straight to your room. I'll be on the next one, and don't lock your door when you go in. It looks and sounds suspicious at 7 o'clock in the evening in a decent, quiet hotel." He came in 10 minutes after me, without knocking, and locked the door softly. "Now, kid," he said in his best manner, "we will proceed to estimate the intrinsic value of our takings in dollars and cents. That amount, divided by 4, will give us an idea of what we have earned this evening." "Why divide it by 4, Sank?" "Because it's crooked, and no fence will give you more. It's a great game, kid. The fence divides it by 4, taking 75% of the value to pay him for the chances he takes. The loser, reporting to the insurance company, multiplies it by 4 to pay himself for the extrinsic value of his junk and the annoyance caused by his burglar." He turned to the stuff I threw on the bed. "Better brush your clothes off carefully, kid. There are still some smudges on your coat." He looked at me critically. "And a button gone." He pointed to where there should have been a button. "Take that suit off. Put on your old one. That button is around the porch, and it's enough to bury us both in Quentin. Tear the tailor's tags out of those clothes, wrap them up, go out, and throw them in a lot somewhere, not too close to this place. Tomorrow you can order a new suit. That one is poison. While you're out, I'll take these stones out of their harness." It broke my heart to throw away a new suit of clothes, but I was a good apprentice and obeyed. When I returned, he had finished unharnessing the stones. There was a fistful of broken gold settings and some small articles of little value. "Wrap that junk up, kid. Take it out and throw it in a lot, and not the same lot you left the clothes in either," said the master. I tore a sheet from a newspaper, and, wrapping the junk up, started out again. He stopped me. "Wouldn't it be just as well to take the balance out of that paper and throw it away, kid? Why leave it in the room? It fits the piece you have in your pocket. And be sure to throw that junk away. Don't plant it somewhere against a rainy day. Throw it away," he finished emphatically. Again I obeyed. When I got back, he had planted the stones, a very small parcel now, in the hotel washroom. On our way out, he said, "One more thing now, and I will feel safe. We will get a new hat each." We left the old ones in the store to be called for. "Now, kid, something to eat, and I will sum up for you the doings of this evening." Seated in a quiet restaurant with decent dinners before us, Sank began. "You probably thought when you were seized coming down the porch that I had abandoned you." I protested. No. "Well, that's what I would have thought if I had been in your place. You see, I saw the party coming toward the door just as you were dropping off the porch roof. I was afraid if I started anything, then you would go back up and get trapped inside the house. So I let things go along, naturally, till I thought they had gone far enough." "You did the right thing," I said gratefully. "But why did you tell them they might get us tomorrow?" "Ha! That's the psychology of the situation, kid. I mentioned also that he was insured. That reminds him that he is not losing anything, and it also saves his face with the family. He went inside and said to them and the other chap, after they had looked about the house and phoned the police, 'Oh well, we're insured.' Of course, if we hadn't been, I would have given that other burglar a battle, tough as he was. Then the other chap cuts in and says, 'You did the sensible thing, Tom. The police will pick them up tomorrow at some pawn shop.'" "You see, kid," Sank continued, "those people are excited and frightened. You have to think for them and for yourself, too. When I told them they might get us tomorrow, I gave them another out. They say to themselves, 'Why, of course the police will get them. How foolish of us to endanger ourselves and family over a few things that are insured and will be recovered in the pawn shops when the burglars are arrested.' Then I sent them to the phone, and we depart." I listened, spellbound. "You did something to your voice. I hardly recognized it." Simplest thing in the world. Put a 50-cent piece or any little object in your mouth and see what a difference it makes in your voice. I venture to say that the loss of one tooth would cause a change that might be detected with certain instruments for analyzing sound. It's just as well to take such precautions. Some people have uncanny memories for voices. And now we come to the last phase of the evening's work. It hurt you to throw away your new suit. Don't worry, it's not wasted. Somebody will find it and wear it and maybe get arrested. But this is no time for speculating about that. Suppose that button were found on the porch or maybe in one of the rooms. You might have lost it going in the window upstairs. It don't belong in the house. The presumption is that you lost it in the struggle or climbing up the porch. Old Captain Lees, you've heard of him, would give that button to one of his smart young dicks and stand him on the Richelieu corner, Geary and Market. He would stand there from 4 in the afternoon till midnight waiting for you to come along, which you do every evening. Just think what might happen to us then. He wouldn't pinch you there. He would tail you to your room, then to my room, then to the safety box, and when they got ready, in we would go. Think that over. If the case were big enough, Lees would go through every tailor shop in town fishing for a line on you, and he might stumble on it. The gold mountings you threw away could have been melted at the expense of a 15-cent crucible and a dime's worth of borax, and would have brought us maybe $10 as old gold at any jeweler's. But think of the chances you take in selling it, jeopardizing the stones we have and our liberty for $10. Bad business. And that newspaper I made you throw out. Here's the reason. We might be in jail tomorrow on suspicion. We figure to get picked up any time because we're what we are. Everything in your room, if they find your room, is taken down and held and examined. Suppose that happened tomorrow, and while you're locked up, the parcel of junk is found in the lot, wrapped in the missing part of the paper found in your room. No lawyer in California could beat that case. That proves possession, and that's all they need to convict you of burglary. And here's something else about house burglary. You seldom get money. Everything has to be sold, and that's where your danger and troubles begin in earnest. Not one house burglar in 100 is caught in the act. It's always when he is trying to sell his plunder. I could steal, take, and carry away, he continued, smiling, $50,000 worth of plunder, rugs, furs, paintings, statuary, and such junk in 30 days if I wanted to make a pack horse of myself. But just imagine trying to dispose of it. That's where you sup with sorrow, as the poet says, kid. Take nothing you can't put in your coat pocket. You've got to watch yourself like a fat man on a diet. The smallest trifle will upset you, and you'll have leisure to repent your carelessness. When you get your new suit from the tailor's, take all the tags out of it, and when you buy a hat, don't let the hatter stamp your name on the sweatband. You don't know what house you might lose it in. I know thieves so conceited and foolish that they have their names in their hats and monogrammed pocket handkerchiefs, and neat little notebooks with all their friends' addresses and phone numbers carefully noted. That's the type of thief that calls the police a bunch of chumps and goes to jail crying somebody snitched. The police are not chumps, kids. They are just lazy, that's all. If they worked as thoroughly at their business as I do at mine, I don't know what would happen. They are human and take the easy way. Somebody whispers to a dick, he whispers to me, and we go down to the jail, where he locks me up on suspicion. The next morning, he and his partner come to my cell, knock me down, walk up and down on my wishbone for a few minutes, and ask me if I am ready to snitch on myself and all my friends. If I decline to help them, they let me out. That's the lazy copper's notion of doing police duty. Our dinner finished, he said. And now, after all this talk, what do you think we should do with the stones we have? Why not spend $100 for fare to Pocatello and back? I asked. Mary's safe. You are learning, kid. That's precisely what I intended doing. Mary is safe, and moreover, she'll give me more than I could get around here. The expense of going to her is money spent insuring ourselves against trouble. If I try to drop the stones here, I have to take what the first man offers me, or I make a dangerous enemy right there. If I refuse to be robbed and turn down half a dozen offers, I make that many bad friends, and they could whisper me into jail. I could give them to some crooked saloon man who would sell them in an hour and pay me at the rate of $5 or $10 a day in the hope that before I got all the money I would get pinched for something else and put away where I couldn't collect the balance. If I get insistent and demand it all at once, he throws a scare into me thus. Say now, what are you trying to do, crowd somebody? If I wanted to be wrong, I could turn you into the coppers and get a favor of them sometime. But I'm right. Nevertheless, don't try to crowd me, see? So I am for Salt Chunk Mary's in the morning. She's righter than a golden guinea and is entitled to make the profit on the junk. I'll be back in 10 days. While I'm away, take it easy and don't go around the residence district at all. You can make the safety box about 10 o'clock in the morning and 4 in the afternoon every day. You might locate something from there. Here's something else you can do. Every afternoon, go into some good hotel and pay for a room for the night. Register from out of town. When you get the key, go out to your own room and make a duplicate of it. Mark your duplicate so you can identify it and plant it somewhere. Most of the best places are using these spring locks now, and you can't do anything without a key when there's a sleeper in the room. In a week, you'll have keys to half a dozen good transient rooms in the best hotels, and I might get some real money out of them. Go back to the hotel in the evening, tell the clerk you are called out of town, and ask for your money back. He will usually give it to you.
I bade Sank good night and goodbye, resolving to have something good located for him on his return from Salt Chunk Mary's. End of section 11, read by Timbre Schaefer.
Section 12 of You Can't Win. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You Can't Win by Jack Black. Chapter 12. During Sank's absence, I worked industriously, bettering his instructions by renting 2 rooms a day and making the duplicate keys. In most instances, the clerks returned my money when I told them I was called away and could not occupy the rooms. My days were well filled with work, renting 2 rooms, making 2 keys, trying to get my room money refunded, and visiting the safety box twice a day, sometimes following a depositor out and around the streets to see what he did with his money. My evenings were my own, and I spent them on the Barbary Coast or the waterfront. With an old suit on and $1 or 2 in silver, I loved to go to the sailors' boarding houses, where seafaring men, brawny, brown, and tattooed, speaking all languages, ate, drank, fought, sang their strange sea songs, and told tales of hardship and adventure on all the seas. Here I learned to beware the crafty Shanghaier with his knockout drops, lying in wait for strong young fellows from the country. The cowardly and unscrupulous thieves who later used chloral so indiscriminately and murderously learned its stupefying effects from the busy Shanghaier on San Francisco's waterfront. The wine dumps, where wine bums or winos hung out, interested me. Long, dark, dirty rooms with rows of rickety tables and a long bar behind which were barrels of the deadly foot juice or red ink, as the winos called it. Sometimes the dump was equipped with a small lunch counter in the back, where the winos could buy for a nickel a big plate of something that looked like stew, and a hunk of stale bread. The stew was served from a big pot that was always boiling. Several times a day the porter, who was also cook and waiter and wino as well, threw a box of mixed vegetables, discarded from the commission houses, unwashed and unpeeled, into the pot. Then followed a box of bones, pieces of tallow, scraps of meat trimmings, odds and ends of meat covered with sawdust from the floor of the market nearby. The patrons of the wine dumps were recruited from every walk of life. Scholars quoting Greek and Latin poets, lawyers dissecting Blackstone, writers with greasy rolls of manuscript, fraternized with broken bums from the road, sailors too old for the sea, and scrapped mechanics from the factories, all under the lash of alcohol. They sat in groups at the tables, drinking the wine, alcohol in its cheapest and deadliest form, from every conceivable kind of vessel: tin cans, pewter mugs, beer glasses, steins, and cracked soup bowls. Anything unbreakable that the boss could buy from a junk man. They talked volubly. They seldom laughed, and never fought, too far gone for laughing or fighting. When they could drink no more, or buy no more, they staggered or crawled to a bare space on the floor in the back of the room, where they lay on their backs in a row with their heads to the wall, each with his hat over his hideous, bloated purple face. The porter, cook, wino, watched the sleepers carefully. When he thought they had slept it off enough to stand up, he roughly kicked them to their feet and herded them out into the streets to beg, borrow, or steal enough small silver for another bout. Too often they failed to respond to his kicks. He would lift the battered hat, take one look at the purple-blue face, and ring for the morgue wagon. This pitiful crew, gathered from the four corners of the earth and from every stratum of society, whipped beyond resistance by that mysterious and irresistible craving for alcohol, drank themselves purple in the wine dumps, and died on the floors or under the city sidewalks. The wine dumps are gone. Can any man regret their passing? And so are the winos gone. In their places have appeared the Jamaica ginger fiend, the canned heat and wood alcohol drinker. It is difficult to study and classify them. Their lives are too short. The most disreputable wine dump in the city was in Clay Street, below Kearney, and I never failed to visit it when in the neighborhood. I had no more than stepped into the place one night when a wino at the door shouted, "Here comes the wagon," and dashed out wildly. Some of the soberest ran out the back and disappeared. I started to the front door, but the cops were coming in. I was the first one they got. And as the cop threw me into the wagon, in the middle of my explanation, he said, "Oh, tell the judge about it. I'm no court. I'm $100 a month cop, and it serves me right for being one if I get lousy throwing all you wine bums in and out of the wagon." He seemed discouraged. I had got calloused about getting locked up and didn't worry, knowing they couldn't do much to me. But going over in the wagon, my mind turned to the burglary of the week before. I felt uncomfortable and thought of my room and was thankful that it was clean, and of the safety box and the keys I had made, and every other crooked transaction in my short life of outlawry. No danger, I thought, as the wagon rattled over the blocks. If I cover myself up. My name is William Brown. I am 19 years old. I was born in Pocatello, Idaho. My parents died when I was 14. I have supported myself since, selling papers, washing dishes, and working on farms. I came to this city this morning, and am going to get a job. I went into that place out of curiosity. I just had this short biography put together when we got to the city prison. It was in the basement of a building that stood where the Hall of Justice now is, and it was the foulest I ever saw, worse than the first one at home. There was a busy spot, that corridor in the city prison. Officers hurrying in and out, lawyers haggling at the desk about releases for prisoners. Fixers, hawk-eyed and rapacious, lurked about. Cheap bail bondsmen coining misery, ignorance, and crime into thick nickels and thin dimes. And on the long bench by the wall sat a thin, wrinkled, poorly dressed woman of 50, holding a boy's hand in hers. He sat beside her, silent and stubborn. She was crying. 10 of us from the wine dump were lined up at the desk. The officer in charge said to the man at the desk, "We'll vague the chronics and charge the new ones with drunk." The chronic winos gave their names, etc., and were hurried away down the corridor. Another chap and I were the only new ones. We answered all questions without angering anybody and getting knocked down. I protested that I wasn't drunk. The desk man said, "Oh, that's all right. You can go out in the morning at 5 o'clock on the broom." They searched me, but took nothing except a pocket knife. We were put in a large cell about 20 feet square, directly across the corridor from the desk where prisoners were received and registered. The front of this cell was of upright iron bars and admitted plenty of light from the corridor. The cell was foul-smelling from a fixture in one corner that seemed to connect directly with the sewer. A broken water faucet leaked continually, with a hissing sound. About 10 men were there, some sleeping on the damp asphalt floor, some on the benches that lined the wall. Some stood expectantly at the front, waiting to be released. Others squatted on their haunches in the corners, staring vacantly at the floor. I sat on the bench and wondered about going out on the broom in the morning. I could have asked my cellmates. I looked for the other new one that came with me from the wine dump. He was asleep on the floor. I decided not to ask, but to wait till morning and find out for myself. Even at that age I had stumbled upon one truth, and that is, the best way to get misinformed is to ask a lot of questions. Nearly all my life has been spent in the company of unfortunate people, and while I never looked upon myself as an unfortunate, I was always accepted as one of them. Whatever knowledge I have of them was gleaned by looking and listening, and it is much more accurate than I could have got by asking impertinent and close-up questions. Your best friend would give you a surly answer if you were to ask him the time of day an hour after his watch had been stolen. Ask any one-legged stranger how he lost his limb, and you will get something like this. "Well, you see, it was this way. I got run over by a ferry boat." Of all the many friends I have made since I gave up my larcenous life, Shorty is one of the most respected and highly prized. His friends are legion, and in every state of the Union. Not that Shorty has traveled there and made friends of them, but that they have traveled here and made a friend of him. Shorty's newsstand is on a busy corner in the shadow of a skyscraper owned by ex-Senator Fullen, one of California's most distinguished men, and there, under his patronage and protection, he stands on his stumps, cut-down legs, he calls them, early and late, serving thousands with paper and periodicals. He hobnobs with doctors, lawyers, businessmen, and politicians. He finds lost children and dogs and returns them to their owners. Shopgirls and strangers ask him which is the best show of the week. Men around town consult him about the chances of a horse in tomorrow's race. He can borrow more money on his IOU than many businessmen in his block, and pays on the minute. He is no stranger at the banks on the opposite corners. His reputation for truth and veracity is such that if he were to tell me the water had all disappeared from the bay, I wouldn't go down to look. Traveling in search of adventure when young, he lost his legs under a train. But instead of despairing and sinking under this terrible misfortune, he braced himself, and, picking out a bare corner on the street, built up, day by day, year by year, a business that has made him independent and respected. I stopped one day at his stand, and, looking at his massive chest, broad shoulders, and fine head, I saw him in fancy a splendid figure of a man, towering ruggedly above his fellows. "Shorty," I asked, "how tall were you before you lost your legs?" He flashed me a savage look. Then, remembering we were friends, his eyes fell to his stumps, and he said with a laugh, "Oh, I was taller by 2 feet." That's all one gets by asking questions that wake painful memories. From my position on the bench, I could see every prisoner brought to the desk. About 10 o'clock, there was a stir in the hall, and several policemen came in with Chinamen from a gambling-house raid. This was before they had cut off their queues, and instead of handcuffing their prisoners, the cops came in driving the silent, stolid Chinese before them like charioteers. Each cop had the tails of 3 Chinamen's queues in each hand. Ahead of the procession walked a white man with a heavy bag of gold in his hand, which he put on the desk, and waited till the names of the prisoners had been taken. Then they all went back up the corridor out of my sight, the Chinamen back to Chinatown to their gambling, and the bag of gold into the bond and warrant clerk's office to ensure their appearance in court. Several times during the night, men were brought in, questioned at great length, searched thoroughly, and led away to another part of the prison, felony cases. About midnight, 2 young fellows about my age were brought in by a copper and stood up before the desk. "Vague these 2 hypos," said the cop to the desk man. He searched them most carefully, finding a small package in the torn lining of one's coat. The boy begged for it piteously. "I'll croak, officer, if you take it away from me." The cop gave him to the waiting trustee. "Throw him in." He was put in with us. Nothing was found on the other hypo, and he was thrown in too. They immediately began comparing notes and taking stock, walking up and down the center of the cell nervously. They were in rags and unwashed. Their shoes were broken and had no laces, and the tops flapped open, showing their bare ankles. They seemed utterly unconscious of their sad condition, and walked and talked as briskly as two brokers on Montgomery Street discussing the markets.
"He got my plant, Georgie," said the first one. "But you saved yours, didn't you, Georgie? Gee, Georgie, but you're a fox."
His tones were honey. "Never mind that," the other replied. "You don't have to Georgie me. You're in with what gal I've got. Let's bang it up before they come in and take it away from us. See if you can hustle some matches." The match-seeker glanced sharply around him. When his eye fell on me, I produced some matches.
"Got any smokes?"
I handed him a pack of cigarettes. He took two, gave one to his partner, Georgie, and returned the pack. His mind seemed detached from the cell. He took the matches and cigarettes from me without a word, as if he had reached up to a mantle and taken them off it. Georgie fished about the front of his trousers and brought up a tobacco sack that had been hanging suspended from a button. The sack contained his plant, an eyedropper with a hypodermic needle soldered to it with sealing wax, and a small paper of morphine in a little tin box. They went to a back corner of the cell and prepared their shot. About a spoonful of water and some of their meager store of morph were put in the tin box, and matches were burned under it till it boiled, completely dissolving the morphine. It was then drawn up into the eyedropper, and Georgie injected his portion into his arm. The other boy did the same with his portion. Their outfit was carefully put away in the tobacco bag, and suspended again from a button down inside the front of Georgie's trousers. Nobody paid any attention to them. They took their shot as coolly as if they had been in their room or under a sidewalk. They seemed a little more interested in their surroundings in a few minutes. The one I gave the cigarettes to came over to me, rubbing his hands briskly, smiling.
"Give us a couple more of them smokes, young fellow."
"I'd like to buy some," I said, "if I could."
"Got money?"
"Yes, a couple of dollars."
"I'll fix it for you,"
he said, almost condescendingly. He went over to the bars and shouted,
"Hey, Finnerty!"
In a minute the head trustee, a thin, weazened, rat-eyed, undersized character, came up. "Cigarettes, matches, sure. Anything else?" I produced $1.
"What's the matter with a can of coffee and some snails?"
said the hypo. "Get whatever you can," I said, giving him the $1. Finnerty disappeared, and in a surprisingly short time came back with cigarettes, a gallon fruit tin half full of splendid coffee, and a bag of snails. The two young fellows took charge of the coffee and snails, spread a newspaper on the floor, and very cordially invited me to help myself. While we were having our lunch, the talk was diplomatically turned to dope, and the shortage that menaced my two hypo friends, and the sufferings they would undergo when there was no more and the habit came on, and the necessity for a shot in the morning as a bracer for them when they faced the judge. They grew so despondent over their plight that when we were done eating they decided to shoot up the small portion of white stuff they had left. They brightened up after this operation was over, and things looked rosier.
"Just think, Georgie,"
said the talkative one, looking at me,
"what a 4-bit piece would do for us. What a lifesaver. We'll both get a sixer in the morning if we go in front of the judge with our teeth rattling so we can't put up a talk. If I had a decent shot for the morning, I could talk him out of it. And that rat Finnerty, the trustee,"
the talker spoke to me now,
"has got a ton of it out there to sell, but he wouldn't give us a jolt if we had the horrors."
"Can you buy it from Finnerty?" I asked him, interested.
"Can you? Why, that guy Finnerty would peddle you a 6-shooter and a road map if you had the coin, and then snitch on you to the desk sergeant, the rat," he finished. At that time, morphine and opium were almost as cheap as tobacco. 50 cents worth would last them a day.
I hastily dug up a $50 and gave it to him. In answer to his call, Finnerty appeared, took the $50, and from his shirt pocket drew a bundle of neatly folded packets of morphine. In plain sight of the desk sergeant, he counted out the required number of parcels and put them into the purchaser's hand extended through the bars. They were divided at once. Georgie said to his partner,
"I think we'd better cook up a shot just to see if the stuff is all right. That Finnerty would peddle you chloride of lime if he happened to run out of morph."
This seemed to be a very rational reason for taking another shot, and they did. Given a sufficient quantity of hop, no fiend is ever at a loss for a sound reason for taking a jolt of it. If he is feeling bad, he takes a jolt so he will feel good. If he is feeling good, he takes one to make him feel better. And if he is feeling neither very bad nor very good, he takes a jolt just to get himself straightened around. Along about 2 in the morning, a young chap about 20 was brought into the desk. While he was being searched, the 2 hypos had their eyes glued on him.
"He ain't got a dime,"
said Georgie to his partner when the searching was done. The desk man gave the young fellow his cigarettes, and he was locked in with us. He was neat, well-dressed, and very wise-looking. He sniffed at the hypos, gave me half a glance, adjusted his tie, and polished his shoes by rubbing each foot on the back of the opposite leg. He hung a cigarette on his lower lip and felt about for matches, but found none. "Hey, you," snapping his fingers at Georgie.
"Give me a match."
Georgie gave him a few.
"I'll be out of here in an hour,"
said the newcomer, inhaling his smoke.
"I'll send you in anything you want. I'm a quick connector. I can get a $10 piece before I get out of the block. Sucker born every minute, you know."
"Yes, I know," Georgie replied.
"I'm sorry for them poor suckers. They're all asleep down in the Palace Hotel, and you're up here in the can begging matches. There's one born every minute, all right, but there's 2 wise guys going to jail every minute and begging matches."
The wise guy said no more, but stood by the door waiting to go out. He was standing there when I left in the morning. Georgie turned to his companion.
"That last shot didn't hit me right. We'd better cook up another and begin to get straightened up for court."
Having bought the stuff for them, I took the liberty to sit by while they took their shot, which they did without seeming to notice me. Their bony arms were gray, like pieces of petrified wood. The skin was pocked with marks, mottled and scarred from the repeated hourly stabbing of the needle. Their shirt sleeves were encrusted with dried blood from the many punctures, and yet they appeared oblivious to it all.
"Have a little shot, young fellow?"
Georgie asked cordially. I declined. "What would happen to me if I did?" I asked.
"Why, nothing. You'd lie down on the bench and sleep like a baby till time to go out in the morning, that's all."
"Yes, and what would happen to the balance of my silver while I am sleeping like a baby?" Georgie's partner cut in like a flash. "This is what would happen. Me and Georgie would stick right here by you and see that nobody frisked you for it." I laughed so loud that the desk officer, thinking someone had gone hysterical, stood up sleepily and peered over his desk into the cell. The other bums stirred uneasily in their sleep. Mine was the only laugh there that night. I could laugh then. I didn't know anything about hop. My companions didn't seem hurt or offended because of my intimation that they had designs on my last 4-bit piece. They fell to discussing their case and preparing a talk for the judge in the morning. Georgie was for pleading guilty, and his chum wanted to talk the judge out of it. They couldn't agree and looked at me. I ventured to ask what they had done.
"We've got 2 tough raps," said Georgie. "In the first place, a hypo ain't supposed to be found within a block of police headquarters, and we're grabbed right alongside of the building. In the second place, a hypo ain't allowed to leave Chinatown. Of course, the cops know we sneak out. That ain't so bad. Our racket is peddling kindling wood to the Chinks, and we've got to go out of Chinatown to get it. Last night we ducks out and down Jackson Street to the commission houses and gather up a couple of fine bundles of wood. They are pretty heavy, and we're on short rations of gow and don't feel any too strong, so we decide to dash up Washington Street, the shortest route into Chinatown. We're bang up against the city prison when a big, flat-footed harness bull steps out and yaffles us. And here we are."
Their case looked so tough that I could think of no solution. "I wouldn't plead guilty to anything if I were you," I advised him.
"Me neither,"
said his partner.
"If I get 6 months, they'll have to hang them on me. I ain't going to reach out and grab them."
They fell into a fresh argument, and their words became so personal and threatening that I feared they would do each other some great violence. I took a chance in the role of peacemaker and suggested that they take another shot and talk it over peaceably and quietly. They quit their wrangling instantly, and in a minute they were on their knees in the corner of the cell with their heads together, amicably preparing another shot. Somewhere down the corridor I heard a clatter, and a sing-song voice droned,
"Get ready for the broom. Get ready for the broom."
I was going out. I went over to my friends in the corner with the 50-cent piece I had left. "Here," I said, "take this." One of them, still on his knees, waiting for his shot, held out his hand. His fingers closed on the $half. He neither looked up nor spoke to me. His eyes were on the little tin can where the morphine was dissolving in the boiling water. The door was opened, and my name was called. I stood by the door till a trusty prisoner opened it and let me out. My partner from the wine dump was also taken out, and we joined 4 or 5 others in the corridor. A trusty came with an armful of brooms and gave each of us one. A husky young fellow, half awake, reached for one of the newest brooms.
"No, you don't,"
said the trusty.
"The last time you were here I gave you a good new broom, and you beat it up to Chinktown and peddled it for a dime. An old broom for you."
We were detailed in pairs to sweep the sidewalks clean all around the block the prison stood on. My space was from the prison door down to Montgomery Street. An old man had the sidewalk across the street from me. 2 or 3 assistant trustees nosed around like bird dogs to see that we swept clean and didn't run away with the brooms. When my task was done, I helped the old man finish his, and he carried my broom back to the prison. The trustee dismissed me with a wave of his arm, and I went up Montgomery Street in search of a restaurant where I could get some coffee with a dime I had saved from the rapacious and cunning hypos in the prison. I decided to keep away from the wine dumps in future, and out of the hands of the police vague detail that rounded up the riffraff when they got too numerous and pesty. In a few days, Sank was back, quite satisfied with his trip to Salt Chunk Mary's. The money was split and put in our box in separate parcels. We had more than $1,000 each now, but he had no notion of taking a rest or vacation. He wanted to know right away what I had done in his absence. I reported everything, including my night in jail. He asked me what I told the police at the station. I told him. "Not bad," he said, "but be careful." I gave him the hotel room keys I had made, and he complimented me on my work and put them away for future use.
End of section 12. Read by Ted Perkins, Côte St. Luc, Canada, February 2023.
Section 13 of You Can't Win. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Timbre Schaefer. You Can't Win by Jack Black. Chapter 13. Having plenty of time and spending money, I visited San Jose, towns down the peninsula and across the bay, always with an eye to business. Jewelry store windows are fascinating to the thief. He must stop and look over the sparkling plunder. Even in the days of my regeneration, I stop occasionally from habit at a jewelry store window. Usually there are others looking too. I paused before a jewelry store window in Oakland one evening, just at closing time. The clerks were clearing it out for the night. In the center of the display stood a slim, polished wood pedestal, on top of which, in a velvet cup, reposed an enormous ruby, the size of my thumbnail, set in a ring. A placard announced that this pigeon blood ruby, valued at $3,000, was to be awarded by some organization, the name of which I don't recall, to the winner of a contest they were holding. The window was cleaned up, the display put away for the night, but the ruby was left on its pedestal when the store was closed. I got the next boat across and found Sank. We went back to Oakland and got to the store about 11 o'clock. "I don't know anything about rubies, kid, but if it's left there all night, it's phony." Just then 2 men came along, entered the store, and, locking the door behind them, went to the window and got the stone. They disappeared toward the back of the store. "It must be genuine, kid. They are putting it away in the box." As we walked away, Sank said, "The window has a burglar alarm. You can see the tape around the edges. If I could devise some way to put an inch hole through the glass without cracking it clear across to the tape, the alarm would not sound, and I could take the stone out with a stiff wire. Tomorrow night I'll try something I have long thought of." The next day he bought at a second-hand store a small machinist's hammer, weighing about a pound. One face of it was thick, heavy, and flat. The other was rounded to a nose about the size of a boy's marble. He bought a whipstock of tough, springy wood and made a handle about 18 inches long, which he fitted into the hammer. For several nights we went around to new buildings and into deserted streets where there were plate glass windows of a weight corresponding with the one in Oakland. Sank used his hammer like a whip, snapping the nose-like face of it against windows till he became so expert he could make a hole as clean as if it had been done by a bullet, and without cracking the glass for more than 6 inches from it. "Vandalism, they will call it," he said, after destroying probably $500 worth of glass, "but in reality it is a scientific experiment and a success." The impact of the hammer sounded very much like the breaking of a piece of kindling wood underfoot. At last we were ready, and Sank, as usual, gave me final instructions. "Oakland is a tough town to take a pinch in, kid. You can't fix your case, and you'll get the limit if convicted. I'll take a gun along. You needn't. There isn't much you can do. When the bull is out of the block and pedestrians are a couple of doors away, I will do the best I can. You stand nearby, and if anyone gets wise to me, you shout to him, 'Look out! He's got a gun! Let's get a policeman!'" At 9 o'clock we passed the window. A crowd was admiring the ring. At 10 the pedestrians had thinned out, and half an hour later Sank's chance came. The store was in the middle of a block. The patrolman was at the corner going farther away. Everything was exactly right. A passing electric car swallowed the noise of the breaking glass. Sank disengaged the hammer's nose from the hole carefully with a rasping noise. The hammer went into his coat pocket, and the wire came from beneath his coat. The top of the pedestal where the ruby rested was higher than the hole in the window, and when Sank lifted the ring on his wire, it slid slowly down and out into his hand. He threw the wire into the street and walked away. I followed behind and overtook him at the corner. A few blocks farther away, he tossed the hammer into a lot. We sat apart on the train to the ferry and on the boat across to the city. In my room, Sank removed the ruby from its setting, which I immediately took out and threw into a nearby sewer opening. When I returned, he was admiring the stone. "There's a stone, kid, that, as Shakespeare says, a Jew would kiss and an infidel adore." The sanctimonious kid's face wore a serious look the next evening when we met to go to dinner. "Kid," he said, "the more I think of this wonderful pigeon blood ruby, the less I think of it, if you understand what I mean. It is possible that we put too much faith in the integrity of the business firm that displayed it so carelessly. I was out to the park today and gave the thing a careful inspection in the sunlight, and there is a cold, clammy suspicion in my mind that we have been swindled. In short, I am afraid the thing is a rank phony. And the worst of it is there's not one person in 5,000 who knows a real ruby when he sees it. There are probably 3 men in San Francisco who would know, but they are all square businessmen, and we can't submit it to any of them. The next nearest man is the buyer for the big Mormon store, Zion's Cooperative Mercantile Institution at Salt Lake City. I will take a run back there with it and get someone to have him give an opinion on it. If it's genuine, I can get $1,000 on it.
I'll be gone about 2 weeks, and this is what I want you to do while I am away. Put on your best clothes, keep clean and neat, and spend your evenings around the Diamond Palace in Montgomery Street. Go through the whole block on both sides of the street. Look into every hallway, basement, empty store, and saloon. Try to locate some place that we can go through, and out into an alley or another street. The getaway's the thing, and if you can find one in the block, we'll chance the Diamond Palace some evening, maybe Christmas Eve."
He left next morning after giving me strict orders to keep away from the wine dumps and attend to business. I worked faithfully and soon found 6 places that would serve. My time was now my own, and once more I began exploring the byways of the city. The hypos I spent the night with in the city prison had aroused my curiosity about Chinatown. I put in many nights prowling through the alleys, watching these mysterious people gambling, smoking opium, and trafficking in their women slaves. There were rumors of strange, mysterious underground passages below the streets and under the buildings, but I never saw them, and I have since come to doubt whether they ever existed. The spots most favored in Chinatown by the hypos and small beggars were the cook ovens, places built in back of Chinese lodging houses where the occupants did their cooking on the community plan. There were warm places around the ovens to sleep in, and always a bite to eat for the asking. No Chinaman refuses to feed a hungry man. In my experience with the Chinese, I have found them charitable, frugal, thrifty, moral, and honest. In speaking of the cook ovens, I may say that it was there that the word yeg originated. It has not yet been locked in the dictionary, but it has a place in our language, and it's about time its derivation was settled once and for all. It is a corruption of yek, a word from one of the many dialects spoken in Chinatown, and it means beggar. When a hypo or beggar approached a Chinaman to ask for something to eat, he was greeted with the exclamation, "Yek man, yek man!" The underworld is quick to seize upon strange words, and the bums and hypos in Chinatown were calling themselves yegmen years before the term was taken out on the road and given currency by eastbound beggars. In no time it had a verb hung on it, and to yeg meant to beg. The late William A. Pinkerton was responsible for its changed meaning. His business consisted largely of asking questions, and necessarily he acquired much misinformation. A burglar with some humor fell into Pinkerton's hands, and when asked who was breaking open the country jugs, he whispered to the detective that it was the Yegs. Investigation convinced Pinkerton that there were a lot of men drifting about the country who called themselves Yegs. The word went into a series of magazine articles Pinkerton was writing at the time and was fastened upon the boxmen. Its meaning has since widened until now the term yeg includes all criminals whose work is heavy. Sank returned in a very hostile frame of mind.
"We've been bilked, kid. It was a French imitation. Been on the market 10 years. I sold it to Tom Dennison, who runs the Wasatch Gambling House in the lake, for $150, just enough to pay expenses. If you locate a few more capers like that, you'll put us in the poorhouse."
I reported my findings in Montgomery Street, and Sank, after looking them over, carefully pronounced 2 of the getaways feasible.
"Kid," he said, "I read in the papers some time ago that a man named Charlie Rice in New York City put on a cheap black alpaca coat, put his cap in his pocket, and with a pencil on his ear walked into a bank and behind the counter, where there were 20 clerks at work. Unnoticed, he picked up $25,000 in banknotes and walked out. That suggested to me that I can walk into this jewelry store some evening before Christmas, when they will have an extra force of clerks employed, and go behind the counter if I am dressed like a clerk. If I can get behind a counter, you can surely get in front of it. I will put a tray of stones out for your inspection, and you will walk out with it. We will go over it carefully now. I will walk into the place about 7 o'clock some evening, dressed in a black suit, white shirt, high collar, and black tie. You will go in directly behind me. You will carry a harmless-looking parcel that looks like a box of handkerchiefs, neatly wrapped and tied. There will be no bottom in it. I will walk to the back of the store where there are 2 or 3 settees for patrons and visitors. You will stroll about nearby. I will leave my derby hat and overcoat on a settee and try, mind you, try to get behind the main counter. I am depending upon the fact that the place will be full of visitors and customers and that there will be a number of strange clerks and that no one will know all the others. You will follow my movements closely. When I get behind the counter, I will take out the best tray I can get and set it on the showcase in front of you. You will put your bottomless package over the tray, pick it up, put it under your arm, and walk out. We have 2 weeks to get ready. We will go down there separately and look the place over for a week. When you go in, you rehearse the thing in your mind and don't think of anything else for the next 10 days.
We thought and talked of the Diamond Palace only for days and days.
"Kid,"
said Sank,
"I hear Rebel George, who invented the gold brick swindle, say, the way to sell a brass brick is to bunco yourself first into the belief that your brick is solid gold. The rest is easy. The most successful bunco man is the one who bunkos himself before he goes after a sucker. I am going to hypnotize myself into the belief that I am a clerk in that store from the minute I take my hat off till I put it on. You are a visitor from the minute you go in till you get your hands on the stones. Then, presto, you are what you are. If we can get one of the larger trays of stones, we can get enough money on them to go to Salt Lake or Denver and open a small gambling house where, while we can't be entirely respectable, we can at least be secure. I am at a stage where I would like to quit. I don't feel like going to work as a laborer at $2 a day or as a clerk for $15 a week. I'm not speaking disparagingly of them, mind you. Fact is, they have more real courage than we have, working for such wages. But this life of ours breeds expensive habits of loose, careless spending that are hard to overcome, and even if I could swallow my objections to being exploited, I would still find it impossible to survive on the pay. I didn't jump into this life I'm leading as I jump into bed, and I can't get out of it in one jump. I drifted in by slow degrees, and if I get out, I'll have to ease out of it by slow stages. A gambling joint would be the first step away. Then maybe something better after that. This can all be threshed out later. We must not let our minds stray from the Diamond Palace.
Sank's philosophy stood up under our bad luck with the near ruby.
"Kid," he said later, "this is the season of peace on earth and goodwill to men. Who gives to the poor lends to the Lord, but when I give anything to the poor, I am going to have a better motive. However, we are not givers, we are takers, and our taking should be reasoned out rationally. We will reverse this giving and lending. We will rob the rich and discomfit the devil, thereby, perhaps, finding favor in the sight of the Lord. And this brings us to the front door of the Diamond Palace. It's one of the city's show places, and visitors are always welcome. We will visit it."
And we did. Separately, we made several visits in the evening to familiarize ourselves with the inside and to locate the trays of stones. At night in my room, Sank drew diagrams of the interior and the showcases. We rehearsed the thing in detail, night after night. He made a neat dummy parcel and drilled me in placing it over an imitation tray of diamonds, showed me how to place it under my arm securely yet carelessly, and walk out of the store with entire nonchalance. He bought his black suit, white shirt, and black tie, put them on, and rehearsed his part. We put our rooms in order, cleaning out everything that might look suspicious, protecting ourselves against a possible pinch. The hotel keys I had made were put away carefully against a rainy day or night. Our money was taken from the safety box, changed into banknotes, and secreted in our clothes. I asked him about the guns.
"No gun for you, kid. You might get nervous. Leave yours somewhere. I'll take mine along."
Christmas was 10 days away. Every evening we dressed for our parts, got barbered, shined, and slicked up, and walked about the block, prepared to go into the store when it looked right. We made sure every day that the getaways I had located were still open.
"I could make it now,"
said Sank as we stood across the street the third evening.
"But I'll wait. It's getting better every day." His last instructions were, "Now, don't get nervous. If you get your hands on the junk, walk out quietly and away. If they tumble me up before I get the tray out, you fade away. I'll do the best I can alone. If there's a tumble after you get the tray and you are chased, hang on to it and get into one of the spots you have picked out, and when you get on the other street, don't run. Walk briskly direct to the room. If I'm not there 5 minutes after you, I'll be in jail. I don't like to think of that, but the pitcher can go to the well once too often, and it's better to know beforehand what you are going to do when it breaks. If I don't appear, you put the stones away safely and wait till I send you word. Don't try to connect with me."
The next evening, as I stood looking at the window display, Sank came by, glanced inside sharply, and snapped his fingers, which was the office to me, that he was going in. I went in about 3 steps behind him. All I saw was a fine-looking elderly man in a policeman's uniform walking up the center of the store, active, alert. When I passed him, my heart was pounding so with suspense that I was afraid he would hear it. Sank walked straight to the back of the big room and sat on a settee. I strolled about looking at, but not seeing, the wonderful display of baubles. The place was fairly filled with Christmas shoppers and sightseers. Beautifully gowned women and distinguished-looking men stood at the counters, inspecting rare stones and costly ornaments. Visitors idled around, and clerks stepped about briskly. Parties of shoppers were coming in. The place was filling up with people laughing and chatting. There was a little pucker between Sank's eyes as he held his seat, and I knew something was wrong. Looking closer, I saw, facing him and but a few feet away, an attaché of the place conversing with a party of women. Sank was stuck and couldn't transform himself into a clerk under the man's eyes. At last he moved away. Sank took off his hat, put it on the settee, stood up, and stepped smartly toward the front, a clerk now, and I right behind him with my dummy parcel. Sank's unavoidable delay in transforming himself into a clerk was fatal to our plan. One glance along the showcases that contained the most valuable stones showed us that they were all out and under inspection by patrons who came in after we did. Time was precious, worth more than money. He dared not hesitate. Turning quickly, he crossed the room and stepped behind the long line of showcases, past 2 busy clerks, and stopped at a case that held a number of trays of small stones. "Now here's something, sir," he said to me as he reached in and brought out a tray holding 12 rings, the best in sight that he could get at. My parcel was on the showcase, and he did not wait for me to act. He placed it on top of the tray and turned away toward the rear of the store. Shaking with suspense, I managed to pick it up and place it properly under my arm, holding it closely to my side. On the sidewalk, I wanted to run, expecting to hear a hue and cry from the store. In turning the first corner, I looked back. Sank wasn't more than 20 feet behind me. I slowed up for him, and we went straight to the room. "Another bunch of rotten luck, kid," he said, peeling off his black suit. "This town has me hoodooed. I'm gone from it tonight, and you had better come along. Wrap up that suit and throw it away along with the shirt and tie. I'll unharness these rocks. We're lucky if Mary gives us $2,000 on them." In an hour, he had them out of their settings, which I threw away as before. He went to his room for his few belongings. I threw mine in a bag, and we met at the ferry, where we got a boat to Oakland, leaving nothing behind us but the hotel keys I had made with such pains and trouble. The theft was not reported in the papers. There may be a record of it in the police archives, for all I know. "I can't explain their silence," said Sank. "This much is certain, and it's the worst part of the business of ours. Some innocent party is going to ride the blame. They will never figure that as an outside caper." The next day, we got an eastbound train, and in due time found ourselves in the town of Pocatello, the stronghold of Salt Chunk Mary. Our knock at her door was answered by a young and pretty Swedish girl, blue-eyed and fair-haired. In answer to our call for Mary, she laughed, and her big, innocent blue eyes danced. "I thank you have bad luck. Miss Mary, she bane on big jamboree." We went downtown and rented a room. In Pocatello, as in every other western town in those days, it was the correct custom and usage for sporting people to go on a big jamboree once or twice a year. A jamboree was usually preceded by a run of good or bad luck. If the celebrant got hold of a bunch of easy money, he or she went on a tear to celebrate the good luck. If the luck got too bad, the way to change it was to go out and get drunk. The length of these celebrations was determined by the size of the party's bankroll or the strength of his constitution. Salt Chunk Mary's bankroll had no bottom, and her constitution was flawless. So it followed that her periods of relaxation were somewhat extended. Being a very positive-minded person, inclining to action rather than words, her procedure at these times differed greatly from the ordinary. When she went on a toot, the town marshal went fishing or hunting, and her more timid business rivals closed their places and remained in a stage of siege like storekeepers in Chinatown when a Tong War was declared. It was her custom to visit her friends' places first, where friendships were renewed and emphasized by much spending and drinking, and where obligations were acknowledged and discharged promptly. She poured liquor into the bums, beggars, ragtags, and bobtails that hung around the saloons till they were legless drunk, and unable to follow her triumphal march through the town. She never let up for the want of money, nor because of inability to carry her liquor. Her jamboree closed when she had made the last place in town, and that was always the joint of someone she held a grudge against. Sank and I were fortunate enough to witness the wind-up of one of her most memorable celebrations. Leaving her hack at the curb, she walked into her victim's saloon and ordered all hands to drink. When the drinks were disposed of and paid for, she put both hands on the inner edge of the bar and pulled it over on the floor. Out of the wreckage she gathered an armful of bottles. One of them was accurately hurled into the mirror, and the remainder at anybody in sight. The boss, bartender, and saloon bums disappeared out the back way, and Mary stalked out the front. On the sidewalk, she threw away her hat, tore up what money she had left, and crawled into her waiting hack. Inside, she kicked all the glass out, lay down on the back seat, and, with her feet out through the broken window, was driven home in state while the town stood mute. We allowed her a couple of days to recuperate before calling. When we appeared, she welcomed us as usual with an invitation to eat from the bottomless bean pot. Sank through the small parcel of stones, which she examined carefully with practiced eye and a high-powered glass. Commercial white diamonds were $60 a carat wholesale then, and when she offered us $1,800, we took them, satisfied. We jumped to Denver, where Sank got the dice game concession in the Chicken Coop, a small gambling house. We had $3,000 between us. $2,000 went into the bankroll, and we opened up bravely. Soapy Smith, gambler and bunco man, noted for his high plays and big winnings and losings, won our $2,000 in 3 successive plays. Sank wanted to continue with the balance of our money, but I refused and stubbornly held on to my last $500. We had to quit. Sank was a hard loser and followed Soapy around town for a week, trying to elevate him. He never got away from the bright lights, and Sank gave up the notion of sticking him up. We located a big poker game in a soft spot and decided to line up the players. The biggest gamblers in town sat there nightly, and there were thousands of dollars in sight. After many nights of careful checking, we were ready to go against it. Robbery has none of the complications of burglary. It is simple as 1, 2, 3. You get it or you don't. Sank with a gun in his hand opened the door softly. I was behind him. The players, 6 of them, were in the midst of a big play. None looked up. At the opposite side of the table, facing us, scrutinizing his cards, sat Bat Masterson, the last of the real bad men.
the fastest man alive with a gun, and with a record of 20 killings while Marshal of Dodge City, Kansas. Sank closed the door on the absorbed poker players as softly as he had opened it, and officed me to follow him out. "What's wrong?" I asked. "Nothing but this, kid. Bat Masterson is sitting in the game. He has a reputation as a killer, and he earned it. When he was Marshal of Dodge City, bad men rode from the Texas Panhandle and from Deadwood, Dakota, to shoot it out with him, and he dropped them all. Nobody knows how many. He probably don't know himself. He beat them all to the pull, and even now, when he is not exactly young, he is the fastest human being with a gun. All he has left is his reputation, and he would die rather than lose it to a couple of stick-ups. If I had him in a dark street, I wouldn't hesitate to throw him up, and he would go up too, but he would never stand for it with others looking on. I could have put the gun on him, said, 'Masterson, I know you. I'll kill you if you bat an eye,' and you could have started to gather up their coin. So far, so good, but if the brim of your hat or the tip of your shoulder had got between Mr. Masterson and my eye, he would have pulled on us, and I would have had to let go at him. If I didn't kill or disable him with the first shot, he'd have slaughtered the pair of us. I'm not afraid of him, but I am not knowingly going to put myself in the position of killing anybody for his money. When Masterson sits in a game, he lays a gun on his lap. His life is forfeit to any ambitious young bad man looking for a reputation. Anybody but a stick-up could kill him and get away with it, if he were fast enough or dirty enough to shoot him in the back. He has the right to sit with a gun in his lap, and besides, it gives him a slight psychological edge on the other players. In short, kid, I don't want any of Mr. Masterson's money by the stick-up route. There are a lot of bad men here getting by on gall, but he has guts, and I flatter myself that I've been around enough to know the difference. That's my philosophy, kid. You can take it or leave it," he concluded. That was the tribute Sank, who killed 1 man and was hanged, paid Bat Masterson, who killed 20 and died peacefully in his bed at a ripe and respected old age. Then came a night when the sanctimonious kid failed to show up at the room. I was worried and made the rounds of the gambling houses, joints, and hangouts, but failed to find him or anybody who had seen him. My fears were put to rest later, when Soapy Smith, who won our bankroll, appeared in the Missouri House, and told with the good grace of a man who has lost fortunes how he had been taken by a stick-up man for $1,500. "It was the first time in a year I had been off Larimer Street, and it serves me right," he laughed. "Anyway, I know him and told him so, and I'm going to kill him on sight." Soapy Jefferson Smith was a colorful character of the West, the educated, refined renegade son of a distinguished Southern family who turned his wits to crooked ways. When his luck at the faro tables switched and left him broke, he mounted his box on a corner and sold nickel bars of soap for 50 cents and $1. The 50-cent bars were guaranteed to contain a $5 bill, and the dollar ones a 10. The bills were wrapped with the soap in plain view of the prospective purchasers, and when he finished his spiel, the rush was on. His cappers, boosters, and shills fought with the yokels for a chance to get something for nothing, and always beat them to the pieces of soap containing the money. As a sleight-of-hand man, Soapy had no equal off the stage. When the Gentiles wrested the Salt Lake City government from the Mormons, Soapy was brought out from Denver and sat as an election judge in the busiest polling booth in the city. Equipped with a poker player's sleeve holdout, he went out with enough Mormon ballouts to swing a close election in favor of a clean city administration. Always a pioneer, he joined the gold rush to the Klondike. He was killed at Skagway, later, by a bully in the pay of the Vigilance Committee. After the robbery, Sank disappeared, and it was long till I saw him again. I decided to leave Denver. I owed them 15 days on the chain gang, and had no wish to pay by shoveling snow in the streets. I bought a ticket to Butte, Montana, regretting the money but not caring to hit the road in the dead of winter across half a dozen of the coldest states in the Union. I did it after years, but it was from necessity, not choice. Butte was never a Wild West town in the accepted sense. Cowboys were seldom seen. Miners and gamblers ruled the town. The miners were orderly, hard workers, deep drinkers, and fair fighters. They had none of the cheap, shouldering swagger of the gold rush miner. Nearly everybody owned a gun, but the bullying, gun-toting, would-be bad men and killers never flourished in Butte. When one of them got peeved and started to lug out his cannon, some hard-fisted miner beefed him like an ox with a fast one to the jaw, and kicked his gat out into the street, where small boys scrambled for it. The mines were worked by Irishmen and Cousin Jack's Cornishmen, who settled their differences with good, solid blows and despised the use of weapons. Gambling flourished and was licensed in Montana by an act of legislature. The possession of any crooked gambling device was a felony. Consequently, the cheap cheaters and tin horn, shoestring gamblers never got a footing there. Many of the faro dealers never made a bet of their own money, and many professional players were married men who looked after their families faithfully, feeding and educating their children with money honestly and systematically won over the faro layouts. Everybody gambled. Messenger boys stopped to make a bet. The copper on the beat would walk in and bet 2.5 to win breakfast money. If he won his 2.5, he went out satisfied. If he lost it, he got stuck, forgot all about his beat, sat down, and played in his bankroll. The town boasted of an all-night barber shop and a clothing store that never closed, for the convenience of late-at-night winners who couldn't hold on to their winnings till morning. As I watched a game my first night in Butte, a seedy, torn-out-looking chap stepped up to the layout and made a bet. He won it, and expertly shifting his checks about, won a dozen more bets before the deal closed. "Gimme money," he said to the dealer, pushing his checks in. "I'm going to get dressed up this time." He took off his rusty derby hat and tore the crown out of it. Putting his hands behind him, he grasped the tails of his frock coat and with a jerk ripped it up the back clear to the collar. Money in hand, he sought the all-night store and came back in an hour, spick and span from head to heel. I experimented and soon laid a solid foundation for the faro bank habit, which fastened on me later and kept me broke for years. Another night, a player at the table who had lost steadily for an hour placed his last stack of checks on a card, saying to the dealer, "Turn the cards, Sam. That's the last button on Gabe's coat." The cards were turned, and the player lost. As he was leaving, I looked at him closer, and was sure I knew him. I got up and stuck my hand out to him. He took it, curiously. "You are George," I said, "the gentleman who made my fight in the Kansas City jail the night of my first pinch." End of Chapter 13 of You Can't. Read by Timbre Schaefer. Investigation convinced Pinkerton that there were a lot of men drifting about the country who called themselves yeggs. He won it, and expertly shifting his checks about, won a dozen more bets before the deal closed.
Section 14 of You Can't Win. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You Can't Win by Jack Black. Chapter 14. George smiled and took a better grip on my hand. "Yes, I remember you, young fellow. You've grown some. Have you gathered any wisdom?" "I've gathered enough to know that you are entitled to any part of this," I said, producing my small bankroll. "This is payable tomorrow night," he said, taking $20. The money was returned promptly, and a bond of friendship and confidence was formed that remains unbroken. I came to know him as Rebel George, Prince of Bunco Men, the man who developed and perfected the gold brick swindle. After stealing a fortune and losing it at Faro Bank, he quit in answer to the prayers of his faithful wife, who had for years shared his vicissitudes in and out of prison. At the age of 60, prison bent and money broke, he started life on the level, and when last I heard of him, he was in a fair way to succeed in his small business. From Butte, I journeyed to Spokane, Washington, and then to Seattle. I marvel now that I did not stop in one of those spots of golden opportunity and go to work.
With the money I would have saved in a couple of years, I could have bought land or lots that would have made me independent in 10 years. I think land hunger is inherited. I had no desire then, nor have I now, to own land. The desire to possess land, whether inherent or acquired, appears to me to be a sure safeguard against a wasted, desolate, harmful life. I had now become so saturated with the underworld atmosphere that no thought of any kind of honest endeavor entered my mind. Fully realizing their value, I passed by many splendid opportunities in the booming western towns, not that I was lazy or indolent, but that business and the hoarding of money had no attraction. I will leave it to the scientists and investigators to explain why Johnny Jones lands in a pulpit and his chum next door, with equal opportunity, lands in a penitentiary. It's too deep for me. I know I never had any money sense and never will have, and I know that had I been blessed or cursed with land hunger and money sense, I would today have more honest dollars than I ever had crooked dimes. 20 years of moderate application to his business will make most any man independent. In 20 years, a journeyman mechanic will handle more money than a first-class burglar, and at the end of that time he will have a home and a family and a little money in the bank, while the most persistent, sober, and industrious burglar is lucky to have his liberty. He is too old to learn a trade, too old and broken from doing time to tackle hard labor. Nobody will give him work. He has the prison horrors, and turns to cheap larcenies, and spends the balance of his life doing short sentences in small jails. In rare instances, the broken thief finds friends, sympathetic, understanding, and ready to help him. Strong and kindly hands at his elbows ease him over the hard spots and direct him to some useful place in the world. Some understand such kindness and respond by breasting the current and battling upstream with their best strokes. Others do not or cannot understand, and, like dead fish, float down and away forever. My apprenticeship under the sanctimonious kid was all that could be desired by either of us, yet my education was far from finished. At Seattle, almost broke and doubtful about being able to do anything worthwhile by myself, I cast about for a sidekicker. Seattle was rebuilding after her big fire. Money was plentiful, and I never saw such an aggregation of beggars, tramps, thieves, and yeggs as were gathered there. Gambling, prostitution, and the smuggling of opium flourished unmolested. The thieves hung out in Clancy's gambling house and were protected and exploited by him. They thought Clancy was a little hinky-dink in a little Chicago. Every time a thief showed up with $100, he was pinched, but Clancy took him out in an hour for the 100. When it was too late, they found out that it was he who had them pinched. Clancy died broke. In Clancy's, I found St. Louis Frank, a product of Cary Patch, a poor quarter of St. Louis, Missouri. I knew him from the Bums Convention at Pocatello, where I met him first. He was clean-looking and healthy, and I liked him. About my own age, he was an honest, industrious, intelligent thief. One night as we were looking around one of the smaller gambling houses, all the lights went out suddenly, but before we could get our hands on any of the money, they came on again. This started us to figuring a way to put them out at a given time when one of us could stand near a table and grab the bankroll. We found where the wires entered the building, and Frank volunteered to cut them if I would stand inside by the faro game and snatch the bankroll, which was lying exposed in an open drawer beside the dealer. It looked so good that we enlisted two other Johnsons, one to plant himself by the dice game and the other by the roulette wheel. All three of us were to be in readiness to make a grab when the lights went out and make our way out of the building in the darkness. Saturday night, when the biggest play was on, Frank made his way to the roof and we took up our posts inside. I took a position by the faro game. The drawer that held the bankroll was so situated that a right-handed man would be handicapped in reaching for the money. Being left-handed, the spot fell to me. The drawer was open and the big leather pocketbook containing the money was lying in the bottom of it in plain sight and not 2 feet from where I stood. The second man in charge of the game, the lookout, sat in a high chair at the dealer's right. One of his feet was resting on the edge of the open drawer, and I saw at a glance that if he jammed the drawer shut with his foot when the lights went out, he would trap my hand. While I was thinking that over, Frank cut the wires, and everybody in the big room did just what we expected. They remained perfectly still for a second, waiting for the lights to come on. My hand was on the big fat poke. I heard a jingle of gold coins across the room, and somebody shouted, "Thieves! Thieves!" The drawer was jammed shut on my hand. Reaching down with my right hand, I got the poke and tore my left hand out of its trap, leaving a piece of skin the size of a $50 behind. There were 3 exits, and we all got out safely in the scramble and weighed in at my room. Frank was there ahead of us. My grab yielded $2,000 in bills. The chap at the dice game put his hand on a stack of $20 gold pieces, but it was too heavy and he fumbled it, getting only half. Our assistant at the roulette wheel got a couple of stacks of silver only. The money was split at once, and our friends departed. Frank took most of our money out and left it with a saloon man we knew. I stayed in my room a couple of days waiting for my hand to heal. One great failing of the thief is that when he gets money, he immediately makes tracks for some hangout where he throws a few dollars on the bar just to give the house a tumble and let them guess where he scored and how much he got. He looks wise, says nothing, spends a few dollars, and goes out. Then the guessing begins, and it's surprising what good guessers some poor thieves are. Frank insisted that we go downtown a few nights later. I took the bandage off my hand and went along. We dropped into Billy the Mug's, bought a few drinks, and departed. Half a block away, we were pounced on by a couple of dicks. One of them jerked my left hand out of my coat pocket where I had been keeping it to conceal the skin place. "That's enough," he said, looking at it. They marched us down to the gambling house and showed us to the gamekeepers. They got no satisfaction there. The gamblers either could not or would not identify us. We were then taken down to the city can, where they searched us thoroughly, finding nothing but a few dollars in silver. We were questioned separately and together, but refused to talk, a guilty man's only refuge. The officers ordered the man on the desk to put us on the small book, meaning to hold us as suspicious characters. "Maybe Corbett can get something out of you," one of them said to us as they were leaving. John Corbett was the officer in charge of the city jail. He was feared and hated from one end of the country to the other because of his brutality to prisoners. I doubt if a more brutal, bloodthirsty jailer ever flourished anywhere. He did not limit his beatings to underworld people. He beat up rich men, poor men, beggarmen, and thieves impartially. Anybody that didn't crawl for Corbett got a good tamping. He was repeatedly brought before the commission for his cruelty to unfortunates falling into his hands, but for years mustered enough influence to hold his job. Corbett's treatment of prisoners was the shame and scandal of Seattle, and he kept it up until the women of that city got the right to vote. Then their clubs, in a body, went to the mayor and demanded Corbett's removal. He was removed. Corbett appeared and took me downstairs where the cells were, in a moldy, damp, dark half-basement. He was a powerful man, not tall, but thick and broad. He was black-browed, brutal-faced, heavy-jawed. He opened a cell door, and I started to step in, but he detained me. I sensed something wrong. His brownish-red eyes gleamed like a fanatic's. "You'd better tell me all about that robbery, young man." His voice was cold, level, and passionless. "I know nothing about it, sir," I answered very decently. I was afraid. Like a flash, one of his hands went to my throat. He pinned me to the wall, choking me, and brought something down on my head with the other hand that turned everything yellow and made my knees weaken. Still holding me by the throat, he lifted me clear of the floor and threw me into the cell like a bundle of rags. There was about a half-inch of water on the cell floor. I lay there in it and looked about me by the dim light of a gas jet out in the corridor. There was nothing in the cell but a wooden bench. After a few minutes, I crawled over to it and, pulling myself up, stretched out, more dead than alive. If people can be corrected by cruelty, I would have left that jail a saint. St. Louis Frank, in another part of the jail, got a worse beating than I did. Our friends outside were busy. At 10 o'clock next morning, James Hamilton Lewis, affectionately called Jim Ham, later United States Senator from Illinois, then an ambitious, fighting young lawyer who never lay down on a client, came to see us. At 2 that afternoon, he had us out on a writ free. From that day on, St. Louis Frank smiled no more. He became snarly, short-spoken, and ugly. We got our money and parted. He went out on the road, bull simple on the subject of shooting policemen. The stories told about him are almost unbelievable. Years later, I saw him in the San Francisco County Jail, where he was waiting trial for the murder of a police officer in Valencia Street. The day he went to San Quentin, where he was hanged, he sang out to me, "So long, Blackie. If I could have got Corbett, I wouldn't care." All Corbett's beating did for me was to make me a little more careful. I got a boat to San Francisco, not knowing just what to do, but with the notion of killing time till old foot-and-a-half George finished his time in Utah and meeting him. I dug up the hotel keys Sank and I had planted and experimented a little in hotel prowling. I hadn't the sure touch that came in later years with experience and didn't do much good. One night in the Baldwin Hotel Annex, I got a roll of bills that rather surprised me, and I was still more surprised when I read in the next evening's paper that George Dixon, the little colored champion fighter, had lost his money to a burglar. At the Baldwin bar the next night, somebody asked him what he would have done had he been awakened by the burglar. Dixon, always a good loser, smiled. "I'd have done just what you'd have done. I'd have gone right back to sleep till that man went on out." End of section 14, read by Bryce Cries, Youngstown. Section 15 of You Can't Win. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. You Can't Win by Jack Black. Chapter 15. During my stay in San Francisco, I lived at the Reno House, a small working man's lodgings in Sacramento Street. It was owned by a man named Rolkin, a carpenter who invested his small savings in it, knowing nothing about the hotel business. He had a crazy notion that he could put clean linen on every bed every day in this cheap place and survive. His competitors said he was insane. He persisted, however, and on that crazy idea, he built a string of fine hotels that he counts today like a barefoot Franciscan counting his beads. I brought a terrible cold out of the Seattle jail that hung on for months. I got worried about it and went to a doctor. After looking me over carefully, he pronounced one of my lungs bad and said I was in a fair way to fall into consumption. He advised me to go to a different climate, not to worry and get into a panic about it, and to take cod liver oil. Not the emulsion, he said, but the raw oil. It's nasty stuff to take, but it will save you. Take it for a year if you can stomach it that long. I followed his advice. The cold was gone in a week, and in a month I gained 10 pounds. I stuck to the nauseating raw oil for a year, and today I firmly believe that if I hadn't, I would have long ago succumbed to the dreaded prison scourge, TB. One night as I was meandering over Kearny Street toward the coast, somebody fell into step beside me. I looked around and saw Soldier Johnny. We were well met, and I asked about his visit home. "Hell, I only got as far as she. I bumped into a tribe of hungry bums, winter-bound and starving there. They were living off the free lunch counters, and the weather was so fierce they couldn't stay out in the street long enough to beg a dime for a 10-cent flop in the Knickerbocker Hotel. They were so miserable and forlorn that I went over to the west side and rented a housekeeping joint and gave them an indoor convention. In 6 weeks, my $1,000 was gone, and I put in the rest of the winter hanging around Hinky Dinks and Bathhouse John's. When the weather got right, I rambled west to Salt Lake. I was going to hold it down in the lake till George came out, but I met a beggar that had put in the winter here in the city, and he implored me to come out here and take one look at the box in the Wigwam Theater. I've looked it over, and it's the softest thing I ever saw. It's older than I am, and I can beat it with a 50-cent hammer. Do you need any help? No, an outside man would only attract the cops. I'll plant inside before the place closes and get out some way after I get the coin. Johnny didn't even waste 50 cents for a hammer. He found one in the stage carpenter's kit. He got something over $1,000, all in gold, and I persuaded him to let me buy tickets to Sacramento, where I exchanged it for paper money. We got under a night passenger train and held it into Truckee, where we spent a few days fishing and drinking Mickeys of alcohol with some congenial bums we found by the river. The weather was fine, and we journeyed through Nevada on slow freight trains, sitting in the open side door of a clean boxcar, with our legs dangling outside looking for the scenery. If the brakeman came along and wanted 50 cents apiece from us, we refused and got off at the next stop, where we drank cool beers in the saloon and waited for another train. We waited a week at Ogden for 1.5-foot George, who showed up on the day. His head looked a little more pointed, his eyes a little deader, and his limp a little more pronounced. He was in good spirits and condition after stopping his jolt in the stir and anxious to start rooting. Sane failed to appear, and the three of us jumped into Pocatello to pay our respects to Salt Chunk Mary. In a few days her hospitality palled, and George voted that we move down to the jungle and celebrate his release from prison. Bums, thieves, beggars, and yeggs appeared as if they had magic carpets. In no time the thing assumed the proportions of a convention. Everybody had money. The crowd soon split up into units. Each unit had its cook and cooking outfit. The captain of each unit collected from the individuals and sent the younger bums into the town to buy alcohol, beer, and makins of mulligans. There was drinking, fast and furious, eating, washing, shaving, while some of the older bums mended their clothes with expert needle. Cripples discarded their crutches and hopped about the campfires grotesquely. Crawlers with cut-off legs swung themselves along on their hands drunkenly, like huge toads. Because of George, our unit easily had all the class of the convention. He sat in state on a coal oil can by the fire, bottle in hand, royally receiving the congratulations of bums from the 4 points of the compass. Somewhere nearby at another fire, a bum sang in a raucous, beery voice, "Oh, where is my wandering boy tonight?" The face on the barroom floor, My Blue Velvet Band, and Ostler Joe were alcoholically recited by a fat, red-faced bum in a greasy coat, after which the convention stretched out on the warm ground and slumbered peacefully in the balmy summer air. The cook of our party was a stranger to me, a tall, lank man of 50, with a straggly black beard and matted black hair hanging to his shoulders. He never spoke except when the bottle was passed to him. Then he would hold it aloft and, in a dead, empty voice, offer his unfailing toast. "The stool pigeon is the coming race." "Kid," said George when I asked him about the cook. "He's crazy as a bedbug and the best mulligan maker on the road. Montana Blackie is welcome at any bum camp anywhere, and he spends his life going from jungle to jungle." Each day the bums drank more and ate less. The cooks were drunk and would prepare no food. The fiery alcohol had done its work. The bums that could stand up were fighting or snapping and snarling at each other. Many lay on their backs helpless, glass-eyed and open-mouthed, while others crawled about on all fours like big spiders. No more laughter, songs, or recitations. Gloom settled over the camp, and tragedy waited in the wings for his cue to stalk upon the stage. Just when the convention was about to close for the want of able drinkers, a fresh contingent of bums arrived from over the Oregon Short Line. They were brass peddlers and had a big assortment of solid gold wedding rings. A big young fellow they called Goldtooth seemed to be captain of the outfit. Along toward dark they finished the last of our liquor, and Goldtooth and his tribe prepared to go into the town to make a plunge. He detailed a couple of them to take the main drag, another to make the railroad men's boarding houses, another to the saloons. "I'll make the cribs myself. I'm dynamite with them old brums in the cribs," he declared with a satisfied, confident air. The brass was portioned out, and they started uptown to tell the natives how it happened. There was no more industrious person than a half-drunk brass peddler out on the street making a plunge for enough coin to buy himself another Mickey of alcohol. The first peddler returned in an hour with his quota of Dr. Hall alcohol, and the drinking began afresh. George, Johnny, and I had enough. We drank sparingly. One by one they straggled in with their bottles till all had arrived but Goldtooth. There was much speculation as to what happened to him, and his tribe finally decided he had been yaffled by the town whittler. In the language of the bums, yaffled is arrested, and the town whittler is the constable, so called because he is usually found sitting in some comfortable place whittling a stick. When Goldtooth did show up, it was evident that he would have been lucky had the town whittler got him first. Blood was running down his face from wounds on his head, his shirt was in strands, and he was raving. "Look at me," he screamed. "This is the rankest deal I've got in my 10 years on the road. And where do you think I got it? In Salt Chunk Mary's. I go in her joint and drop a hoop to one of her frowsy little brums for $9. I'm decent enough to buy her a bottle of beer when she pays me for my brass. When she goes out for the beer, she shows the hoop to Mary. She comes in and deliberately orders me to blow back the Janes $9. I tell her there's nothing doing and starts for the door. Mary hits me in the back of the head with a bottle of beer, and when I go down, she puts the boots to me." George sat up and looked at the speaker curiously. Still standing by the fire, he continued, "That's what I get for being a good bum. I'm going back up there tonight and burn down her shack, the dirty, big, red-headed Amazonian battle-axe. "Hey, you," said George from across the fire. "You're a liar." His dead blue eyes were blazing like a wounded wild boar's. "You was a good bum, but you're dog meat now." A gun flashed from beneath his coat, and he fired into Goldtooth twice. 6 feet away, I could feel the slugs hit him. His head fell forward, and both hands went to his chest, where he was hit. He turned round like a dog getting ready to lie down and fell on his face. His hat rolled into the fire. His hands were clawing the red-hot coals. Soldier Johnny ran around and pulled him away from the fire by the feet. George stood, with the gun smoking, glaring at the others of Goldtooth's tribe. They slunk away into the dark, gibbering drunkenly. Some of the drunken sleepers by the fire were not even aroused by the shots. Johnny kicked them awake. They got up and staggered away. Montana Blackie, our crazy cook, reeled unsteadily into the circle of firelight, wobbling like an old crow on a dead limb. Holding his bottle aloft, he croaked, "Oh, then the bums began to fight, and there was murder right and tight." Waving his arm over the scene as if conferring his benediction on the fire, the dead man, George, Johnny, and myself, he disappeared, muttering, "The stool pigeons, the coming race." George handed me his pistol. "Throw this in the river, kid." I broke it open, took out the slugs and empty shells, threw them into the water at one place and the gun at another. We hurried away toward the railroad yards. On the way up, we decided that Johnny should stay in Pocatello and intimidate any of the weaker bums who might talk, and also try to shoo them all out of town. In the railroad yards, I had my eyes open to one of the safest getaways ever discovered, that of springing into a loaded boxcar. Johnny got an iron bar out of a scrap pile. Equipped with this, we went through the long lines of loaded cars waiting to be routed out of Pocatello, and in a few minutes found a car of merchandise billed to Great Falls, Montana. The process of springing in was simple. With the iron bar, Johnny lifted the bottom of a side door till it was clear of the hasps that held it in place. Placing one foot against the car, he pulled the bottom of the door out, away from its position, making space enough for us to crawl up into the opening. When we were safely inside, he sprang the door back into its place with his bar. Usually one or both end doors were fastened on the inside, making it easy to get out. In those days, this was the bum's best getaway, and it never failed unless they went to sleep and snored too loud that the brakemen heard them when the train was on a sidetrack. Supplied with food and water, men have traveled across the continent in safety, while sheriffs and posses beat up the jungle for them in vain. Luckily enough, we got into a train that was already made up for departure, and it pulled out in an hour. Making ourselves comfortable on top of the cases of merchandise, we took turns about sleeping, and after a ride of almost 24 hours, got into Silver Bow Junction, where we opened an end door and crawled out, hungry and thirsty. Then a walk of 6 miles, and we were in Butte City, where we got food and a room. George was well known to the police in Butte, but took no pains to hide himself, feeling sure that the masonry of the road and jungle would protect him against the common enemy, the law. The next afternoon we were picked up on the street by plainclothes men and taken before the chief of police. "What's wrong now, Chief?" queried George. "Oh, nothing much, 1.5 feet, just a telegram from Pocatello. Murder charge," smiled the chief. "What about me?" I asked. He looked at a telegram on his desk. "Hold anybody found with him." They searched us thoroughly and held everything found on us. We were locked up alone in separate cells. "You've got plenty of money, boys," said the jailer. "You can buy anything you want in the way of food and tobacco." I sat on the side of my iron cot, wondering who had kicked over the bean pot. A rat-eyed trustee came down the corridor and stopped in front of George's cell, directly across from mine. "What's the trouble, old-timer?" George looked at him coldly. "Oh, nothing much. I just bit a baby's arm off." The trustee went away. Something told him to ask no more questions. Idaho officers came the next day, and we went back with them to Pocatello, not caring to waste our money fighting extradition, and feeling confident there was nothing more than a suspicion of guilt against us. We were taken straight from the train at Pocatello to an undertaker's. Every town official was there. Inside in the back room, they led George up to a table where his victim was laid out under a white cloth. He knew what was coming, and so did I. The cloth was jerked off the body, and one of the officers pointed his finger at George. "There's the poor devil you shot, you damn murdering, and we'll hang you for it." George coolly and calmly placed his right hand on the dead man's brow for an instant. Then, taking it away, he held his arm out full length with the palm of his hand up and said to the officer, "If I killed that man, there's a hand that held the gun, and there's a finger that pulled the trigger," jerking his index finger back and forth. And pulling up his coat sleeve, "There's my pulse. Do you want to feel it?" They weakened. The old yegg had beaten them at their own game. "Lock them up," ordered somebody in authority. The marshal and a crowd of citizens took us to the calaboose, a small one-room shack in the middle of a big lot. They waited around till a pair of villainous-looking Bannock Indians appeared with rifles. They were hired to watch us and took turn about, sitting on a box outside by the door, day and night, silent, motionless. At evening, the marshal brought a basket of food from a nearby restaurant and a bundle of clean new blankets. Pocatello boasted of 2 lawyers, brothers. One prosecuted cases in a magistrate's court, and the other defended anybody foolish enough to hire him. Salt Chunk Mary sent the defender over to see us the next day. He hadn't influence enough to have us brought to his office, so he talked to us through the calaboose door wicket. We were not going to waste any money on him. We decided to wait and see if we needed a lawyer first. George thanked him for coming, told him we had done nothing and didn't need an attorney. Every day for a week we were taken out and questioned. At the end of that time, having exhausted their stock of questions and patience, the marshal and his deputy had us into the justice's court charged with vagrancy. In 10 minutes we were tried, convicted, and sentenced to 6 months each in the county jail at Blackfoot. No matter how small the town is, somebody can be found to fix things. Mary was on the job and got the town fixer to see the judge. He consented to suspend the sentences if we would get out of town and stay out, warning us that if we ever came back, we would automatically start serving our time. We went over to Mary's to get out of sight till train time and find out what had caused our arrest. Soldier Johnny had not appeared at her place. He folded his tent and stole away with other members of the convention, and so precarious was the life we led that it was 15 years till I saw him again. All Mary had gathered was that the marshal, noting the scarcity of bums about town, had gone down to the jungle where he found a dead man sprawled beside a burnt-out fire. Searching the jungle further, he came upon poor old Montana Blackie, raving mad. He was taken in and later sent to an asylum. He was the only bum in Pocatello the day after the convention's tragic close. We never knew what caused our arrest, but surmised that Blackie in his ravings might have named George as the killer. When our train pulled out, the marshal was there to see that we got aboard and to ascertain where we were going. We foiled him by neglecting to buy tickets, and at the same time saved ourselves money by paying a hungry conductor half fare cash to ride us into Butte. There I began my apprenticeship at the dangerous and fascinating business of breaking open safes. As was proper, I did all the fetching and carrying. I stole the Dan, bought the drills, got railroad timetables and guidebooks. I was sent out to make the preliminary survey of the spot George had designs on. I reported to him whether the spot was flopped in. I looked up the getaway, the all-important thing. No place is fat enough to tempt unless some feasible getaway can be figured out. I located the blacksmith shop where heavy tools could be had if needed, and the livery stable where saddle horses could be got if required. I learned what trains passed and when. I checked the town whittlers' comings and goings. I was careful to look over the place for dogs, the bane of the burglar's life. If my report satisfied George, he looked it over once to make sure. When we went against the spot, he did the blacksmithing inside while I covered the outside. We traveled on foot, on horseback, or on trains as the occasion required. A hike of 20, 30, or even 40 miles was not rare. We never got any such great amounts of money as burglars get today. $1,000 was considered a good touch. I believe a thief could get more out of $1,000 30 years ago than he could out of $5,000 today. Living was cheaper, police fewer and less active, shyster lawyers not so greedy and well organized, and the fences and fixers were not so rapacious. Justice was not so expensive. Only the large cities attempted anything in the way of identification. The Bertillon system was in the experimental stage and fingerprinting unknown in police work. We jumped from one state to another, kept away from the cities, lived almost entirely on the road except in the dead of winter, and spent our money in the jungles with the bums or played it against Faro Bank in the mining towns. When we got a decent piece of money, we quit stealing till it was almost spent. But while we were spending it, we always tried to locate new spots against the day when we would be broke. George, although past 50, never spoke of quitting. I doubt if the thought ever entered his mind. He was as much attached to his trade as any carpenter or bricklayer, and went about it as methodically as any mechanic. His cold-blooded shooting of Goldtooth caused many bums to avoid him. After he was dead, I learned by accident why he did it, but it was too late then to shake hands with him over it. A year after we were banished from Pocatello, a letter from Mary told us that the sanctimonious kid was arrested in Denver, charged with a tough burglary, and wanted help. She wanted to help him, but didn't know how to go about it. I sneaked into Pocatello for her generous contribution, and with what we could spare, we went to Denver and got him the best lawyer there, Tom Patterson, afterwards Senator Patterson from Colorado. We stayed in the state, turning every dollar we could steal into his lawyer's office, but in vain. Sane got everything Patterson had in the way of service and finished with 15 years at Canyon City. A small post office in Utah yielded us a few dollars and a big bundle of stickers. I had no fear of Pocatello after getting in and out of it once, and we thought it only right that Mary should have the stamps and get the profit on them. I got into her place with them, but she hadn't enough money, and I had to wait till morning for her to get it from the bank. Instead of staying quietly in her house, as she advised, I went out for a look at the town, and the whittler got me. He threw me in the calaboose, promising to take me to Blackfoot the next day to start my 6 months. He hired no Indians this time, but just locked the door and went back uptown, probably to look for George. I paced up and down the length of the calaboose, cursing my carelessness. About midnight, there came a rap on the door. "Are you in there, kid?" It was Salt Chunk Mary. She passed in a small bottle of whiskey and some sandwiches. I implored her to go over to the depot to try to find some bum that would break the lock and let me out. "No use, kid," she said. "The town has been hostile ever since the convention. A bum can't light here any more. I'll try to get some gambler to do it." She hurried away. In an hour she came back alone, armed with a crowbar. She put the pointed end of it into the neck of the lock and with a mighty wrench twisted it off and threw the door open. I stepped out. That pale, light-fingered ghost, the lady that's known as Lou, would have fainted in my arms. Not Mary. When I reached for her hand, she pushed me away. "Don't waste time thanking me. Here's the coin for your stickers. I borrowed it from the girls. You've got to hurry. There's a train leaving in 10 minutes. While I was still pouring out my thanks to Mary, she turned away, and I hastened to the railroad yards, where I hid myself till the train pulled in. I didn't go near the depot to buy a ticket, but crawled under a coach and deposited myself on the rods. Before daylight, I crawled out at Ogden and hiked straight out of the town. I waited at the first station out, and in a few hours got a train into Salt Lake, where George was waiting for me. He had seen Judge Powers, who defended me when I ran away from the verdict of not guilty. The judge assured him that there was no claim on me, and the worst I need fear was a charge of vag from some sorehead copper. I at once told him of my troubles at Pocatello and my delivery from the calaboose by Mary. "You don't have to tell me what a grand character she is, kid. I know all about that. She's brighter than April rain. If you knew half what I know about her, you'd have put a couple of slugs in the gold tooth yourself. You probably thought I smoked him off because I was full of alcohol, and wanted to cut some crazy caper. I croaked him because he was slandering the best woman that ever stood in 2 shoes. I'm not looking for a chance to kill anybody. I got my belly full of that in the war, and that ain't all. No matter what they say, dead men do tell tales. Robbery and burglary are soon forgotten and outlawed, but when you leave a dead man behind you, they've got the balance of your life to catch you and hang you. A couple of those bums could go into the Salvation Army 10 years from now and get religion and hang me. I've packed a gun for 30 years, and every time I fired it I was in the wrong, except, maybe, when I let that gold tooth have it. That's because my business is wrong. But it don't include murder, and I won't travel with anybody that deliberately shoots people. When the town bull interferes with you at night, shoot at him, of course, and shoot at him first, but don't hit him. He thinks you're trying to kill him, and that's enough. He'll go after reinforcements, and you get away. If he shoots at you, that's just a common incident. If he hits you, it's a rare accident. You're only beginning at this racket, kid, finished the veteran yegg. Take my advice and be careful with your gun. It's a good servant, but don't let it become your master or it will hang you. We hadn't been in Salt Lake 10 days till one of the dicks that put me on trial in Smiler's case came into the Gold Room, a gambling house we hung out in, and took me off to jail. They held me all day and that night, trying to dig up some charge to put against me. Judge Powers came the following day, and after a lot of palaver, they charged me with vagrancy. He got me a bond, and I was later dismissed. Harry Hines, who kept the Gold Room, saw the police and came back with the good news that we could stay in Salt Lake as long as we didn't bother anybody in the city, and they didn't care what we did outside the city limits. We made our headquarters in the city for more than a year. We hung out in the Gold Room, and our persistent attempts to beat the faro game kept us continually jumping into the nearby towns to replenish our bankroll. Dynamite was easy to get, and we didn't trouble ourselves to go to Ogden for the parcel I had left in the safety vault. We became quite established in Salt Lake and came to know many people. We lived at a quiet, second-class hotel and went about our business in a decent, orderly manner. George lost all interest in bums and their gatherings after the convention at Pocatello and kept away from them. They still attracted me, and occasionally I went down to the jungle on the banks of the River Jordan that empties into the Great Salt Lake. On one of those visits, I fell in with a crippled beggar who had been down on the Poultice route in southern Utah. He had formerly been a very capable thief, but the loss of a leg under a train at once disabled and reformed him, and he turned to begging, as many do when they can no longer steal. I had a bottle of Dr. Hall, and as we passed it back and forth, the beggar bewailed his misfortune in losing his leg and having to ding-dong his way about the country for a few lousy dimes. "There's a box," he wailed, "in the county treasurer's office in the courthouse in the town of, that I could chop the back out of with an axe if I was able-bodied. The town whittler goes to bed when the general store closes at 9 o'clock at night. There ain't 500 people in the town, then they're all in bed before 10 o'clock. I went in to beg the county treasurer, and he gave me 4 bits. The box was open, and I saw a stack of soft stuff, paper money, that would make Rockefeller's mouth water." He drank himself speechless and went to sleep, mumbling his misfortune. I told George about it, and we looked it up on the map and found it was 20 miles off a railroad. "I don't like the way it's situated, kid," said George, "but there's $3,000 or $4,000 there now while they're collecting taxes, and we better look at it." We got a small roll of blankets each and bought tickets to a town 40 miles distant from the county seat. George went first, and I followed the next day. At this base, he hired a saddle horse and departed to look the spot over. He got back in a few days and reported that it was even softer than the cripple had pictured it. "We'll hike the 40 miles into the town, kid, by easy stages, beat off the box, and get a couple of horses out of the livery stable. By daylight, we ought to be 30 miles away, where we will ditch the horses and plant in the jungles till night. After that, we will have to hike nights till we get back to the lake." The following Sunday night, we got into the town, but found that there was a social gathering in the church next door to the courthouse. That delayed us till 12 o'clock. At 1 o'clock, we went into the stables across the street and saddled 2 gentle horses, leaving them in their stalls. The town was dark, dead, and we went into the courthouse and to a rear room where the safe stood. The master coolly removed his coat, throwing it on top of the safe. On the coat he laid a big cannon. I opened the small parcel containing the Dan and stems, drills. From the blacksmith shop we had taken a carpenter's hand brace and a pinch bar. With this primitive outfit, George attacked the box in a most workmanlike manner. I went outside, but there was nobody in sight, and the only sound was the pawing of a horse in the stable across the street. At 2 o'clock, George came out to look around himself. He was ready to shoot her. The make of the box required that the door be blown entirely out of place, and the explosion seemed tremendous in the dead, quiet night with nerves on edge. But the town slumbered on. George waited outside, but there was no alarm, and he went back, returning in 5 minutes with a small but heavy bag of gold pieces that clinked sweetly when he dropped it into his coat pocket. "You carry this head of cabbage, kid," passing me a pack of greenbacks about the size of a brick. Dawn was graying the east as we went into the stable and bridled the horses. George went out first, pulling his reluctant horse by the bridle rein pulled over his head. In the door, his horse stopped, and George, standing outside on the inclined platform, tugged with both hands while I slapped the horse on his rump. Suddenly, George dropped the bridle rein, and his hand went to the waistband of his trousers for a gun. A voice shouted, "Here, you damned horse thief!" and a shotgun belched murderously. Then again. George got both barrels. He was almost blown off his feet. He toppled over sidewise, and his body rolled slowly down the incline to the ground. The man with the shotgun knew his bloody business. I plainly heard the sinister click of the breech lock as he snapped it shut after reloading. Neither of the horses was gun-shy. They stood still. The gunshot echoes died away. A whiff of powder smoke drifted above and across George's body. The silence was awful. I could feel the shooter outside, standing at ready with his murderous gun. I was trapped. My pistol was useless against such odds. Somewhere in the stable a horse, heaving heavily to his feet, shook the floor and roused me from my trance of fear and shock. I remembered having seen a door in the side of the barn opposite where the man with the gun was. I ran to it and out into a lot. Across the street was the courthouse and the general store. There was a cellar beneath the store. I had looked into it while George was working on the box. Its old-fashioned inclined doors were open, and it was piled full of farm implements, empty boxes, crates, kegs of nails, etc. Half panicky, I dashed across the street and into the cellar, where I hid amongst the junk at the end farthest from the door. In a half hour, the town was on fire with excitement. The store was opened, and I heard loud voices and the tramp of many feet above me. There was a clattering of horses' hoofs in the street, and I knew the hue and cry was on. I burrowed deeper into boxes and bales, prepared for a long wait. When daylight came, I saw a pair of stairs leading up to a trapdoor in the store floor. There was much coming and going all day, and the steady hum of voices. I strained my ears, but couldn't make head or tail of the talk. I put in a long, hard day, and when night came and the store was closed, I was famished for food and water. All day I had been debating in my mind whether I should sneak out at dark and try to hike away or hold down the cellar for another 24 hours. I had just decided to go out and chance it when I heard the cellar doors bang down from the outside, then the click of a padlock. I was locked in. About midnight, I went up the steps and found the trapdoor unfastened. The store was dark, but I soon found the cheese and crackers and carefully weeded out a good portion of each. There was a bucket of water in the back of the store, and I filled an empty bottle from it after drinking all I could. Letting myself out of a window at the back, I closed it carefully after me and hiked out of the town. Before daylight, I carefully planted my head of cabbage in a field and crawled into a clump of bushes 100 yards away to sleep and rest up for the next night. Between hunting in fields, gardens, and orchards at night for food, and walking as fast as I could, it took me 4 nights to get to the main line of the railroad 60 miles away. Counting the money, I found there was $3,000 of green and greasy worn paper money and small bills. During my long hike, I had plenty of time to decide what to do. I made up my mind not to go near Salt Lake, where I was known. This money had been the death of poor old George, and I felt that he would turn over in his grave if I lost it and my liberty too. I took out $100 and buried the rest with the utmost care. At Provo, Utah, I got some fresh clothes and settled down to wait till the business cooled off. From the papers, I gathered that George was killed by the livery stable owner, who had got up early to go duck shooting. Going to his stable to get a horse, he found the back door open and waited to see what was going on. He thought he had a horse thief and only fired when George reached for his gun. $2,000 in gold was found in George's coat pocket and returned to the county. The hunt was still on for the burglar with the big end of the money. Nobody claimed the dead man's body, and he was buried unnamed and unknown. After a miserable month's wait, I dug up my money and bought a ticket to Chicago by the way of Denver and Omaha, going a roundabout way for fear of meeting my father and having to face his clear, cold eyes. If it had been honest money, I would have gone to him and offered him any part of it, but I was afraid to face him with a lie. I got into Chicago safely and immediately put my fortune in a safety box. Then I bought plenty of good clothes and got myself a nice room near the corner of Clark and Madison Streets. That seemed to be the center of the nightlife, and I instinctively anchored there. I put in the winter investigating the cheap dives, hurdy-gurdies, and dance halls. The tough Tenderloin district attracted me also. The beer bums and barrel house 5-cent whiskey bums came under my notice. not very different from the winos of San Francisco. I visited the 5-cent barber shops of Lower Clark Street and the 10-cent flops and dime ham and bean joints. Nothing escaped me. I nibbled at the faro games, but was careful and never got hurt. Every night I looked into Hinky Dinks and Bathhouse John's bars and heard the same old alarm. Here comes the wagon. But those two kings of the First Ward were Johnny on the spot and never allowed any of their people to languish in the can overnight. I discovered the saloon of Mushmouth Johnson, a Negro politician of power, and fascinated, watched his patrons, each in turn trying to make the bone dice roll his way. I stumbled upon the hop joint of California Jack, an old Chinaman from Sacramento, who was waxing fat in his make-believe laundry in South State Street. Thieves, pickpockets, and pimps and their girls smoked unmolested day or night. Now and then a tired waiter or bartender threw himself wearily on a bunk. I fell in with a wolfish-eyed girl of the streets, hungry and shivering in a doorway, so shabby that men would not throw an appraising glance at her. Like Julia, she was almost ready for the river. I bought her food and clothes and a room. I gave her no advice and sought no profit from the transaction. With better clothes and food, she plied her trade confidently and prospered. I saw her often on the streets. One night she paid me the money I had spent for her. Then came a midnight when she knocked at my door, pale, panting with fear. "You must help me," she implored. "I have no friend but you. A man is dead in my room. If he is found there, the police, you know, they'll say it's murder." On the street we got a hack, and in 10 minutes we're at her place. A shabby parlor fronted on the street. In back of it was a bedroom. On the bed, fully dressed, lying crosswise with feet on the floor, was a body of a man. Well dressed, about 50, he might have been a clerk. I went out the back door and to the alley. There was no one in sight. When I came back, she was shivering in a chair. I put the dead man's hat in my pocket and asked her to help me lift him to my shoulder. She refused to touch the thing. With an effort, I got it to my shoulder, the head and arms hanging down my back. Clasping my arms around its legs, I staggered out the back way toward the alley. Stumbling up the dark alley over tins, wires, broken boxes, and other rubbish, I carried my dangerous burden almost to the cross street and threw it down, leaving the hat beside it. Annie Ireland, or Irish Annie, as she was called by the street girls, was still huddled in the chair in the corner of the room farthest from the bed when I returned. "Where did you leave it?" she whispered. "Up the alley," I told her shortly. I had no stomach for this business and wanted to be away and done with her. I felt sure that she dealt the man a jolt of chloral or some other stupefying drug. "Look here, Annie," I warned her. "If you've got any of that guy's junk around here, you'd better ditch it. They will find him in the morning, and every crib in the block might be searched." No, she protested. "I didn't touch him. I picked him up on the street. When we came in here, he stretched out across the bed and went to sleep. I took my hat and coat off and tried to wake him, but couldn't. After a while, his hands turned cold, and I saw he was dead. Then I went for you." I went out, and she followed me. "Where are you going now?" I asked. "Oh, I don't know. Outside, anywhere. I can't stay in there. I'll go down the line and get drunk, I guess." I left her at the corner, resolved to see no more of her. But that wasn't to be, for there came a day, years after, when she held up her hand in a court and perjured me into prison. The next day I moved to another part of the city and kept away from the blocks she walked at night. I met her no more, and she soon fell into the background of my memory. I watched the papers, but saw nothing except a few lines reporting the finding of the body of an unidentified man in an alley. A dead man in an alley didn't mean much in Chicago then, and his body probably went to the potter's field or a medical college. End of section 15, read by Bryce Kreis, Youngstown.
Section 16 of You Can't Win. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Timbre Schaefer. You Can't Win by Jack Black, Chapter 16. Summer came, and the memorable World's Fair. I saw it all, but it put an awful dent in my bankroll, and winter was coming. I heard wonderful tales of New York City and its opportunities, told by the hop smokers and California Jacks, and had almost made up my mind to go there for the winter, when I met an intelligent young chap who knew all about it. He advised me to stay away from New York. "It's the toughest town in the United States for an outsider to get by in," he said in answer to my questions. "I'll tell you what you're up against. You go in there single-handed. If you get by the wise coppers and the hungry fences, you've still got the gangs to beat. Almost all the thieves belong to the gangs, the Irish, the Jews, and the Dagos. They fight each other, but they make common cause against an outsider, especially if he's from the West, and they'll know you in a minute with your soft hat and your Western talk. The gangs are made up of natives and home guards, and some of them are not above snitching on you if you go in there and get too prosperous. If you show up in any of the hangouts with money, they will beat you up and take it away from you like any sucker. Of course, if you got into a gang, they would protect you. The gang protects you, and the ward alderman protects the gang, see? But even then, you'd never have anything, for the money's split too many ways. Those hop fiends are raving when they tell you New York is a simple spot to make a living in. Everything is simple and easy and rosy to them when they get a few pills under their belts, but you take my advice and stay away from it. I can get dollars in the West where I couldn't get dimes in New York, and I wouldn't go back there on a bet. I'm for Chicago, and points west, where you don't have to wear a derby hat to get by a policeman," he finished in disgust. Turning this gloomy picture over in my mind for a few days, I decided to let New York alone and go back west. My spare clothes were left with the landlord, and after a soft, easy year, I went back to the hardships of the road almost gladly. I made long jumps under fast trains into St. Paul, and then on to the Dakota harvest fields. Thousands of harvest hands were leaving with their season's earnings, and a horde of yeggs, thieves, gamblers, and their women beset them on every side. Some of the more wary and experienced laborers bought tickets and got out of the danger zone unscathed. Others dallied with the games of chance and were shorn or fell into the yeggs' clutches and got catted up. Harvest workers were called blanket stiffs or gay cats, and the process of pistoling them away from their money was known as catting them up. Train crews flourished by carrying the gay cats over their divisions in the boxcars at $1 each. Bands of yeggs worked with the brakemen, who let them into the cars where they stuck up the cats, took their money, and forced them to jump out the side doors between stations. By the time they walked into a town and reported their losses, the train was far ahead, the money split with the train crew, and the yeggs were holding a convention in some safe jungle. After several seasons, the cats began buying tickets out of the harvest fields, and the profitable industry of catting up went by the board. I traveled along slowly now, uncertain where to go or what to do. Meeting many who had seen me and Foot-and-a-Half George on the road, I told them freely the story of his finish and my getaway. My prestige grew, and I came to be accepted everywhere as Stetson, which in the language of the road means first class. Being young, I naturally got puffed up and superior. I looked wise and mysterious, said nothing, and connected only with the higher-ups among the knights of the road. Stepping out on the street one morning at Great Falls, Montana, an icy wind out of the north reminded me that winter had come. I was almost broke, and fearing a Montana winter without money, I made a dash for the coast. I traveled north through Lethbridge, at the Canadian line, and into Calgary, Alberta, then west over the Canadian Pacific toward Vancouver, where I hoped to spend the winter. The snow had piled up in the Selkirk Range, delaying trains for days and making life on the road uncertain and very unpleasant. My money had dwindled till buying a ticket was out of the question. Riding the rods of passenger trains meant freezing, and I was forced to take the slow and infrequent freights with their open boxcars. At one of the larger towns in British Columbia, I stopped off to rest up, get a decent night's sleep, and thaw myself out. In the office of the hotel, I went to stood a safe that attracted me.
It was of a make that George always favored, and we had beaten half a dozen of them in the 2 years we were together. No explosives were needed. It could be got on the quiet. I put down my last dollar for a week's board and room and began planning an assault on the ancient box. I was alone, almost broke, and here was opportunity. Opportunity not only to fortify myself with money, but to test myself and prove whether my years with George and the sanctimonious kid had fitted me to make my way alone at the profession I had drifted into. I went over the situation carefully. A westbound passenger train passed through the town at 1:00 a.m. The hotel closed at midnight. An hour was time enough for the mechanical work on the box. The timetables showed that I could be on the American side in 12 hours if I got out on the night train. Here was a feasible getaway. The next thing was to make sure that no one entered the hotel office between the hours of 12 and 1. Several nights watching satisfied me that I would not be interrupted in that way. The week was almost gone, so was my money, and I saw that more would be needed for my board and lodging before the arrival of my first big night alone. This forced me into a small room burglary that was almost fatal. Prowling through the one other hotel in the town, I found a room door unlocked and stepped inside. There were 2 beds in the room, both occupied. On a chair by the bed nearest the door was the sleeper's trousers, from which I got a purse. Pocketing it, I moved to a chair by the second bed, where I could distinguish something dark that appeared to be a bunch of clothes. Right there, I learned that a fair-sized, healthy dog sleeps sound as a human being. Instead of putting my hand on a pair of pants, it touched something furry that came to life with a start and a growl and fastened a pair of strong jaws on my forearm. Both sleepers stirred. Before I got to the door, dragging the snarling, clawing brute that wouldn't let go his grip, the man whose purse I had sat up in bed. I was without a gun, but threatened to blow his head off just the same. Being a sensible man, he remained quiet. I had put out the only light in the hall. Still burdened with the tenacious, growling dog, I was forced to feel my way with my feet toward the back stairway. I couldn't stop in the hall to choke him loose. My only hope was to drag him downstairs and deal with him outside the place. At the top of the stairs, his struggles and weight overbalanced me, and we rolled and bumped down the long dark stairway to the landing below. On our way down, he weakened, let go his grip on my arm, scrambled to his feet, and tore out into the alley, howling piteously. I gathered myself up and ran in the opposite direction. In my room, I took stock and found he hadn't injured me, and that I had enough money to carry me for another week. I now moved into a small lodging house and paid for my room each night. As a transient roomer, I could leave at any time without causing comment. Curious to learn something about the dog I was tangled up with, I went into the office and barroom of the hotel, looking for him. One evening, while I was getting a drink, I heard a low, threatening growl across the room, and a look in the big mirror back of the bar showed me a good big husky shepherd dog standing under a card table. The hair on his neck and back bristled as he eyed me suspiciously. I thought he was going to attack me, and turned around to face him. When I did this, he backed still farther beneath the table, but never took his eyes off me. The room was crowded with loungers and card players, but none of them appeared to notice his actions. I went out of the place and stayed out. At last, the night came that I had decided was to be my last in the town. I had done everything possible in the way of precaution and protection. The stormy night favored me, and the box gave up its contents after a few sturdy blows from a short-handled sledgehammer. The train arrived on time, and when it pulled out, I got aboard without a ticket. That was part of my plan. I didn't want to be seen at the ticket office, where I knew inquiries would be made the next day. The safe contained nothing of value to me but a roll of paper money. I had no chance to count or examine it while waiting for the train, but before the conductor got to me, I fished out a worn $20 bill from which I paid my fare, about $15, to Vancouver. I had no intention of going into that city now, but paid my fare there to mislead anyone making inquiries from the trainman. I planned to leave the train at a junction and take another across the border. Well satisfied with myself, I was reviewing the night's work
when the train slowed down between stations, about 20 miles from where I got aboard. After a long wait, the conductor appeared with the information that the train was blocked by an avalanche of snow and rock. "Make yourselves comfortable," he said. "We won't get out of here before noon tomorrow." My carefully laid plans crumbled. I wished myself back in the town. I thought of the bill I had given the conductor. I could see the constables with their heads together in the morning, deducing and inferring, with the result that they would deduce and infer that their burglar had left on the night train. I could see them arriving at our stalled train sometime in the forenoon and buttonholing the conductor. I could see him pointing his finger at me. It was suicide to leave the train. Not a hut or habitation within miles, and a terrific storm raging. I went over every possibility and finished with a helpless, half-trapped feeling. I went into another coach and, finding an empty seat, cut a slit in the cushion and planted the roll of money, keeping only the change from the $20 bill. There was nothing else I could do to protect myself. I tried to sleep in a seat, but couldn't, so I sat around, apprehensive and nervous, till morning. The storm abated at daylight, and an hour later a work train pulled in behind us, prepared to dig us out. I got ready for a shock. Sure enough, in a few minutes, 2 constables from the town I had left came slowly down the aisle behind the conductor. When he came to my seat, he stopped and nodded his head toward me. One officer stood by me but said nothing. The other said something aside to the conductor, who took a roll of bills from his pocket, peeled off the top one, and handed it to him. He turned the bill over, looked at it carefully, and then at a piece of paper he had in his hand. After more talk with the conductor that I couldn't hear, he turned and faced me with a gun in his hand. "Put the irons on him, Mr. Stevens," he said to the officer beside me. "He is our man." I protested against being handcuffed, pushed Mr. Stevens away, and demanded an explanation. "You're arrested in the Queen's name," said the officer in charge, "and anything you say will be used against you. You had better submit quietly. If you want force, you can have it." He waved his big, serviceable-looking gun in my direction. I submitted. They took me forward to a baggage car, removed my shoes and nearly all my clothes, and went through them slowly and thoroughly, but found nothing incriminating. When the train was dug clear, it pulled out, carrying my roll of bills with it in the seat cushion, and I congratulated myself on getting rid of it. I was taken back to the town I left so suspiciously the night before, and thrown into the jail, wondering what they had on me. They hadn't asked me any questions. That looked bad. They seemed too well satisfied with the thing. All my speculations were put to rest the next morning, when I was brought before the magistrate. When I hear the word technicality, I think of American jurisprudence. If there is any such term used in British courts, I never heard it. The procedure in this magistrate's court was simple, alarmingly simple. The hotel man proved the burglary. The next witness, an old prospector who was wintering at the hotel, testified that he had changed a $20 bill at the hotel bar the evening before the burglary, that it was the only bill of that denomination he had, that he had carried it with him for 6 months, and had looked at it so many times he remembered the big serial numbers on the back of it. He swore further that he went to the hotel man the next morning and gave him the numbers. The arresting officers now told of following the train, getting the conductor's statement, and arresting me. They produced the fatal $20 bill, the only one in the roll that could have hurt me, the prospector's bill. They testified that they got it from the conductor, who told them I had paid my fare out of it. The prospector now identified his bill. On top of this, it was shown that I had suddenly and suspiciously left the town, avoiding the ticket office and paying cash fare with the deadly 20. I hadn't a leg to stand on in the way of defense, but managed to get up and object to hearsay evidence and ask to have the conductor brought into court. The magistrate and crown prosecutor laughed. "He'll appear when you go on trial at the next term of court," said the cuter. "Any defense?" asked the magistrate. I saw they had me right. "No, your worship, I'll save my defense till I get into a court where I will not be laughed at." He laughed again, and made the order to hold me. This court proceeding didn't take an hour. I went back to the jail wishing the thing had happened in the good old USA, where, with a smart lawyer, I would have got a continuance and sent somebody to the conductor who might listen to reason and not be so cocksure about getting the bill from me. At the provincial jail, I found a drunken Scotchman in charge. He was assisted by 2 half-breed Indian boys serving 6 months each. One of them cooked for the jailer and any prisoners that came in. The other scrubbed the jail. Both of them watched me faithfully and fed me regularly when the jailer was drunk. I was locked in a cell and never got out except for a bath once a week. The Indian boys slept on the floor in front of my cell by a big stove that was always hot and kept the jail warm. There was not a fixture in the cell but a bucket. I had plenty of blankets and slept on the floor. My clothes were taken, and I was dressed in a pair of white duck pants and a hickory shirt. They left me my shoes and hat. I was never so bare and helpless before or since. Not a smoke, nor a paper, book, nor magazine was allowed in the jail. When I asked the Scotchman for something to read, he got me a Bible, which I read and reread with much interest but no profit. I was pestered daily for weeks by the Crown prosecutor to return the balance of the money taken from the hotel safe, $800. He offered me a short jail sentence if I would give it up, but I mistrusted him and decided to let some car cleaner find it rather than admit anything and get myself in deeper. I gave my case a good thinking over and concluded there was no way out. Judge Powers, J. Hamilton Lewis, and Tom Patterson of Colorado, all rolled into one, couldn't have acquitted me. All day, every day, I read my Bible and prayed that the conductor might fall under his train before the day of my trial. A priest visited the jail one day and gave me a pamphlet on which he had printed the Chinook language. In answer to my question, he told me it contained about 300 words, nouns, verbs, and adjectives. It was created by the Hudson Bay traders years before and taught to all the Northwest Indians to simplify trading with the different tribes. I soon mastered Chinook, practicing on the 2 breed boys and any Indians that happened into the jail. I had given up hope of escape. I was bare-handed. Even the tin spoon I ate my stew with was taken away when the meal was finished. The jailer disliked me from the first. He would come into the jail corridor, roaring drunk at night, rout out the 2 breeds, and have them unlock my cell and search the damned Yank, while he stood away brandishing a big gun. They never found anything. There was nothing there. One day he came in with a scared-looking China boy about 20 years old. "Yank, here's a cellmate for you!" He locked the Chinese in, thinking he was punishing me. The China boy later proved the jailer's undoing and my deliverance. He knew some Chinook, but not one word of English. I learned from the Indian trustee that he was held for trial, charged with stealing a considerable sum of money from his employer, and that his case was about as hopeless as mine. We got along great. I taught him the alphabet and many words of English while he instructed me in Chinese. I even humbled myself to ask the jailer for pencil and paper to teach the Chink writing. He went down to his office at once and brought me a lead pencil and pad of paper. I was surprised and so grateful I thanked him 6 times. Inside of a week, he got drunk and ordered his Indians to take them away from me. I asked him no more for anything, and to this day I believe he gave them to me, anticipating the warm, grateful, pleasant thrill he would get from depriving me of them. The China boy's company got him a lawyer. When he came to the jail, he called me out and offered to take my case. I could have got money by writing to Salt Chunk Mary, but it looked like waste to fight it. When I asked him straight out if he could do anything with the conductor, he was shocked, indignant. But my man! Tamper with the Crown's witness, what? He left as if I had the plague, and I don't doubt he reported me to the prosecutor. I've had a lot of dealings with Chinamen, and never got the worst of it from one. If a Chinese doesn't like you, he will keep away from you. If he does like you, he will go the route. By signs and a few words, I conveyed to my cellmate that our only hope was to beat the jail. There was a barred window in our cell. The outside was not guarded. All we needed was a hacksaw. He was for it. His cousins visited him regularly every week, and if they could be made to understand what we needed, they would get it. There was but one hardware store in the town, and to buy the saws there might cause talk. I had him tell his cousins to send to Vancouver to their company for them. After weeks of anxiety and uncertainty, and much negotiating with their friends at Vancouver, the precious saws were put into my cellmate's hands, under the drunken jailer's nose. My plan was simple. Wait till spring, when, if we got out and failed to get a train, we could take a chance on foot in the country, away from the railroad. Night after night we listened to the trains arriving and departing, checking the time. A freight train departed immediately after the 1 o'clock passenger. If I could spring into a boxcar, we could make Vancouver in safety. I secreted the saws, and we settled down to wait for softer weather. End of Chapter 16, read by Tim Bray Schaefer.